So they haven't excluded this round. The round first went to the FBI, which I found kind of weird.
Right? Isn't that whole thing, the whole chain of command was a little odd, right?
And then it winds up going to the ATF. Let me tell you something. No offense to FBI. All right?
Here it comes.
But if I'm looking to do anything relative to ballistics, hands down, going to the ATF.
Really?
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. They have some of the top ballistic experts. And look, the FBI does too, but this is where they dance. That would have been my first stop. All right.
Well, they were too busy in Valhalla.
I'm just saying that's where I would have sent it. Yeah. And I found that out, I think yesterday. I'm saying yesterday. Hope that's okay.
Yeah. So we're recording this on Friday. The episode's going to come out Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah. And the crime scene tech was giving her testimony relative to this, and she talked about the chain of custody relative to these rounds where they went to be examined and all that sort of stuff. But they didn't have enough to do the ballistics, and let me kind of break that down so that folks understand what that means.
Over the years running this business, the subscriptions and all the overhead has come ones that I don't even use anymore, but I'm favor by putting all my example. How much did I spend? If my spending's actually going up, or below to get your first year of Monarch Core half off at just $50. That's 50% off your first year at monarch.com. Link in my description below with code Julian.
So with this 30-06 round, you have the base, which is circular, okay? And this is fractured off to the point, the shaft of the projectile, which would have been about that long, okay? That fractured shaft, it's not just fractured, it's probably fragmented or mushroomed, who knows, at this point. They were able to measure the caliber, and they're saying, okay, this fits within the parameters for a 30-06 round. But there's not enough there for them to look at the striations on the sides of the projectile itself.
Can you explain the striations?
Sure, absolutely. So within the barrel of the 30-06 rifle, you have what are referred to as lands and grooves. Grooves, exactly what they are. They're twists. Okay, so grooves are kind of deep channels. Lands are flat, and so if you look at a barrel on cross section, when you look at it, you've got a land like this, and you've got a groove, land, groove, land, groove, yes. Land, groove, and they're twisted. So when a round travels out of that barrel, it begins to spin. Okay, that's why this is a rifled round. All right, and for folks that don't understand what that means, if you've ever thrown a football with somebody, okay, right. So the more efficient you can make that spiral, the further it's going to go. If you've ever heard the term a wounded duck, where quarterbacks will drop back and they're getting hit right at the last moment and it just kind of flutters off. It doesn't have a tight spiral. Well, with a rifled round as opposed to smoothbore, which we had back in Revolutionary War, which is like a musket kind of bouncing down.
Goddamn right we did.
Hell yeah. The rifled round is revolutionary. Okay. And so this round is transferring all of this energy that happens at that moment of explosion, okay? It's going downrange, it's spinning. It retains energy and it retains direction, okay? So you're talking about it going downrange and striking the target which you intend for it to hit. So when it delivers that energy, okay? When it delivers that energy, it's going to be devastating. Now, back to Charlie. This is just my opinion, okay?
Pure spec here.
When you see Charlie's shirt, I'm talking about him like I know him, old buddy, old pal. When you're talking about Charlie Kirk's shirt, all right? And people have made much of this, okay?
Yes.
It kind of balloons out like this. It's called kinetic energy.
So when you see that, there's nothing to you that looks abnormal of any type of gunshot from this type of weapon that you've seen in your career?
Like an exploding microphone? No.
Okay. You're out on the exploding microphone.
Okay.
Here we go.
So I think I lost points off of my IQ just by saying exploding microphone. Anyway, so
well, let's pretend it's a high IQ point, and how you would break it down with another high IQ point.
Right. So with the kinetic energy delivery, which is part of the destructive nature of a weapon, it's not just the projectile itself; it's the energy that it delivers. So let's just pretend that we're on the shore of a beautifully placid pond. All right, maybe there's a few ducks swimming over there. You can see the little fishies in the water. There's a frog over there, and we pick up a stone and we throw it in the middle of it. What happens? Well, you have this wave that travels out, right? That's kinetic energy. That's the delivery of the energy. So when people say, I've shot people before and this sort of thing, and I've never seen a shirt do that. Okay, right. How you've seen people shot before and you've never seen a shirt move. It's gonna move when you get hit, all right? He's wearing kind of a loose-fitting t-shirt. So when he is hit, it balloons out like this. And when it balloons out, that's that energy transfer. There's a great old black and white scene. If you've never seen it, look it up.
Okay.
It may have been done up in the Northeast, like at Coney Island. I don't know. The guy that catches the cannonball. Have you ever seen that?
The guy that catches.
Have you seen that before?
Of course, you've seen it.
Okay,
yeah.
So
I knew it was coming.
He's standing, this rather rotund man, and he was known.
Rather rotund.
That's
a nice way to say it.
Yeah, fat as hell. And he was healthy in a 30s and 40s sense. When you see him hit like that, with that cannonball, you can see the ripple effect.
All right, let's get that on the screen. That's pretty good.
That it actually travels out. Okay, well, that's kinetic energy, and it disperses throughout his body.
Why is he doing this to himself?
He didn't have a smartphone, and so he couldn't entertain himself. This is how people entertain themselves.
I thought he was getting time off his sentence.
Yeah, no kidding. It's rather impressive though, and you can, here he is. This is a sledgehammer thing.
All right, you kind of did him dirty though. You made him sound like a real fat ass. He's like kind of like old school.
He's old school.
Yeah, he looks like he's gonna throw some hands with you.
Yeah, like Robert Mitchum.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, he's got some liver protection.
Look at this.
Yeah, this guy's kind of a savage. You really did him dirty.
It wasn't my intention.
Okay.
My apologies.
Look at that. He's like,
to all of his to all of his kith and kin. I didn't mean to.
Okay.
Anyway.
Hey guys, if you haven't already subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. It's a huge, huge help. Thank you.
So you have this transfer of energy that takes place, and that explains the ballooning of the shirt. And if he had not had a shirt on and you were watching this in real time, you could probably see, and you were watching super slow-mo, when it strikes this area, you could see a ripple effect in the skin as well. It'll kind of balloon out like that. And then the elasticity will bring it back in. So once it has created the defect, which is the hole, it begins this cavitation, as the round is traveling through the tissue. And if it fragments, and that's called, you have what are called, there's an old term referred to, it's not old, but some rounds, 5.56 was known for this in Vietnam as a frangible bullet. So that
wait, say that again?
Frangible bullet or projectile. Yeah. And on impact, it kind of shatters. So you don't just have one projectile, you have multiple projectiles, and all the little vessels that are associated in that area are getting ripped and torn as this thing kind of cavitates through these structures in the neck.
All right. How far away again exactly was Tyler Robinson allegedly with the
I've heard estimates. I've heard some people have said 200 yards, and then other people have said 180, 160.
I want to get what the reported consensus from law enforcement is if possible. That's why I asked it that way. So we'll pull it up just so we have it. Because what I want to get at is, and Deep's got it. What do we got?
So it's saying here that from Sergeant Jennifer Faramina of the Utah Department of Public Safety, it was 410 feet between the rooftop perch and the tent where he was. So they're saying roughly 415 feet away.
Yeah.
That's what, 140-ish?
It's too early for math.
Type yards, something like that?
138 yards.
138,
it's
okay.
well within, okay. So with a 30-06, there are people out there that, and this is with a scoped version of this, okay? A scoped version of this weapon. He had optics on it. There are people out there that easily, I'm a horrible marksman. I barely qualified in the Army years and years ago. Yeah, I've got terrible eyesight.
Don't say that. I thought you were great.
No, I like looking at bullets.
You look like a good shot.
Yeah, well, there you go. So there are people out there that could easily score the shot with an iron sight.
With an iron sight.
Yeah, with no scope on it whatsoever from that distance. Yeah.
Which leads to my question here, because that makes this even more relevant to me. With a 30-06 bullet from approximately 138 yards.
Yeah.
How does that not exit? And to take it a step further, above my pay grade here, just going off what some other guys who have shot a lot of weapons in my life has speculated with before, how does that not literally take his head almost clean off his neck?
No. Over the course of my career, I've examined a lot of gunshot wounds, and particularly from high velocity weapons. Okay, hunting rifles, AK platforms, AR platforms, SCARs. I mean, you name it. I've seen them. Everything from 308, 7.56, 5.56, Win Mag, 300 Win Mags, 300 Blackout. I mean, you name it. I've seen, and the entrance wound is not. The entrance wound itself is not going to be blown out with every single case. It just doesn't happen. I think people are expecting to see it's like the old Gallagher comedian up on stage with a watermelon. They have this expectation that you're going to take this weapon and fire it, and the watermelon is going to explode. That doesn't happen with human tissue. So the elasticity of the tissue itself will absorb that round. Okay. Now I think that. I don't know if people are wanting to see it or they want to try to understand it because there's, you've got this kind of interesting dichotomy out there. There's certain people that I think that actually want this to be, they want to see like his spine hanging out of the back of his neck for whatever reason, for whatever their interest is. But that's not the reality in the morgue. When you go to the morgue and you examine bodies. This ain't Hollywood. So when
Can
you
I ask a quick question?
Sure,
absolutely.
Sorry,
Joseph. I don't want to get lost in this and forget about this, but you're making me think about like the kinetic energy that you were relating and what that looks like from a ripple effect, and then where the actual entrance wound would be and what that could cause as far as like an explosion or not explosion. So please correct me if I'm completely wrong here, but if that pond example you gave where you throw a rock, if I throw the rock directly in the center of the pond, the ripple effect distributes in a circular motion all the way evenly across. Now, if I throw the rock off center to the right, a bigger wave ends up going over the rocks on the right, and the left, as it distributes across, gets less of an effect because the center is more. Yeah,
you're not hitting at center mass, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
And that's a ballistic term, and it's a weapons term that's used on the range. You're aiming for center mass.
So my question would be, because he got hit here where the carotid artery is, and it was on his left, and the jugular vein, it was on his left side, our right, if we're looking at it. Is part of the reason that there wouldn't have been like an explosion or like head coming clean off the fact that it's hit off center, versus if he had been hit in the Adam's apple, perhaps it would.
In the larynx, this area here, the trachea, because as we can feel, this has got, it's cartilaginous in here, right?
Cartilaginous.
So a lot of cartilage. It's formed up in here. If you hit this surface, you might see more of a dynamic entry area, but this is rather soft tissue right here. It can absorb a lot. Okay, so you move to the left of the midline, and this wound, if you had, let's just say we had, I don't know how to say it. Let's just say if we had 3 cases, and you had people that were shot, one to the left of the midline, one in the midline, and maybe another that is over far to the right over here or far to the left. All of these wounds are going to look different, and it's dependent upon the actual anatomical structure and the delivery of that energy and how it affects that particular spot. Okay.
So going back to what you saw with Charlie, to summarize it, is therefore, in your forensics opinion, very possible that he was shot with a 30-06 from approximately 140 yards away, and that it did completely create a fatal impact upon hitting his arteries right there, but that it is possible, therefore, that it may not have made an exit wound, and that it is also, therefore, even more possible by that point that like his head would not have been taken off.
And let me tell you one more thing. So with the vertebral bodies here, we start up here at C1, right? C1 is called the atlas, right? So it's what supports our head, like atlas. So we've got C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6. And so these are rather robust. This surgeon or this guy, this associate of his saying,
it's a miracle.
Healthy bones,
Superman.
Whatever. He's a freaking human being. All right. Well, let's don't paint it in any other way. He's a human being. All right. And with this insult, this defect, there's a strong possibility that it is traversing kind of the trajectory would be from above to below. Okay. So from higher to lower, right? Possibly from left to right. Okay. All right. It could have been straight back. So above to below, from front to rear. Okay. If it is traversing like this, okay, like this, there is a high probability that it hit one of the bony structures in the spine. All right. Remember, going back to the neurological response that we talked about.
Yes.
That would count for what we're seeing here as he kind of slips off to the left side. It's within those bony structures that they have, or immediately adjacent, they've recovered this round. One other thing that's going to be really fascinating at trial, and I don't know if they'll present this in the preliminary hearing, are going to be the X-rays. It's going to be a marvel to see.
So they've said that they're going to be putting those out.
I don't know if they will or not. It's common practice now. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't surprise me if they've done a CT as well on his body. And
full CAT scan.
Certainly of head and neck. Yeah. Certain. We go back to the the Gabby Petito case up there where she was found. They actually did a CT of her, and she was in a moderate state of decomposition. They did a CT on her remains, and it's becoming very prevalent. We've always done X-ray for people that could afford to have portable X-ray. You know what the beauty of X-ray is in the morgue? One of the reasons that morgue photographs get excluded at trial is because they're regarded to be very prejudicial because they're so gory with a lot of blood and all that sort of stuff. Radiographs are not prejudicial. And what it's going to show is a cavitated lead storm that will pass through here. If this thing fragmented, you'll see little bits distributed all the way through here. Those little radio opaque bits of metal traversing in whatever trajectory that they determined, and that still remains to be seen. And you'll actually see the main body of that round, the biggest part that's intact, where it's lodged. If they didn't just do a standard X-ray and they did CT, dimensionally, you'll be able to actually appreciate the track of the wound, where it actually sets up. So it takes it to a whole new level, and those will be prominently displayed in the court.
Okay. Well, this gets to that actual process that I referred to earlier of what happens when someone is murdered and there's a homicide in the state of Utah, and how the autopsy happens, where it happens, who's involved. One of the things that was weird to me, and this is why I called you a few days after the assassination, was how quickly his body was at least preliminarily prepared and by a first funeral home in Utah to then send it, and you explained this process to me, to the final funeral home that was going to handle all arrangements in Arizona, where he's from. But I was looking at it at the time, I'm like, okay, he shot at whatever it was, like 12:30 p.m., something like that, local time in Utah. And then based upon when we saw J.D. Vance go and help hand off the body, and we knew that the family had spent time with the body because Erica Kirk had released some interesting social media posts over the casket and stuff, we knew that was around 5:30 p.m. Eastern time the next day, and they'd been spending time with the body in the afternoon before. And basically I got it down to like, okay, he shot at 12:30, and the funeral home was obviously working on him and embalming him that morning, like the next morning, which is less than 24 hours. Like that part was clear to me. And so I called you at the time because I'm like, well, Joe Scott Morgan's got to go do with this. And I said, okay, as a total novice here, that seems a little weird to me. Is that weird to you? And at first you explained it and you said, it doesn't have to be. No, I'll tell you why. And you proceeded to take me through the entire, I think you said it like this. You're like, Julian, are you aware of the chain of custody and command in the state of Utah when it comes to an autopsy? And I'm like, do I sound like someone who's aware of what happens? And you're like, no. And you then explained to me and gave me a play-by-play like Al fucking Michaels in his heyday as to where the body goes, what office it goes to, who's in the room, you had some people by name, I think, at the time. They're supposed to be in the room, how long an autopsy like that could or would take, what time they'd be working on him. So if you don't mind, let's just start there. Can you re-walk everyone else who wasn't on that phone call that's listening right now through what that process is supposed to be specifically in Utah for the body once it's determined he is dead, the doctor has called it, and now he's handed over?
Yeah. I've got a little preamble here, though, for this.
Please, I love a good preamble.
Who doesn't like a good preamble? The state of Utah has not had a coroner since 1972. Where's the camera? Since 1972. No coroners in Utah since 1972. Does everybody understand that? Good.
I was watching that.
Now that dumbassery is aside.
You know when the hair gets flicked back, it's about to go.
Utah has a state medical examiner's office, highly regarded. Okay. These are board certified forensic pathologists. You say, well, Morgan, you're splitting hairs. That's merely semantics. No, it's not.
It's not.
No, it's not, because coroners are elected. Medical examiners are appointed. In a lot of states, you don't even have to be a physician to be a coroner. Matter of fact, there are some states where all you need is a GED. Okay.
That's not reassuring.
No, it's not. We could do an entire episode on the coroner system. Okay. But I digress. They haven't had coroners in a long, long time, okay? They understood that they needed a state medical examiner's office. And this is why this is so critical in this case, because it has been stated by a rather prominent person out there that the coroner, this is their words, was inexperienced. Okay, I don't know really what that means. I don't know where that data came from, because they don't have coroners. I don't understand why that term would have been used. It shows a certain level of ignorance. Maybe that was intentional. I don't know. But the way the process would work is that his remains, Charlie Kirk's remains, would in fact be turned over to the state medical examiner's office. Okay, they would take him to their closest state medical examiner facility, a fully equipped forensic autopsy suite. Okay, that will have x-ray, it's going to have all the instrumentation they need, and most importantly, it's going to have a board-certified forensic pathologist, not an elected coroner.
Is this the one in Salt Lake City specifically? So everyone gets taken to Salt Lake City?
Yeah, unless they have some satellite offices. Okay. I know that I covered, I don't know if you remember the Idaho cases with Chad and Tammy Daybell. Chad Daybell, it's a long story. Anyway, Tammy Daybell died in Idaho, and her body was taken to Utah.
Interesting.
And they had to exhume her remains in Utah. Not a real good job of her death investigation up in Idaho at the time. She turned out she was probably poisoned, and she was embalmed. And these people are responsible for a lot of deaths, and it's this guy's wife, Tammy. Anyway, the Utah State Medical Examiner worked that case. I'm very familiar with them. And
like personally?
Well, in the community in forensics, it's very small. Right. So you're aware of the quality of work that's turned out by particular offices. This is a stellar office, okay? And everybody there, well, most people, of course, every office is going to have its own personality, but the people there are highly trained scientists. This is not an elected coroner that's doing this. I can't emphasize that enough, okay? Because the fact that came out early on, just like the tweet that you showed me, or whatever the hell they call it, post or whatever, I don't know, the tweet posting, whatever they call it now.
We got Joseph off hashtags now. He's not doing that anymore.
Thank you. God bless you for that, by the way. It's important to understand that you would have had reliable professionals that would have taken charge of his remains at that point in time. Why was it done so quickly? Well, this is not like you've got a guy that has gotten multiple gunshot wounds. His body is riddled with all kinds of trauma. This is a single gunshot wound. At least that's what they're believing, when his remains arrived there. It's a pretty simple process. I mean, right. It's a homicide case. All right. I don't, people throw around this term assassination a lot, right? Okay. If you want to call it an assassination, it's fine. But the state of Utah is not going to prosecute an assassination case. This is a homicide.
Right. Yeah. That's how it's categorized.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's how we have to look at it. So they're going to process this case just like they do every other case that they handle. And there's a certain procedure that they go through. Now, what might kick it up another level as far as speed is the profile of this case. They want to be as thorough as they possibly can and have as many people in the room. I can assure you that it wasn't just the medical examiner and a technician and a photographer that was in there.
Could you understand why people out there, because by the way, I checked this before, they still haven't gone through the exact details of what the chain of custody and command and what it all looked like yet. Right, maybe that'll come out in the trial, maybe it won't, I don't know. But could you see why people who live in a country where they literally didn't do that correctly with the president that they whacked in 1963, absolutely. Which I know you've covered that case more than anyone, why they might be like, would they have everyone in the room for this if they wanted nothing to see here?
Yeah, in Kennedy's case, they had every damn person in the room, right? It was just all the wrong, it was all the wrong people.
That's right. They had LeMay smoking a cigar over his body and watching it.
But when you look at our case, Dr. Tom Noguchi, he had 8 pathologists in the room. I think maybe 9, including one of the guys that showed up late for John F. Kennedy's autopsy. That was wound ballistics guy that they forgot to consult. The doctors there, forgot. They flew. Tom Noguchi knew about this, so he flew them out to California. He locked that down. They say that RFK's autopsy was arguably one of the best forensic autopsies that has ever been performed. And it's because the community's really small. Tom Noguchi saw what an abortion JFK's autopsy was. And he's like, this is not happening here. This is not happening. And so he brings in a whole team of actually qualified people to observe that autopsy. And no, you don't have generals sitting around smoking cigars,
right,
and doing whatever, and people that are not credentialed to be there. They don't do it in an amphitheater. We talked about that, with JFK. I think there were actually stands in there,
it was like an episode of The Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absurd. So in this particular case, they're going to follow standard procedure relative to the autopsy. They will have done a thorough external examination. They will have collected his clothing. There was some kind of surgical intervention. Remember, the surgeon makes a comment about he's seen the moose and the elk and all of that. Right. So they would have had to have collected his clothing, Charlie's clothing, because all of that is going to have some trace evidence value, either to include or exclude. Because even though you see it on camera, you're not just going to assume that, okay, I'm going with what I see on camera. I'm going to examine this clothing. They would have collected his clothing if it was cut away or pulled off of him. That will go into evidence. I mean, everything that he was wearing, okay, period. That may or may not be brought to the morgue. My suspicion is if it was at the hospital, crime scene people would have gone to the hospital, collected said clothing, and entered that into evidence. Sometimes the pathologist will say, I want to see the clothing. Of course, in the case of JFK, I think those quote unquote pathologists, these Navy guys that did the autopsy on JFK, they didn't see his shirt for like 6 months.
That's helpful.
Okay. Anyway, times have changed. The evidence would have been collected relative to that. They would have done a thorough external examination on Charlie Kirk's remains. They would have done all of the external imaging, everything, whatever radiography, regarding X-ray, they would have done. If they did a CT, they would have done that. And he would have done the pathologist would have done, or she would have done all of the external measurements. We do things like with the defect in the neck, they'll do the distance from here to the center of the defect to the top of the head, how far to the left of the midline it would be, since it would be on the left, how far from any other kind of anatomical feature, like we'll say the sternoclavicular joint that sits right here, how far superior is it to this point, so you can triangulate to get an idea measurement wise. They're going to examine the back of the head, see if there's any trauma back there. There's many times, and I've actually had this happen. I wrote about this in my memoir, a chapter called The Earache, where I had a kid that was shot with an AK-47 in a drive-by, and a round came in through his jaw and lodged right behind his ear, and it was partially hanging out. And sometimes you'll palpate that area and you'll feel the round just beneath the surface. It won't completely exit. That was an AK-47 that I just mentioned, 7.62 by 39. And that is lodged, his had partially exited right there. And that went through several bony structures there, went through the jaw and then through the base of the skull right here. So back to Charlie Kirk, if this round is sitting back here, they still can't appreciate it, but they will take these radiographs, all the imaging, they'll put them up on a board, and they're going to look at it before they ever pull out the cold steel to do the autopsy. And they're going to look at this just like a doctor would relative to a fracture before they go into surgery.
All right, a couple things just to get my timeline right. Yep. He's declared dead, what was it, Deef? Maybe somewhere around 2:30ish local time? Something in that area? Okay. When a homicide victim has now been worked on officially in an emergency room, he is declared clinically dead. The doctor stopped working. I would imagine very quickly the medical examiner's office takes custody of the body. That's fair to say.
Yeah, that body is the biggest piece. The body, no disrespect, but that body now is evidence.
100%.
Period. Yeah.
Okay. And we laid out that the office where in Utah this usually takes place is in Salt Lake City. Okay. What was it, Provo, Utah, where you were shot? Is that the name of the town? Yeah. How far of a drive from Provo to Salt Lake City is it, Deef? Let's look that up. I don't want to miss any details because we'll get lit up for that. Yeah. Okay. I want to say it was at least a few hours. I just haven't looked at this in a little while.
It's 44 miles away, so it's a 44-minute drive.
Okay, so that's not that bad. No, so Provo to Salt Lake, meaning they can get the body there in like an hour or less.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that puts us at like 3:30, 4 o'clock, something like that. Yeah. They would start with, in your experience, especially for something high profile like this, they'd start working on that pretty quickly, right?
They're going to get geared up. They're going to go in probably immediately and begin to work this case. Okay. And as quickly as they possibly can, they'll set everything up and be ready to rock and roll, and all principals that are involved in this case. It's always been my preference. I always invite, even though they don't take us up on the invitation, you'd be surprised. We always want the police there. And we also want their own photographer there, in addition to the morgue photographer.
What about a video? And I mean this dead seriously. What about like a videographer or something like that to actually capture these days?
Yeah, I guess videography could be useful, particularly now with the digital world that we're in. And you would want as much documentation as you want too much, as a matter of fact. You want to do this because here's the thing. It's like you know, it's like you get one swing at it, and because once his body's gone, it's gone. Okay?
Right.
So you have to touch all of the bases relative to this the first time out, or you're going to run into some major problems. So everything has to be considered. They would have done. It sounds ridiculous, but this is kind of procedurally the way you do it. They probably would have even have swabbed his hands for gunshot. Yeah, for gunshot residue. Yeah, like in any gunfire related case, many times you'll bag the hands of the victims, and just to do it to say that you've done it, they would do that sort of thing in this particular case.
All right, let me ask a broader question here for you. Then get down in the weeds and explain all the details like
Yep.
that. For a one shot victim, it's not like there was 40 shots or stuff like that. For one wound area overall,
Yep.
and everything you know about the case, let's start here. How long do you think a full, proper, we got everything we need autopsy would have taken to do?
For skilled forensic pathologists, no longer than probably 3 hours.
Okay, that's what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah.
So now, including like the residue thing, can you just go through every single thing that they would have done?
Yeah, sure.
Like if you were in charge of that office and you were running the perfect autopsy on Charlie Kirk based on what you saw, what's everything you would have done?
Well, all of the external stuff that I refer to, all the measurements. I mean, they do everything from height to weight. They do crown head to the heel to do the height. All right, height's going to play into this, okay? Because when dimensionally, what you're thinking about, and they would actually do. They could. I've seen forensic pathologists actually do what's called. They do this on kids, but I've actually seen in shooting cases where they'll do what's referred to as a rump to crown height. So from the rear end to the top of the head. So if you're in a seated position, you know, how tall are you, right? So dimensionally, when you're running through this thing and you're trying to think, is this consistent with the round entering the body? That might be a measurement that they're going to do. You will do an anterior examination. That means all of the front. You're going to do lateral examinations externally. You're going to do posterior examinations, looking for anything on the body whatsoever. The body would have been photographed from stem to stern. And I mean, probably tens and tens of images that will have been taken, maybe hundreds. I would imagine, I'd say probably 150 to 200 photographs externally, probably, because with a digital camera, you can just snap them off like that. You'll see them done with scale and without scale. What does that mean? So you have a static scale. You've seen these in crime scene images. We use them in the morgue. There's something called an ABFO ruler, which is a right angle ruler like this. It's got a gray scale on it. It was developed by the American Board of Forensic Odontologists many, many years ago. You'll see it placed over an area. Let's say you have an injury right here. It'll be placed here. You'll do macro to micro photography. You'll do it with scale. You'll do it without scale, like that, and any other kind of anomalies he might have on his body. Even the most passive thing, maybe he's got a birthmark or he's got an old scar. That'll all be documented, and it should be in the autopsy report. That's just externally, okay? And when you're working in a morgue with a forensic pathologist, they have this thing. It's like a dance almost. Everybody knows their job. There's very specific things. Every forensic pathologist is different in the order in which they want to do stuff. But you do all of the external stuff first. And then you block the body. That is, you put the body up on the block between the shoulder blades, and you break out the scalpel. And the first thing they would have done is open the chest. Okay, they're going to do an examination of all of the organs inside the chest cavity, the abdominal cavity, and then they're going to make their way to the head. The head is always generally the last thing, unless you've got two assistants working on a body with a single pathologist. In this case, they would have probably really have taken their time and worked on the trunk first. All the organ weights, organ dissections, sampling of tissues. Any kind of physical anomalies that he may have had, if they're seeing any types of disease in his body, standard pathology kind of stuff. Once they're done here, this is really graphic. I can tell you, they would have gone into the neck. And here's one other thing. Before they open the body, there is a high probability they would have taken a trajectory probe and put that into the neck.
A trajectory, is that the green thing you were telling me about?
Yeah, so there's a probe that can be inserted into a defect, and we use them, say for instance at crime scenes now, use lasers a lot, but there's a static probe. It's a post. You can look it up on any of the crime scene supply, and they'll come in like brilliant yellow, orange, lime green, is a choice many times, and that rod will go into the defect, and you have to be very gentle with this, and you insert it and leave it in the position. You don't try to manipulate it in any way. You just kind of drop it down in there very, very slowly. You're not moving it left or right or back or forward. And what are they going to do then? Well, what they will have done is they will go in profile, okay? The photographer will move to the left of the body if the wound is here, okay? And in profile, they're going to take a shot of the body with a trajectory rod coming out of it, okay? And it'll give you an idea if it's what they're saying it is, and again, hasn't been confirmed yet, right? We don't see that report. It should have an indication of the rod being pitched up like this. So if he's in this position, seated, right, and he is shot, enter right here, above to below. The rod is going to pitch up like that, and you'll see that demonstrated at autopsy. Here's the question. If they had that image, is that something that they would show in court? Well, that might be rather prejudicial, right? But it'll be a reference point, for the DA. The defense would see these images, that sort of thing, and they're going to move to try to get a lot of images excluded. So you'll take it from the left side. You'll also take it from the right side.
What's the legality of getting images? Like, how, as a defense attorney, can you get images of, say, an autopsy that's professionally done excluded?
Oh, I have sat. That's a great question. I've actually sat in a 3-day hearing with images. I think this is a long, long time ago. This is back in the 80s. I had a guy had a triple execution shooting. It was a organized crime group out of Korea that executed a father and his 2 sons. And then the shooter tried to shoot himself and blew off his chin and the tip of his tongue and the tip of his nose, and he survived. He actually went to trial. I was involved in that nutty case. Anyway, I think we had, get this straight, it was close to 1,600, 1,800 images. And defense had filed a motion and saying we had to literally go into court with the judge, and each one of these images was displayed. And it was such a kind of a ticky-tack kind of legal thing. I remember sitting on the stand, is this, they'll ask you, is this image true to the best of your knowledge, right? And I'd have to do the provenance of the image, right? What's the purpose of this image? To demonstrate so-and-so. And then the 2 sides would argue. And it went on, I feel like it went on for 3 days.
But the defense would be arguing like he took it from the wrong angle, and the jury could think like that.
Yeah,
kind of
and
thing.
then they'll talk about stuff like that. And then they'll talk about the graphic nature of it. Because look, if you've got Mom Pa Kettle sitting on the jury.
Mom Pa who?
Kettle. That's an old reference.
Okay.
All right. I'm old.
Gotcha. Steve's an old soul.
I'm an old soul. Yeah, there you go, dude. You know Mom Pa Kettle. Okay, there you go. So anyway, they're used to sitting at home, and about as close to a crime scene as they ever come is the ID channel or Oxygen.
Law and Order.
Right, yeah. Now they're in a courtroom and they're sitting on jury, and you've got blood everywhere. You've got organs that are being demonstrated. You've got traumatized bodies, all these sorts of things. That is going to be incredibly impactful on their psyche.
That's right.
So will it prejudice them? And that's what the defense consistently argues in photography cases, in cases involving images. That's going to come up in this trial. I don't know when it'll be done, but they'll talk about what images will be admitted or allowed. And the reason I think that this is a salient point is because so many people want to see. So many people want to know, and they want to see every jot and tittle of information that is out there. And there'll be certain things that are viewed in court and that won't. Now, whether or not those will be broadcast to the public, probably not. They'll black the screen at that particular time. They've done that in the preliminary hearing. There's certain things that they have not allowed. They have a single camera guy in that proceeding right now, and there's certain things that they block out, when they're discussing them in open court. So if you think that's intense, wait till it gets to the trial.
Yeah. I think so. Going back to the timeline though of like the autopsy, it would appear to me that they could have been done everything to your satisfaction by maybe 8:30, 9, 10 that night, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you also explained to me, because I'd been unfamiliar at the time. I referenced this earlier when I was giving that preamble, but you explained to me that like, do you know how funeral homes work when it's out of state and things like that? And you said it's like an underground railroad, if you will. Like, okay, we're going to do this for you because we're going to be releasing the body to you. So as you understand it, it would have been perfectly normal for a funeral home right there locally in Utah to do the initial embalming to the standards that the Arizona funeral home would have wanted, as far as like what they communicated to them, and then release the body to be able to be put back to Arizona. That's all perfectly kosher.
I'll give you an example. You familiar with FTD, the floral service? FTD.
You tell me about this. Yeah, tell me about this.
Funeral homes are set up the same way, right? So if you go to FTD online and you order flowers for a person, those flowers are not going to come from, it's going to come locally, right? So funeral homes are networked like that. So they have people that they are networked with in one in one state, and they'll go to their
I just got 3 bodies. How about you? Oh, 4. Wow, what a day. Good one.
So you've got this list, and they will contact, and they'll tell them what they want. They'll say, go ahead and do this. As far as embalming or whatever it is. And this conversation that we had, I remember now, it kind of stimulated me to ask this question, because for years and years it's been held that in order for a body to cross the state line, it has to be embalmed. People have stated that for a long, long time, and I can't find any specific law that is a federal law that actually says that. And I think that it's done state to state. So whether or not he was embalmed or not in Utah, I don't know. But
I think he was. We have a video that clearly shows he was. I mean, maybe people out there can correct me, but if you look at the video that Erica Kirk herself released publicly at the time of her over the casket, I mean, he's clearly embalmed, and the body was still in Utah.
Well, there you go. So they prepped his body there. They probably would have done the hair and the makeup, everything that they do. They would have had a suit.
So what's left to do when he gets to Arizona?
Bury him, and they'll handle all of that. There's also There are legal requirements relative to a burial certificate. You have to have a death certificate or a preliminary death certificate that generally flips a switch on a burial certificate in order to get the body buried. All right, and they'll go through whatever procedures they have to go through that are dictated by the local government or the state government, where you can dig a hole, place a crypt in there, and then place a casket inside the crypt in the ground, and or they're going to be in a mausoleum or wherever they're going to be interned.
So at least on this point, everything to this day, from what we know and timing of when it went down, would appear to check out with how they handled it afterwards. And we'll find out how good a job they did, I guess, at trial.
Well, yeah, you very well might. I've never been in a situation where the activities of a funeral home came into play with a homicide, other than I've had funeral directors, God bless them, that have discovered trauma on bodies that turned out to be homicides that we didn't know about, which is kind of from an investigative standpoint, you were not notified about it. It just may have been Mamaw passed away in her sleep, and then they go to prep her body, and Mamaw's got all of these bruises all over her body,
choke marks.
Yeah, exactly. Or, some kind of contusion in the back of the head or whatever it is. They do get involved there. But
can you imagine like you're mid-embalm and you're like, what?
I know.
No, Steve,
yeah,
don't say anything. She's 85. It's not a big deal.
Well, I have had funeral homes where they'll say, stop the process, stop the process. We're going to call the coroner or the medical examiner. So, you have to roll out to, I've been called out to bodies that were just about to be put into the oven for cremation. I know, where you had to do, there was something that they had seen that they picked up on. Now, in a case like this, I don't really see that happen. They would have been very, very thorough relative to their examination right down the line.
All right, here's another question then.
Yep.
And how not normal would this be, even for something high profile like this? Would there be a reason once you're done, you're the medical examiner's office, you just did the autopsy of your life, right? It's 10 o'clock at night and you're like, boss, we left it all on the floor. It's all there. Right. Is there a reason to be like, hey, before we turn over this body, maybe we need to give it another day or something like that, in case, for example, the family wants an independent examiner to come in to do something, or something else comes up and they're like, ooh, maybe we need to check this now because new information has come out. Like, to me, it seems like my priority wouldn't be to make sure the body's ready to be embalmed within 24 hours of the guy being dead. My priority would be, let's make sure we have turned over every rock here. Is that ever a normal priority?
If the medical legal authority, and I'm saying that to say coroners and medical examiners, if the medical legal authority comes into some kind of information, or maybe even the police come into some kind of information relative to this particular event, that's going to change their view of it, let's hold off. Don't release the body. And there are tons of cases out there where you'll see in the news where families are saying, we still haven't gotten the body, literally, where bodies have been held for a protracted period of time. That happens a lot with skeletal remains, those sorts of things. But the fact that they did it within this window is not outside the norm for probably any other homicide case that they're working. And this is where you get into a dangerous area here, because what you're saying is that, okay, you've worked other homicides. Why did you guys decide to go outside your standard practice here? Why this case? You don't do this for everybody else,
right?
And that's the devil's playground relative to lawyers, right? So if you deviate from that normal practice, what is normally accepted practice, you run into trouble.
Yeah, my thought, and again, totally from the outside here, this is your world, it's not mine. If there is one place where I would consider deviating, if this is in fact still a deviation these days, it would be, you mentioned all the photos they take of the autopsy. There's always the argument that, like, the FBI, when they interview someone, they don't have to videotape it, but a detective who's not FBI, a local detective, does. And then you have that video forever. With an autopsy like this, with someone that prominent, I'm not saying for the public to get it or whatever, but just for the sake of knowing you have it, I would think you just video the whole thing so that you can see every little thing that happened in there. Now, that immediately in my head, and I'm sure you'll say this, a devil's advocate is like, then you can have a defense attorney pick apart every single thing that happened in there. But if you're not doing anything wrong and you're doing it by the book and doing it correctly, would there even be anything to pick apart?
Potentially. And not to, we'll get to this eventually, I think, today, but let me just give you State's Exhibit 1A here. Okay. You look at what's happening with the D4VD case, isn't it David?
David, yeah, the singer.
Well, just dropped this week. The medical examiner's office, coroner's office in LA County is under investigation right now because multiple investigators and staff have looked at all of those files. And there is even a hint that they've disseminated some of that stuff to the media.
TMZ and stuff. LA County medical examiner workers probed after leaks in David murder case. Employees are being interviewed over allegations they viewed the medical examiner's investigation files without permission, following media reports that included grisly details from the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. And essentially what's being alleged here is that this underage girl who was like 14, he killed her and left her body in a car in a abandoned.
Yeah, I mean, it goes, and I'd love to dig into this case with you because the nature of it and the way it's been handled, and now with this revelation relative to this, it really
Quick sidebar on this. We'll come back to
yeah,
Charlie
we'll come
Kirk,
back to,
but let's do this real
let's
quick.
go back to Charlie. Yeah, sure. But yeah, so you're talking about documentation and that sort of thing. Who you can trust? Who you can trust with the videography if it's a single person doing it? And one of the things that that you wonder about if the defense has this, what are they going to do with it? And and obviously you have to ask the same question about the prosecution if they're driven by some kind of motivation. But yeah, just from a practical standpoint, they could take it and break it down. Here's one of the problems with using videography, and I came across this actually happening in a case that I covered several years ago with a case that was a homicide that was perpetrated by a cop killing his wife and his child.
And his kid.
Drowned them both in the bathtub. And the police used videography and walked through the house with a camera, and this is an older case, so it was like a handy cam or whatever, and they didn't turn the volume off.
And? When
they got to her body in the bathtub, one of the officers was standing there and made comment about this dead woman's anatomy. And prosecution was not aware of it. And defense got that videotape and they heard it. I'm not going to say what they said. It was ghastly. And, with videography, if you are going to do videography in the morgue, all right, okay, are you just going to see images? Or are you going to have volume and hear all the conversations that are going on in the background? Yeah, boys, go ahead and break out the saw, and put a little bit more pressure here. Let me dissect this out because that's the kind of conversations we're having in there.
Yeah.
Is that what we're going to do? I mean, it's fine.
They can pick it apart. Yeah.
I mean, So point. That's, it's.
God, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, you really are. You really, particularly nowadays, you don't know. And that's why I think to a great extent, I have students, they'll come to me, Professor Morgan, let's go to an autopsy. Can you take us to an autopsy? No, those days are gone. We don't take students to autopsies anymore. It's hard to get students into the door to go see an autopsy. That's why I have my own anatomy lab now. I have cadavers at my university that I do dissections on or prosections on for my students. So that just started last year. And because I can't get people into autopsy suites anymore, period. First off, you can't trust the people that you're bringing into the autopsy suite. And then, when you look at the bodies themselves, what did I say about Charlie Kirk's body? After the medical team is done with his body, that body is the biggest piece of evidence that you have in the case, right? And it has to be treated in a manner in which, it's kind of sacrosanct, I guess, but it has so much value. You're not going to invite anybody into that space anymore.
Right. And it's like, then how did people who become the future of this stuff learn? It's a hard spot to be in and everything, but like you got
I assisted with autopsies down in Macon, Georgia years ago with the state medical examiner in Georgia. And Julian, they were Mercer University, I'll never forget this, they have a medical school. They had so few bodies for their gross anatomy program down there, and they eventually wound up going with, I think they wound up doing digital autopsy stuff where I don't know what status of it is now. I'd have medical students lined up outside the door on a Saturday morning just so that they could see a body, because you have to see the bodies. And we were working, we were doing homicides and those sorts of things from all over the state of Georgia, and they would just want to be in there. They'd handle a mop just to clean up so that they could be around the body. And so from that tree, comes the knowledge, and you have to have this knowledge in order to work in the field, but it is truly a double-edged sword.
Hell yeah. Real quick, I gotta go to the bathroom. We got a lot to talk about the actual scene and the aftermath.
Sure.
So we'll do that when we get All right, we're back. Before I get into it, by the way, every time I look at my knife holder, I think of you because I know you'd be proud of me. It's historically accurate, as far as I know, because I know you've done a lot of work on the autopsy of Julius Caesar. So this is Julius Caesar. But this is like where he got stabbed and everything, like where I put the knives in. Right?
The first autopsy. Documented.
That's right.
And
here it is.
The beauty of this is that his attending physician, you were looking at each other like I'm going to go off on a tangent.
I like a good tangent. I'm just enjoying my Julius Caesar knife holder.
The first autopsy.
The first documented, and they did the autopsy allegedly in Caesar's apartments, and his personal physician did it. And here's the beauty of it. Did you know that the physician constructed a wax 3D model of Caesar's body and put it on a rotating pedestal to demonstrate all of the injuries? And when he showed it to the crowd, he did a public demonstration. They wanted blood because they couldn't see, he was their emperor, right? Mm-hmm. And he was beloved by the citizenry, and they wanted blood after they saw it. And it's the first time, it's demonstrative of what you can do in a public display to try to make people understand what happened in a dynamic event like him being stabbed. One other interesting little point to Caesar's homicide is that his groin was attacked. I think he was stabbed a couple of times in that area. They thought that was like a sign of trying to emasculate him.
Right.
Yeah. Other people have said that he knew that it was going to happen. He wanted it to happen.
He wanted to get killed.
Because he had epilepsy and he saw himself as diminished.
Caesar was the original Gaddafi.
I don't know how you validate that, but I guess I got to get some more knife holders down here then.
There you go. There you go.
So
Yeah.
it's like
I love this though.
If it's a little high up, I don't know if people can see it, but they're like kind of high up right here. But if we put, then it would be accurate.
I got to tell you, I would I envy that. I would like to have
Good.
that.
I'll get you one.
Thank you.
I'll
God
get you one.
bless
I
you.
literally thought about you when I bought it. I'm like, that looks fucking awesome.
That's what you think about. Oh my God.
Well, you're the bodies guy, the death guy.
yeah.
I know you're into that. But that was also one of the coolest openings of an episode ever when you came in here the second time for 170 and 171, where we were talking about Julius Caesar, or
Yep.
we were talking about JFK.
Yep.
And you're like, reminds me of the assassination of Julius Caesar. I got an autopsy for that. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I just see you pouring through like the old like ancient Roman text. Like, oh, yeah,
No,
you
I
got
really.
Gabber
It
45,
was really
wow.
hard. That was one of my favorite episodes of my podcast, and so I love going back and doing the histrionics. I've done Caesar, JFK. I've recently done RFK. I just did Michael Jackson a week ago to go over his autopsy, talk about it. And I've got a few others on the slate. I love going back and doing the history of things. I'm going to do a whole series on the history of forensics as well, like
let's go.
every practice and how it impacts today. And so, because every story, every practice within forensics has an origin story, and it's really pretty fascinating. You know, it's like, what do we need in order to solve this? And so, I'm looking forward to getting into that.
Is there a main character of that origin story? Like a historical main character you think of as like, that's the Godfather?
Well, for me, from a trace evidence standpoint, it's going to be Lacard.
What years did he live?
Well, he was late 19th century into the 20th century. He formed the first known fully functional Edmond Lacard crime scene or crime lab, and it was in Lyon,
I was
France.
gonna say, that's a French ass name.
Yeah, he was called back then. He was called the French Sherlock Holmes. Only he was real. And this principle that he talks about with Lacard's principle of exchange, and it's every contact leaves a trace. So, and it even applies to digital. It applies certainly to DNA. And he came up with this theory a long, long time ago. So just sitting here at this desk, wherever, I'm going to make you guys really aware of yourself right now. My students, I love to do this. So wherever we're sitting right now, where your hands are placed, you're leaving a trace behind at a molecular level. So we're sloughing skin cells.
We're at a Clorox level like Matan did.
Right there. There you go. Whoever sat in the seat prior to me, they have left a trace of themselves behind. All right. Vis-a-vis, they're behind. And now, I'm contacting the surface, and I'm going to take a little bit of them with me. Okay, so you begin to think about that. If you're on public transit, transportation, it opens up. Lacard's exchange principle opens up this entire world. Really, if you're an investigator, really, if you keep it in the forefront of your mind, it makes you a good investigator, and it makes you very thoughtful about what you're going to do when you walk into a crime scene. Because anything you touch, anything you alter, is going to leave a trace behind. So you want to create as little disruption in that environment as you possibly can. So for me, he's the godfather in forensic pathology. Dr. Helton from OCME, the original Mac Daddy of forensic pathology.
Mac Daddy.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a TV show getting
Here we go, baby.
Let's
Let's roll.
about this.
I got a pitch. Dr. Milton Helpern. He was one of the forces behind modern forensic pathology. And
This guy?
there he is, over on the left with the skull. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Fascinating character in himself. And he was something else. And then there's a lot of people that descend. It's interesting because forensic pathology is a small practice. There's less than, I don't know the number exactly now. I'm sure that there are less than 600 board certified forensic pathologists nationwide. There's more neurosurgeons. All right. It's the only forensic practice that you go into the only medical practice that you go into with the more education you get, the less money you're going to make. You wind up becoming a bureaucrat. Isn't that interesting? But anyway, there are these specific kind of family trees. And I got to work, one of the guys that I worked with that was a big influence on me was Dr. Bill Eckert, that descended out of this family tree. I caught him late in his career, worked with him in the morgue. I've met a lot of these old guys. I knew Dr. Weck really well.
Cyril Weck.
Yeah.
He was JFK.
He's the only dissenting voice on the panel with JFK. He felt like that. There's Dr. Eckert there. Worked with him. Dr. Weck, who was in Pittsburgh.
Didn't he just die?
He did. Yeah, we've lost several over the last couple of years. I've talked about him. I think Werner Spitz. Yeah, there's Dr. Weck. God bless him. Very generous man. Very kind.
Yeah, he was when we did the JFK episodes. He was still alive.
Do you know that Dr. Weck was the first person that ever went into the JFK to the school book depository museum in Dallas? He was the first person that went in there with a dissenting view. You can't go into that. The narrative that they paint inside of that museum is all about Lee Harvey Oswald did it. He's the one that, famously back and to the left. You hear that, kind of in the JFK movie with Oliver Stone. He did that demonstration for years and years. Dr. Weck did, and just talking about the nuttiness of, the magic bullet with the R on Spectre and all of that. Sense. Yeah, so we lost Werner Spitz, who another giant. He was on the CBS special. Remember, CBS got sued over the Jean Bonnet case, and it was because of that series. They did like a limited series, and he appeared in that. Dr. Spitz wrote probably the seminal text, him and Dr. Fisher, who was from Baltimore, from the state medical examiners there. It's called Spitz and Fisher Medical Legal Death Investigation. The first edition came out in '66. And
Spitz and Fisher.
Spitz and Fisher, yeah. And it's like, yeah, it does sound like that. Do we cheat them and how?
Yeah, right.
And so, yeah, and we've begun to lose this generation now. You know, they're gone.
Well, we still have you.
No, I'm not a forensic pathologist. Don't want to be one. I've had to work with them for a long, long time. But yeah, so yeah, it's certainly an interesting world, to say the very least.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
We're going back to the Kirk
Let's do
case. Nice little tangent right there. I love your tangents. Don't act like I don't love those things. They're great.
It's not that I don't think you love them.
That's why I do.
It's like I think you're trying to draw me in.
That's all I'm trying
easily
to do.
distracted.
Scott Morgan. We just got distracted with some good stories. But I do think a TV show's in your future writing about one of those guys. That could be really, really
Yeah,
good.
that could be fun.
But with the actual scene of the crime with Charlie Kirk, you know, and obviously, before I say that, some of the points you'll see raised by a lot of people on the internet, obviously like Candace Owens has raised these points and stuff.
Who?
Is that Candace Owens?
Who?
Candace Owens.
Oh.
If you say
Okay.
three times in the mirror, something gonna happen. Is that what
I
you're
don't
getting
know.
at?
Hopefully she won't appear, but go ahead. Beetlejuice,
Well,
Beetlejuice, right?
I know, like, as a death investigator, there's some things obviously that I guess she's done in her case, going through it, that you're like, I don't think that could happen, or things like that. But when you're looking at some of the circumstantial things leading up to his death, where she ties it to different people and looks at like, wow, it is real when I'm dead, or something like that, I do have to say there's some weird shit there for sure. You look at those text messages and things that were going back and forth. You look at all the people that he had stood by as it pertains to that issue, who in the last months of his life he was like, yeah, I don't know about this anymore. Like, we got to stop this war over there. And they're like, no. Then he got money pulled from him. And, you know, now you have like guys like Ben Shapiro, who Charlie's on record, like behind the scenes, he did not like him. He was not a fan of him. You know, Ben Shapiro was on a live stream, I believe, when Charlie Kirk was killed, acting like he was finding out all the information with the rest of us, like us being the world. And then he admitted a few days ago that, I don't know if it's a Freudian slip or whatever, but he was like, yeah, my security team was on the phone with his security team while he was in the car minutes after he was shot. Stuff like this is weird. And so what I try to do, because again, I said at the beginning, this has not been my lane going through every single detail of this case or anything, so I'm not going to sit here and speak from a level of expertise. But what I try to do when I look at very complex things like this is come 30,000 feet out and ask myself, can there be a lot of things true at the same time? And sometimes can some of those things be gross incompetence? Can they be conspiracy or all the above? For sure. But the fact of the matter is, what you go off of is you are looking at what do I see at the scene and what do I see as to how it was handled. So I want to emphasize that to people out there today. What we're not doing is doing a podcast with Joseph Scott Morgan about all the circumstantial things that happened long before September 10th. That's for someone else to do. What we can do is figure out with the investigation at hand, trying to determine exactly who did it, if there were other people involved, things like that. What evidence do we have to go off of? So number one, we talked about this earlier and then we didn't get to what happened after. We just talked about like the actual shot. Once the shot is there and Charlie's body is being worked on.
Yes.
One of the things that's come under scrutiny is like, do they do CPR? Do they not? Would you ever do CPR for someone who had a massive neck wound right there? Would that be kind of counterintuitive?
I think that to a great degree it would be counterintuitive, because what are you doing if you do chest compressions with that?
Blood is pumping.
Yeah, I mean, any chance that he might have. Now you try to stem the bleeding, right? And apply direct pressure without choking him out, and then get him to medical services, because what you've got to do is stop this bleeding. Okay, that's the most critical thing. And how are you going to do that? Well, somebody is going to have to do some kind of surgical intervention in order to get to those vessels. And it's a tough decision that has to be made at that particular time if he goes into cardiac arrest. If you get it stemmed, then how much pressure are you going to apply in order to revive him if he goes under? And what drugs are you going to apply? There's a whole list of these things. And, you know, my suggestion to that is look at the standard procedures that are performed in advanced life-saving, ACLS, that emergency, that paramedics apply to, RNs apply to, the emergency room physicians, people on ICU, and there's a standard process. And you have to factor that in with the level of trauma that you're seeing. So, if you want to say, you need to hop on top of him and start doing chest compressions and, and these sorts of things, knock yourself out. I don't know what good that's going to do at that point in time, because he would have been bleeding profusely if they didn't get that stemmed immediately. This is a kill shot. So I don't know that there's anything that they could have done. Now, whether or not they would have had that recognition at that point in time, I'd be interested to hear and see, and I think this is going to be one of the keys, when you have firsthand accounts of people that were immediately adjacent to him. These individuals will be called as witnesses. So a lot of speculation can maybe dissipate at that point in time. I don't know. People like to have this as a hobby. They'll continue to talk about it. But what did they see at that particular time? Did they detect any kind of pulse at that particular time? What did the blood flow look like that was coming? We saw the initial shot, right? And we saw the blood begin to issue from him. And that was a large volume of blood that was coming from him at that moment in time. And then what was the assessment of the emergency personnel that treated him initially when they first saw him? What were his vitals looking like at that point in time? And what was the emergency assessment that the physician, first hands-on physician, saw at that point in time? We need that data. We need that information in order to make a correct assessment about how he was eventually, in the initial onset, how he was treated then, and how he was triaged when he got to the facility. Okay.
So another question that arose is like, obviously,
one other thing. I'm sorry. Going back to the autopsy. I'd be very interested to see if they could assess the level of blood loss as well.
Right.
That's going to be significant, and sometimes we can assess that at autopsy to a certain degree. A shot to the neck would kind of be difficult. When we go to do blood draws many times, if we have an individual that has what's referred to as having exsanguinated, which is $10 term for bleeding out, we actually have a tough time doing blood draws, and we'll go directly into the heart, into the aorta. We call it a dry aorta. You go in and you draw blood. You can't get any blood, and because they bled out that profusely, and it's hard to measure the volume of blood at a scene, particularly if you're talking about a grassy area where it's absorbed into. Yeah.
It was a lot.
Yeah, it was.
Well, actually, even a quick question. I should have asked this earlier. If the carotid artery and the jugular are hit like that, is there any way you can possibly
cancel Christmas?
Yeah.
Cancel Christmas. Yeah, it's very difficult. I'm covering right now the Courtney Clinny case, which is
Courtney Clinny?
Yeah, and she's a real piece of work. She's an OnlyFans model that had her boyfriend living down in Miami. She claims that she took a kitchen knife, a steak knife, and threw it and hit his subclave, which is a major vessel that runs literally beneath his clavicle. You can actually hear him.
Let's try it out.
Let's don't. Yeah, and she's like some kind of major assassin that took a knife and threw it, hit his subclave vessel. And
those OnlyFans girls, man, they got a lot of talents.
Well, she cray. And so there you go. She's been cooling her heels in jail down in Florida for a while. Anyway, she hit the subclave with this knife. He bled out. What a bloody scene this was. And she's covered in blood when they get there. And it seems like you could hear him on the 911 call, and you can hear his voice kind of fading like this, as he's bleeding out. And unless you had like a team of like a cardiothoracic surgeon there that could open him and close that thing off, there's no hope. Right. So now you're talking about even here where, the brain is the single most vascular organ in the body. It demands the most blood, period. Running right behind the brain is the liver. So, it's demanding so much from you, or it's demanding so much from the blood supply. When that is interrupted, and we don't know what structures were interrupted at this point in time, I'd say it's a major structure because you've got such a volume of blood that appears to be coming out in that initial videography that we saw. Oh, and by the way, that's not the only videography. You had hundreds of people that were there with cameras, and we cannot even begin to fathom the data that they have pulled off of those phones from multiple different angles that the FBI may have taken. Who knows where it is? I don't know. Is that going to pop up in trial? So you'll have multiple perspectives on this thing.
Because we've only had right now, it's like 4 or 5, I want to say, that have been publicly seen, be it iPhone. And then I think eventually there was footage that Candace Owens released that was from the camera behind. I'll get to that in a minute. But to your point, you had whatever it was, 1,000 people.
The world that we live in right now?
Yeah.
I mean, you can just imagine. I mean, everywhere we go, people are videotaping.
Meaning the cops were able to see that and went to the people and got the evidence, and it just has not been released.
Yeah, let me give you another indicator of this, why I know that there's even more videography out there. The university police claimed that they were expecting a crowd of like 600 people. Well, this thing was published. How in the world, because they had very limited, it's campus police. How much can you ask of these people? I put that on his security team as well. We should know better because we know that there's threats out there. We know that there's people that really don't like him. They had thousands of people that showed up.
Yeah.
And if you've got thousands of people that are driving to, I've never been there. Sounds like a lovely place, but you don't wind up here by accident. There's people that are specifically coming to this location to see him. If people are going there to see him, guess what they're doing? They're going to be videotaping. There's people that go and watch the Pope now go by. There's like this image of this little lady standing on the side of the road. Have you ever seen this before? And everybody's got their iPhones out.
And only the lady does.
And the lady's like extending her hand out to the Pope like this. I mean, however you feel about the Pope, but I'm just saying, most people don't live in the moment. They're going to videotape this. And so now you've got all of these lenses on this, and we don't even know how much of the stuff is out there, what they have at this point in time.
Yeah. Well, what we did see in some videos after the fact is the body's been taken out of there, and we also saw the video as well of them like carrying him through the back, which someone said this the other day, but I didn't look into it at all, so I don't remember this detail deep, but maybe we can look it up. Was there an ambulance on site? Because he got taken in the car by the security team, and again, things happen fast. They're acting very quickly, so it's not like, oh, so can we do choice A, choice B, or choice C? But that said, how close would that ambulance have been, and should the people there, whose literal job it would be to, if something happened, jump in, should they have jumped in?
No ambulance.
No ambulance at all. Okay, and again,
even at a high school football game, you have an ambulance.
Yeah, that might you know
what I'm saying?
That might have been what I saw, because I'm remembering that out of the back of my head. It might have been someone saying why wasn't there an on-site ambulance when you have an enormous crowd like that on a college campus?
But they were planning on 600 people.
Or even for 600, you would think a bunch of people gathered. It's like a sports event in a way.
Right. Yeah, for a school that size in particular. You would think that just for the elderly couple that comes out there and grandpa's got diabetes and his sugar drops, or maybe he's got a heart history or grandma's got a heart history, at least you would have some kind of medical staff on site. And I think that's a good question, and that's something that would need to be answered. And I'm sure that maybe depositions or something that have taken place, some kind of interview, that question may have been asked of the security team, and certainly of the campus police, I would think, yeah.
Because you would think, like, if they had been there, again, like if they're there, a couple EMTs and stuff with an ambulance and they didn't jump in, that would be crazy. But you would think it would have been like, oh, well, this is our moment. Like, let's go, pull that thing up. Let's get rid of it.
Can't stand, and again, that goes to whoever's doing the initial assessment. I don't mean this in a medical sense, but whoever's triaging him at that moment, maybe they've got some kind of background where they can assess trauma on some kind of limited amount. They're seeing the amount of blood.
Right.
It's striking. All right. Yeah. And you've got this guy, you just heard the crack of a rifle or report of a firearm. You put two and two together, you see blood springing from this defect. You're not, hey, where's the ambulance? Well,
right.
Somebody call 911. You're not going to do that. You're moving, dude. You're moving. Getting him in there, getting him to the hospital. I'd be curious as well. If you look at like presidential, motorcades, I know it's not the same thing, but most people that run security operations that are like really class acts at what they do, and they have a principle that they're protecting, they know where the closest hospital is, right? They know where to go, what route they're going to take in order to get there. So I would question, or would have to ask, what was his threat level? Did they have snatches of intel that had come into them? Because I got to tell you, if they were really worried about it, they would have put people up on the roof, I would think,
sure.
Looking around. But we've seen about roofs, right?
Yeah, something about roofs, you forget they're there. Maybe they're a little too sloped. Yeah. We forgot about him, huh? Yeah. Don't hear nothing about that no more.
And the empty apartment.
Yeah, case closed. Down doing shots outside D.C. with federal officers, and
it's nutty.
Hey, listen, they shot him. He's dead.
Yeah.
Quote Bill Gates, he's dead. So.
Yeah, can we move on? Can we move on?
Yeah. Can we move on from that? But when you look at the videos that people were taking once the body had been taken out there and they're in the van and a lot of the crowd is dispersed, you see, for example, someone immediately taking down the camera angle behind him. Now, I do try to put myself in the shoes of chaos, in the sense that we all look at this now and we're looking for every little detail because we know what happened. Charlie Kirk was killed. We now know it was some form of like an assassination, someone trying to kill him for his beliefs, however you want to define that. And there was a lot of things going on. And so we can pick apart, with hindsight being 20/20, every single thing.
Yes.
What I try to remember is that people in the moment are in shock. It's not like they showed up that day and they're like, well, he's going to get shot in 30 minutes. Everyone get in your place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so the guy, I forget who it was, but whoever was like removing that camera that was lined up behind Charlie for content purposes, who then took it down and did something with it, he might hypothetically be in a state of shock where he's like, I just moved this in, and not be thinking like, oh, well, that's kind of an important piece of evidence. Or it's like, was he a part of covering up?
Right.
Either question you're asking is a reasonable question to ask.
Yes,
wouldn't you say?
Yes, it certainly is. And that, first off, let's think about this. At that moment in time, was anybody considering scene security? Okay, because people in that crowd, even his security team, probably, I can't get inside their minds, and even the campus cops, they're not thinking about that as a crime scene at that moment in time. You're a lot more thoughtful in that period of time after the chaos has died down, where you're beginning to think, is this in fact a crime scene at that point in time? And then you go back and secure it. Well, it's everything that happens before that's declared that becomes a problem, right? Yes. So to the little police department that's handling this thing, they're trying to manage a crowd. They're running about. They're not thinking about, well, we need to go and secure this point, this point, this point, and this point. That's easy for us to do in hindsight. And, and there are all kinds of questions that have been asked about a multiplicity of cases that are not exactly like this, but have some similarity. What were you thinking at the time? Why did you not do this at that particular time? Or why did you, in fact, do this? Do you realize how bad this looks? I don't know what that guy's purpose was for removing a card or the camera itself, right. Whatever it was he was doing. But here's the beauty of it. I would imagine that that's going to have to be explained. That's why we have court, right? That's why we go to trial. And some people have a particular interest in that. And I don't know that the answers that they'll receive on it to that point will satisfy them, but it really doesn't matter. It matters, does it satisfy the court at this particular time?
Right. Okay. Yeah. What about the fact that he's on this platform area, and the crime occurs, and then, as you say, at some point that day, within whatever it is, 15 minutes, or at some point it's a crime scene?
Yes.
Why are they paving over it and getting rid of the whole place like 4 or 5 days later, or whatever it was? How soon was it? I want to get that right, Dave. How soon was it? But it was very quick.
Okay, my understanding is the institution did this for whatever reason, kind of like the institution had the Idaho house torn down, which I have a major problem with.
You talked about
I've talked about that extensively.
Yeah. But that was like a month later or something,
No, it was much longer than a month later, but it's still, the thing hadn't gone to trial yet.
Agreed.
Okay.
They started paving over it 2 days later?
Started 2 days, yeah.
So you're upset at one that was, I thought it was a month. You're upset at one that was months later.
Yeah.
This one's 2 days later.
Right, and so my question is, what's your rationale for this? And you're looking at if that decision, which I understand, or have an understanding at least, that decision was made by the university to do that. So that would tell me that the police, the investigative agency that was tasked with this, had released the scene. And why would you do that? Well, the only thing I can think of is that this is an open public space. How are you going to secure it? I'm not saying that they should have done it. I'm saying that's the argument that they're going to make. We don't have the ability to secure this area. So, but why so soon? Why so soon? Because the appearance of it, this is one of the biggest things for me. The appearance of it stinks. I mean, it's bad practice. You're telling me that you have completely assessed this area within this short period of time. That's problematic. What could you have done? Well, you could have cordoned off that area, secured it. I don't know. You could have called in any number of security forces that could have come in there, even if they're hired security. It wouldn't be the state police or somebody like. I guess if they wanted to throw resources at it, but maybe they didn't value it. Maybe they felt like they had assessed it at that point in time.
Crazy,
it is
though.
nuts.
I mean, you have to know that this was the largest political assassination in a long time.
Yeah, and one of the problems is that when you're talking about going in and paving an area, there's all kinds of prep work that has to be done for that, right? In order to facilitate constructing this, right? So it's not like you're going down to the local Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, and you're getting pavers and you're just kind of throwing them around and that sort of thing. You're going in if they want it to look nice, which is what I think that they want to do in order to get rid of all the memories. That's what the people in Idaho said. Right. It's too ghastly. We don't want it here. And so they want to put as much distance. You use that term optics, which is a very popular term to use. The optics are really bad here because you're going in and you're disrupting the topography of this, right? Any kind of little nuanced area where you're doing elevations on things, for instance. Elevation is a big deal here because we're talking about trajectory of a round that's fired from a specific static point going down to that location. Now you've altered that. You're not going to be able to go back out there and restructure this thing.
Remember, it's reminded me the first episode we ever did, 146, right after they found Murdoch guilty. And now that's the whole thing. That'd be a side tangent. But like, they took the jury on a field trip to the location and they got to look at everything. Yeah, they did. They're never going to be able to do that.
No, they're not. And I talked about this with Idaho, comparing it to I'm drawing a blank, Parkland High School, where that moron went in and shot all those kids in that building. In Parkland, you know what they did there? They put up a 12-foot high fence and secured it for years. When they went in and they took the jury in there, you know that happened on Valentine's Day. We talked about this?
2018.
Yeah. The pool reporters that were with them said that there were dried up roses and little teddy bears that were laying around. There was still blood everywhere, like old blood, degraded blood that was laying around. The jury walked into that environment and immediately they began to see this.
They were there.
They were there for that moment in time. And even the two press pool guys that were part, you're selected if you're going to be part of the press to go with a jury like that to document the things. They were shaken by it. And look, it's not the same thing. But when you look at the pace that they were moving to, I hate to use the word alter, but it is an alteration. Now, whether or not there's specific intent relative to this alteration, that can be problematic. And it's bubbling up. That's a legitimate question. And it should be asked and should be answered.
Now, Tyler Robinson and all this, we saw the video from far away of, someone that is purported to be him jumping off the building shortly after the shots would have fired out. I haven't seen that video in a while, but wasn't it like he had the broken up gun in his bag or something at the time?
Well, he had it wrapped in a towel. They're saying.
In a towel.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And he jumps. He looks like Spider-Man coming off the front of that building and falls to the ground. And they have videography of him egressing up the stairwell, and he's walking, moving up and moving toward that spot. And he's walking with a noticeable limp, whereas they had videography of him earlier in the day in a different set of clothes, just kind of trucking down the street, with no problems whatsoever. The next scene you see, he's fully clad and he's walking with like a stiff leg. And they are opining that the rifle was stuck down his pants. Now, I don't know.
Is that realistic?
I think that it's because the weapon I've seen that has the scope on it is rather robust. Yeah. Now, there was a screwdriver up there too, that was found up there. I've heard a couple of people say it would have been difficult to break this weapon down in this short amount of time.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people think that.
So I don't know. I don't really understand what configuration it was in, if there was an attempt to break it down. I've heard people say that the screwdriver was utilized to jimmy a lock, perhaps, or to have it in place to try to get access. But I've heard other people say that, you just walk up there. Yeah. It's no problem. One of my questions is, had he ever, at any point in time, been there prior to Kirk's arrival? I want to understand that. Had Twiggs been there, the roommate? His roommate. Had he been up there at any point in time? They're saying he has no knowledge of it. I mean, okay, that's fine. But I want to know how accessible this is.
Did you send Deef those texts, by the way, before? Okay.
I did. I think I did. Didn't I do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. So I want to try to understand that. They're saying that some people have referred to it as a sniper's nest. Some people have called it a sniper pad, which sniper pad is kind of a misnomer because pad implies that you have like a yoga mat to lay on or something like that to make yourself comfortable. They're saying that you can see contact points where for knees and feet, arms, hands, I think they found fingerprints that were up there, shoe prints, these sorts of things. He's wearing a pair of Chuck Taylors, I believe. That's an interesting story if you've never heard that. Converse, Chuck Taylors. You know what the name for those are in police circles?
No idea.
Felony flyers.
Felony flyers?
Yeah. It used to be, the old story was there have been more crimes committed by people wearing those shoes than any other shoe. And the FBI actually had a class on footprint impression stuff revolving around felony flyers. Chuck Taylors, and now they're all the rage. You know, I'll say they're all the rage. Everybody,
they had a big comeback to her.
Yeah, big comeback, a slab of rubber. Most uncomfortable. But, you know, he apparently was wearing these. So, yeah.
Dave's got like 7 pairs of them.
Yeah, my wife does too. I buy her a pair, you know, and in a variety of different colors. I still want to get the ones with the skull and crossbones on mine.
Yeah, you haven't met the Mr. Hyde version of him at night.
Yeah, I'm staying away. Yeah. But yeah, they're very popular. So we're talking about things like impression evidence, putting him in that location that they are saying he was in. He fired from that position. How much pre-planning had gone into this, I think, is something that they're going to explore at trial. And even in the preliminary hearing, we're getting little snatches of that, you know, any kind of prep that may have taken place, because that you don't have to prove in court. You don't have to prove motive. Okay. That's not part of the calculus when you're, you know, it's good to have it, you know, and sometimes it's intimated, you know, in a trial. They want it to be fact-based, and motive can be many times kind of nebulous. It's like people that ask, you know, I hate the question why, because it's why, you know, it's one of those things that we can speculate as to why it was done, but I'm more interested in how. How was it pulled off? What was he purposed in all this from a physical science standpoint? Okay.
Actually, if you don't mind, I want to stop for 1 second because there's someone I want to call on a couple details and just get his thoughts, and maybe if I can get him on, we can throw him on FaceTime real quick just to go over a couple of points. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. I got my boy Clint Russell on here. You remember him? He was on the show a couple months ago. Joseph Clint.
Hey, Clint.
Okay, so Clint has been all over this case, like from the beginning, going through it from the whole build up to it, to the actual case itself and some of the investigative issues that have been raised publicly. And Joseph, you and I have obviously now been talking about this for a couple hours, and there are some, obviously you would agree, there's a lot of optics issues with how they've talked about this publicly, and it was the biggest political assassination in a long time. And I think the public has every right to be very upset at how things have been handled by people in and around the case. But Clint, can you just lay out for us, you know, you have the floor here, your 3, 4, or 5 biggest issues with the actual investigation itself that you think are completely unanswered questions right now, and then we'll have Joseph respond to some of that.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for taking my questions, Joseph.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, I've got way more than three or five, but I'll give you kind of the primary concerns that I have. I think first and foremost, what has really bothered people is the crime scene itself. The stage, or the ground beneath Charlie that was within 5 days was to the tune of 10 inches of soil was excavated, removed, and then immediately paved. That job was completed in Utah on a Sunday. The Sunday after the assassination, the highest profile political assassination of our lifetimes. People are really disturbed by that, including myself. And this is the other thing that you may not be aware of. But according to one of the, I don't know if he was the actual contractor or one of the employees of the contractor, but he went on a podcast and he talked about this came from the governor of Utah and the FBI to get it done, and I quote, quickly and quietly. So given your experience, I would like to know why in God's name the governor of Utah and the FBI would be instructing them to, in my opinion, destroy a crime scene in less than a week. So that's number one. So if you can give me some... Yeah,
Clint Deep is writing these down as well so that when you're off, Joseph's going to go through them one by one. So keep going.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, number 2. I'm not sure where to start. I would say I've had a really hard time understanding the nature of Tyler Robinson getting the rifle to the rooftop by which he took that shot. If you've looked at all of the surveillance footage, it is very hard to imagine a Mauser 98 is in his pant leg / in his backpack / under his shirt. Now, to be clear, I have seen the video from the preliminary trial where he's limping, seemingly. I still find it very hard to believe that there is a rifle stock that is in those pants. They seem to be very skinny pants. So if you have any opinion as to how he actually got that rifle up there. Additionally, if the rifle was broken down, I'm very disturbed by how you would do so, put it all back together with a screwdriver within, I believe he had a 4-minute window before he goes prone and he takes a shot without re-zeroing the rifle and making sure it's actually, you know, targeted in or sighted in from 140 yards out. That seems a little unrealistic to me. So I'd like your feedback on that. Also, the woman who lived across the street, who's, you know, there's reports that Tyler Robinson went back to UVU. Very bizarre story. I don't know if you're familiar with this, so this would actually be interesting for you to unpack. But Tyler leaves, drives away 3 or 4 hours, gets a monster steak dinner after having Dairy Queen, so he eats 2 massive meals within a few hours, and then he drives back to UVU at midnight, most of us assume that it was probably because he was trying to recover the rifle, assuming that he had dumped it. But the woman across the street who has the Ring camera, which allegedly catches Tyler Robinson exiting that vehicle, said that she believed that a bald man was driving that car, and that car had 4 people in it. Tyler Robinson allegedly worked alone. So if that's true, we've got a real problem on our hands, because why the hell were 3 other people with Tyler Robinson? And then I've got about 50 others. I'll go with, I don't know, why did he allegedly meet with a TPUSA representative around 11 a.m. the morning of the attack? That seems extraordinarily bizarre. And also, why did TPUSA withhold that information from us, given that Blake Neff has now acknowledged that, or he hasn't said it explicitly, but he implied that he was aware that Tyler Robinson had met with TPUSA employees a few hours before the attack. I think that's worth unpacking.
Clint, did you also, just to add one in there, did you also have questions around timing or content of the text messages with Tyler and his lover?
I haven't really had as many problems with the nature of the messages. People saying it's too Shakespearean or whatever. It's like, people are weird, so maybe he's just a weird young guy.
Yeah.
But I do have a problem with the conveyance of that information to the court. I don't understand why we're looking at photos of screenshots of text messages. I also don't understand why the Discord chat, why Discord said that Tyler Robinson was not using their platform. So maybe you could unpack that. That would be really helpful, because that's like probably the most damning confession. Because he's like, hey guys, it's me. I did it.
Right.
If he actually sent that, you can prove it through, I don't know, IP or whatever. That would be very damning. But the fact that Discord allegedly says he didn't do it, he didn't use it. I think that has to be proven in a much more valid way than photos of screens of him saying that. I think it's just the way they're conveying his confessions and his messages come across very unusual to me. So I would love to hear your explanation as to why are they doing it this way, as opposed to, I don't know, pinging Discord, getting them to prove out, here's what was said, here's when it was said, here's where it came from, here's who we think that login belonged to. Like, that seems like the much more normal way of actually taking a man's life or putting him behind bars for the rest of his life if he's in fact guilty. So,
all right. Excellent stuff. Thanks so much for hopping on like that short notice, Clint. But we're going to go through all that now, and I'll let you know this is coming out in a couple days.
Good to meet you, Clint.
Have fun on Twitter.
Thanks, guys.
See you, bro. Clint's awesome. He's a funny guy, but he's also like, he's in this stuff. Like, he's looking at it all the time. So there was like 5 there, right, Deef? You got them all?
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with the point, because this is actually perfect, because you and I just covered the paving over, but he added in a point that I don't even think I was aware of that. The governor and FBI, is that what he said?
Yeah, so I saw it when I was doing the Google search before. I just didn't look at it yet, but I guess an employee of the contractor that was hired for this job went on some sort of podcast and said that the state government and the FBI told them to make it a quick and quiet job.
Is that odd?
It would be very odd if you can validate that.
Right.
What does the contractor say about it? Because I think that's who you would really try to dig down into. This thing has got such a high profile at this point in time. This guy's saying that he worked for the contractor. So how does he have knowledge of this, and from what font does this spring? Okay, all right. So I think that would be one of my big questions. Now, going back to what Clint had said about the paving, the fact that they would have removed that much dirt, which I had heard, because there has to be kind of an underpinning. This is going to disrupt the topography, as I previously stated, relative to elevations and everything, and how you go back out and reconstruct a crime scene. Now, for all I know, they took every resource that they possibly had, both with the state police, in Utah, and with the FBI, with their ERT, their evidence response team, that shows up at the request of the locals that would have come in, and they would have applied their technology to it. Maybe they felt comfortable enough with their assessments out there. But I still, with the information they had gleaned, but I cannot understand for the life of me, what was the rush? I mean, literally, what was the rush in order to get this done? And we're not talking, again, I go back, you're not going down to the hardware store and buying pavers and throwing them out there. Yeah. You're altering the landscape of this moment in time, which let's face it, I'll put it to you this way. Decades from now, there will probably still be people that will go back and visit that spot for whatever their interest is, to have a photo made, or to weep at it, or do whatever it is that people choose to do. This is going to be something that will be memorialized publicly. And it ain't nothing like it looked at that particular time, okay? Because it's been completely altered forever and ever. Amen.
This actually just made me think of another, before we go to Clint's second point, another thing I've been thinking about earlier, I forgot to ask you about, is as we ended up finding out once they arrested Tyler Robinson, this is somebody who lived in Utah, drove from a place in Utah to another place in Utah to commit a crime in Utah, and that is why it is a state case now and is in state court and handled by state detectives, because it's their jurisdiction. However, right when the crime happened, the FBI came in and was like handling everything.
Yep.
For a manhunt like that, would you say that is standard or not?
first off, the FBI has to be invited in. Okay, think of them as a vampire.
As a vampire.
Yeah,
Man,
you got to
really
invite them
like
into your house, right? So, all due respect. And
Yeah, what did they do to you?
nothing. Well, I've worked a lot of cases with them over the years. It's one of those organizations where a lot of information goes in and nothing comes back out.
Right.
Okay. So, I mean, they do a great job in the things that they do. But they could also justify them being there because they view this as a terroristic act. All right. This is a threat perhaps to Homeland Security. I don't mean the agency. I'm literally talking about Homeland Security, such a high-profile individual. That could be a motivation. There would have been a specific request that was put into the feds. We need you here. And they will oblige you. They will show up. Remember, I talked about ERT. There's probably an ERT in Salt Lake City, okay, which these people, many of these people that are on these teams are graduate-level forensic scientists. They're also FBI agents, and they come out and specifically work these highly complex scenes, and they bring all the bells and whistles with them. They have things at their disposal that the local constabulary does not, even at a state level, because they can bring force to bear that you cannot even begin to fathom, whether it's digital technology, satellite technology, just boots on the ground, the latest cutting edge stuff that they can bring to bear there. And they work really well in high profile environments that are very dynamic and changing because that's what they do. They're called in to do these sorts of things. So if you've got, no disrespect to the Utah State Police, they're a fine organization and they have their own crime scene people. But when you come into a situation like this that is so massive, massive in the sense of how it's kind of impacting the national conversation, this sort of thing, you defer to them. And isn't it interesting? You never hear about people with the FBI making comment on anything. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
So, because they don't do that, they work at their own pace. So let's say that they come in involved in a case, right? You ask them to take the lead. Guess what? Automatically, you lock down information because they're processing it, and as they process it, they hold on to it. They hold on to that data, and they don't have press conferences. They're not like the local sheriff that.
No, Cash Patel does.
Well, yeah, he does. But what I'm saying is traditionally, the everyday FBI SAC, all right, the senior agent in charge, they're not going to call a presser, okay, and come out and. Patel has made comments in public, whatever his motivation is, for making those said comments. I have no idea. All right.
I don't know if he does either.
I was wondering, was he working the case? No, he wasn't.
Listen,
he wasn't. He's a bureaucrat. He's a bureaucrat.
Yeah,
so
I think that's
he's
fair to
political.
say.
He is a political animal, right? Ministry of silly walks. So anyway, he is he's out there doing his thing, but you don't see the FBI making comments. So once you open that door to the FBI and they take the lead on things, mute. It goes dead silent because they are actually controlling everything at that point in time. They're going to control the narrative. They're going to control what is released and what is not going to be released. Yeah.
But they did give it back though once gave the state the lead on it once.
Yeah, but there are certain conditions that you have to adhere to. If you're going to dance with them, there are conditions that you have to adhere to relative to the way they do things and they handle things. Now, we've heard some of the stuff that's come out in the preliminary hearings, talking about how certain evidence was routed toward them, toward the ATF, and on a variety of different platforms relative to what was collected and who is handling it. But I don't think you're going to hear anything, say for instance, relative to data about how the ERT actually processed the scene out there. You see, I don't think that's going to happen. They're going to play it very close to the vest, and all shall be revealed at trial because you will have.
Better be.
You're going to have FBI agents that are going to be subpoenaed. They're going to give statements. They're going to give testimony. They're going to be asked very specific questions. You're going to have their not just the boots on the ground crime scene folks. You're also going to have their digital people. They're going to be there too, and they're going to want. There's going to be specific information that they will have that will try to fill in the blanks, if you will, relative to in just about any area of evidentiary collection, security, and assessment.
Got it. All right, Dave, what was the second thing Clint had there?
Understanding the nature of how Tyler Robinson could have gotten the rifle onto the roof and just the logistics of all of that.
And he said something about 4 minutes, right?
Yeah, 4 minutes and not even zeroing the sights or anything like that.
You see an issue with that timeline?
Yeah, if he broke it down, I'd see a serious, because everybody I've talked to has said that this is not the easiest weapon in the world to break down.
Right.
Was it actually broken down? Well, when we see that image of...
Sorry, we lost Joseph's mic for 1 second, so just from the top of what Dave was making the point on.
Yeah, this Mauser is a rather robust weapon. I can, in fact, see why people would have trouble grasping the idea that he is walking stiff-legged up that stairwell with that weapon in his pants. And again, you see him being stiff-legged. You don't really see the outline of the weapon, and you don't know how far up it extends. I think one of the most prohibitive things about that weapon is the size of this freaking scope that's on the thing. It's very robust. And, I'd wondered early on, and this is one of the reasons I'd asked those questions, had he been there before? Because I was thinking, at any point in time, did they ever get any indication that he had been up to that area? Would he have run the risk of taking a weapon and pre-planting it up there and having it there for his availability? So I think that it's a legitimate question to ask because that weapon is, in fact, so large.
Yep. All right, what we have for number 3, Dave?
Next one being talking about the witness, the woman across the street with the ring cam. So he brought up how Tyler Robinson, there's reports he went back at midnight, and that woman claims that she saw a bald man driving the vehicle with 3 others in there, so making a total of 4.
Yeah, I've seen the CCTV, I think, of that image where he stops and there's a cop in the road.
Yep.
And the cop actually thought it was suspicious because he goes back, he gets a partial license plate. And that's kind of what turned the case, I think, where they were able to come back to that car and the car had, I think it was registered to Robinson and his mom, if I'm not mistaken. I've had questions about the car as well. What's the status of the car? Where is the car? And if there were people in that vehicle, guess what you could do? It goes back to Lecart's principle. If there were 3 other people in that car and law enforcement secured that car, guess what I would urge anyone to do? I would go in there and I would sweep that car for DNA.
Yeah.
And because you talk about deposition of biological material, the thing's a Challenger or Charger or some kind of whatever the 2-door version of the Dodge vehicle is. I think they're discontinued. Realize how small that back seat is. So if you're saying that there are 3 plus 1, right? So you got the driver, you got the other people. Everywhere in that vehicle,
Gosh, John.
they're in the back seat. You got 2 people that would be in that back seat. It's like this.
That, yeah.
They're touching. You're also touching all of the surfaces in there. The person that's that would have been seated in the front passenger seat, they're leaning. Center console, they're leaning on the armrest. You're worried. You're perspiring. You're sweating. You're going to leave DNA in that space. So it's a legitimate question. If they have the vehicle, how was it processed? Because that damn vehicle should have been processed. I hope it was thoroughly processed because I would be looking for things in there like, rounds, live rounds, spent rounds. I'm going to be looking for any kind of biological sample that might be in there, whether it be blood. I want to know if there was anything going on in the back seat at any point in time. I don't care what kind of medium it comes from, whether it's blood, semen, feces, saliva. I don't care. If it's back there, they should sample the entire area and say, okay, these are the profiles that we have. These are male profiles. And then if they really want to pursue this any further, they could do forensic genetic genealogy and find out specifically who these individuals are.
Good breaking. All right, what else we got, Dave?
Why did he allegedly meet with the TP USA rep around 11 a.m. the morning of the attack, and why would they withhold that information?
I can't really. That's kind of beyond my scope. I was just kind of taking a stab at it. I would say to put up a front, to validate his existence for being there, or maybe trying to check out positions or whatever it is. I have no idea. They're saying that he did in fact meet. I would assume that whoever those reps were from Turning Point that were there, they have probably been interviewed. I'd like to know what that conversation consisted of. What was his demeanor, his affect like? As they were talking to him, what questions had come up? Was there any kind of statement that was made? And that should also be on the record too, and it's something that would be examined in court.
Yeah, and you always have to remember if you're dealing with, if this is in fact like Tyler Robinson worked alone or was like a deranged shooter, you're dealing with someone who's mentally not like you and I. They're unwell. Their brain processes differently for all the wrong reasons in this case. So it's hard to say like, well, if I were this, I would definitely be worried about being caught, or I would have definitely, if I wanted to do this, maybe I would have for sure killed myself afterwards, and that would have been the whole point. You don't know that.
No, you don't.
Like his brain's operating differently. I don't know if I've said this publicly before, but I did speak to someone the day after he was apprehended. So he was apprehended, I want to say Thursday night, late Thursday night. Friday morning, Trump went on Fox News and said, we got him. I believe that was the timeline. We can double check that, Dave. And I remember on that Saturday, I was on the phone with someone who, and I did not see this for myself, but they had allegedly, they had seen a picture of him from around the time of the apprehension. And this person described him as having a complete, and this is a person who would be able to describe this quite well based on their life experience, had a complete 1,000-yard stare, like a 2,000-yard stare.
Yeah.
And he described other people that he saw in the image, I'll leave it at that, as not having that and being very distraught. And that always stuck with me because it's like, we're living in a crazy world now where we don't know what to believe anymore. We don't know if what we see is even what it is. We have all this AI floating out there. We have the world in chaos all the time. We have more access at the click of a button to see things. And we've also seen the craziest things that would have previously been like, well, that's a conspiracy theorist wet dream that can never be true, actually turn out to have some truth to them. What I try to be careful with is then not just suddenly recorrect on the other side and therefore make every single goddamn thing be like, well, it must automatically be the opposite of what they told us. Like, I feel like that's how the powers that be win if we do that. So I always try to be very careful with that. But sometimes I look at this, and this is going beyond your scope as a death investigator here, but I look at this and I wonder, like, call me crazy, call me total tinfoil hat, but could this be like an MK Ultra situation? Like where he's just, brain zapped and just, well, must kill.
I know.
And like, does your mind just on a spec level, when you go outside of looking at the facts, do you ever just go, fuck, man, this world's so crazy? Maybe.
After I read Chaos, it made me question a lot of things in this world. Tom, right? Tom.
Tom what's his last name? Tom
Neil, is it Neil?
Tom O'Neill.
Tom O'Neill. Yeah. Holy smokes. Yeah, that had me twisted. Every
Great
which,
book.
Fantastic read. Oh my! And you talk about dense. Yeah. In my world, the world that I previously inhabited, and now that I teach, it's an interesting thing. I think that a lot of people think that in forensics and death investigation, it's like being in a Scooby-Doo episode. Mr. Chalmers, and they rip the mask off, and there's some kind of dark entity. Most of the time, you've got really, really troubled people that commit these acts. There is, in my experience, and I'm chief among sinners here. I can be the biggest idiot in the room. Okay, but I've never walked into a scene and think, wow, this has got Illuminati written all over it. I try to look at the science of it and try to explain again the what and the how, and try to stay away from all of the other peripheral static that's out there, because my Lord, there's enough of it. I don't see how you stay sane. I really don't, my friend.
It's
we've been doing this. We've known each other a long time now, and I know those worlds, that you move around in, and it's really hard to understand. And that's a big problem. I think that we're going to encounter more and more in forensics and crime scene investigation. Is the old adage, the old commercial about is it real or is it Memorex? And most of the audience is too young to remember Memorex, but what do my lying eyes tell me? Right. And can I go back to the science? It's kind of like the DNA in the car. That's got to be our baseline. As much as AI is advancing with everything and how we can be kind of virtually fooled, concurrently, you've got this rise of DNA technology as well. And it's very damning, and it is rooted in reality, numerical reality. And it's really, really difficult to escape that. It's kind of this interesting little seesaw effect that we have right now.
Yeah, what was that? I had that tweet, Deef. I think I texted it to you. I have it right here. So they presented this, that I guess at the preliminary hearing, that the DNA on the screwdriver that you referenced, the government has presented it at 30 quintillion to 1 of a probability.
How many zeros does that do?
It's a lot. It's a lot. that it's Robinson's. There's DNA on the rifle at 1.7 octillion to 1. Is this your friends, by the way, doing this?
No, that's coming from the FBI.
Yeah, this wouldn't be that. Okay. He told his, and then it talks about like some of the other circumstantial evidence that's damning. He told his family, referring to Robinson, that he did it. His parents helped him surrender. He texted his roommate, I'm sorry. He engraved "Hey Fascist Catch" on the ammunition a month before he used it. But like focusing on the hard evidence right there, like the DNA, when you're presenting stuff like that, I do think for me that any idea that like footage has changed or you're not seeing what they're showing you, you're seeing, it's like, well, unless they can find a way to completely lie about that in court and get away with it, which I guess isn't impossible. It's like, it would appear he was there. It would appear he was 140 meters away. It would appear that's who we saw in the video. It would appear he at least was involved in a weapon that was firing the shot. Now, if there's more to the story beyond that as to how he got there, who put him there, what caused him to get there, okay, cool. I unfortunately got to be open to that these days. As you referenced, I've covered some stories that are so...
I hope that you are.
Yeah, I mean,
I truly do.
I cover some things that are so mind-blowing that it's like you have to now ask questions like that. But it would appear that like the basics of him being around and involved are pretty clear, unless something massive changes. Pretty clear.
Yeah, we're and I guess because I know the question of DNA planting has come up. How do you acquire his DNA in order to plant it in specific areas in this specific dynamic? Who was facilitating that? And then if you follow that logic,
Israel took out Lindsey Graham because he was just...
That begins to expand the universe that you're talking about. You can go down all kinds of rabbit holes with that. Is that even, and why him? Out of everybody else in this world, why him? Why is it that they would collect his DNA and place it on all of these various surfaces that he's been in contact with, and also place it on some of the items of his person that he's involved in an intimate relationship with?
It's a lot of...
Yeah, and that's why mathematically, it's the numbers. And my friends that are DNA scientists, when I speak to these people, it's like they live in a world that few can actually imagine. Right. They're working in these laboratories, and what person that would go out and do all of this work to achieve those levels would stick their neck out over this guy? And that's
the thing. You have to look at this and be like, how many? If you're going to look at it and be like, how many things have to line up for the worst case of like this is far deeper than we ever thought to line up to be true? How many have to line up for your end? I'm saying this a little wrong right now, but like how much on the conspiracy end has to line up for all that to be true as well? It has to. You have to ask the question both ways, which means maybe a little bit of both is true. I don't know. I'm not the expert, but like, I can feel that this year because of all the other bullshit unrelated to this that we've seen just happen this year. Yeah. And you're referring to it, but like, Deef and I investigate the Epstein files like crazy. I've investigated it for years. What we saw in the latest tranche that came out in January was beyond my wildest dreams of how bad this could get, though. And there are things that are just so blatantly insane that now you're like, is anything I see real? But again, that's where I pull myself back and I'm like, okay, what am I getting here? What is rooted in math? What is rooted in fact? What is rooted in footage that's at least not digitally altered that we can see? And let's go from there. And if the truth ends up being somewhere in the middle, I don't know if the word's great, but like, all right, cool, fine. But like, I don't want to sit here and suddenly be like, it is definitely this or definitely that. I will say like this smells or that smells or that smells. And there's a lot of that here, to be clear. But it's helpful to have someone like you that's like going through just the step-by-step of the death investigation itself.
Yeah, I find it fascinating. Particularly, you know, we think about, you know, when you talk about major crimes and all these sorts of things, when you take it from Hollywood's perspective and you think that these things only occur in some large town somewhere, you know, I love training rural investigators, and one of the reasons is a case like this. You know, who would have thought that in this little area of the country that something that is so, you feel the ground shift beneath your feet could happen there, or in Moscow, Idaho. You know, how'd you know that was going to happen? You know, where you feel the ground kind of shift. Certainly, and many people have not necessarily been following the cases. You think about the Petito thing with Brian Laundrie, and you know, and that was one of those moments where, you know, you felt, at least in our world, the ground kind of shifted. And those are things that are done in these small, isolated areas. Anything can happen anywhere. It's not just going to be in some kind of major crime-infested city. And you have to be prepared for that. Dollars to donuts, man. They woke up that morning. They knew he was coming to town. You think those cops at that little school, you know, said, yeah, we're going to have this thing that's going to happen here that is far going to exceed the impact of him speaking here. It's going to be something that's going to put the microscope on us for years and years and years to come. Nobody expected that. You know, you don't, you know, you don't anticipate that anything, you know, the little town up in Scotland, I can't remember the name of it, when that, was it the Pan Am flight that just came raining down on that little town up there all those years ago and devastated the town, killed people on the ground? That was a terrorist bombing. They woke up that morning. They were going to the pub in the evening, you know, just hanging out. They didn't know that was going to be kind of this moment, you know, that was going to happen. It can happen in places of isolation.
Hell yeah. What was the last thing? I think there was one more thing, Steve.
Discord.
He's bringing up the Discord stuff.
Yeah. I won't be able to answer this, I don't think, to his satisfaction or anybody's satisfaction relative to that. But what I will say is that going back to the electronic or digital forensics, that the powers that be that are investigators in that area, that you're going to see this kind of completely laid out by, I would imagine it'll be somebody from the FBI that will have gotten access to a lot of these conversations, and whether or not they're going to be able to fill in the blanks or not, and whatever the people with Discord are saying, they're going to try to explain that in some way. The prosecution will. They'll try to explain it in some way, but will it pass the sniff test at the end of the day? What kind of electronic breadcrumbs were actually left behind in all of their communications that day and leading up to that day and then afterwards? I don't know, but I can tell you the people in digital forensics will be all over this, and they're going to try to tell that story.
Yeah. And I wonder if Discord had denied all this and then it comes out that that's not the case and it was in fact all over that and it's provable, I wonder what the civil at least
this whole thing still
are.
remains a fantastic mystery if you're trying to figure out a puzzle and you don't have all of the pieces yet, because that's what people are trying to do, and it's really easy to insert yourself in it. It'd be really easy for me to just absolutely positively say that this is the way it is. I don't have that data. No one actually has that data outside of the prosecutor and the defense at this point in time. Probably there's stuff that multiple investigators have been working on this from different perspectives, dependent upon their area of expertise. Some of the people involved in certain areas that involve specifically their expertise are not going to be aware of what other things were going on, and that's the job of the prosecutor, is to take those little tiles and create this huge mosaic in court. The defense is going to try to pull down foundationally that whole thing and implant reasonable doubt into that to make that structure collapse, kind of like Cousin Benny. Right?
Yeah, a little bit. Everything that guy just said, bullshit. That's right. That's my lawyer right there.
There you go.
Anyway, that movie. I think I saw that when I was like 12. I never wanted to be an attorney, to be clear, but I was certain after seeing that movie I didn't want to be an attorney because I'd be held in contempt every goddamn day.
And then you got to face Fred Gwynn.
Yeah.
Great job you did.
But it's like you get a judge up there. They're wearing the black suit or whatever, and then suddenly they say something that you think is bullshit. You see me do this show. I'm like I think that's bullshit. And then they don't like that when you don't
look lawyerly.
That's it. I definitely don't look lawyerly. But you were also telling me before when we were talking that you've been paying very close attention to the Lance Twiggs early, I guess, like testimony here happening in the hearing, and Lance Twiggs is the alleged. Is he back to being a guy now? Is that what it is? But he was trans or something? I don't know. But
I have no idea.
But whatever's going on there,
I need a playbill to kind of keep up.
Yeah.
By kind of morsing and out of things. I have no idea.
But like he and Tyler Robinson were like an item. That's what's being reported and everything. But what has been most interesting about the early testimony you've gotten here from him?
Trying to understand the dynamic of that relationship, how long they'd been involved, they occupied the space in the townhouse together, what was said, what wasn't said. I found it kind of interesting, in the prelim stuff that we heard yesterday. They showed the videography of Twiggs, and he's dressed in a suit. He's wearing a tie.
Yeah.
When they're deposing him there. I think that was back in April when they were interviewing. Yeah. So when you're listening to him, and his his testimony didn't really reveal a lot. It was more of the investigator that was kind of interpreting the stuff. They had him up on the stand. I found it very interesting how it seemed as though that Twiggs rolled over on Robinson, essentially. Kind of, like he's, he kind of put the cherry on top of the sundae, with the whole thing, trying to understand the dynamic, what was this relationship like? Not that it necessarily matters, but I think that you can, if people are into the motivation behind things, they'd ask him questions. Had he, let's see, what was it? Had he ever said anything derogatory, or had he ever commented about being pro LGBTQ at any point in time? And I think that Twiggs had said in the interview, we didn't talk about politics. We didn't talk about that sort of thing at all. Really?
That's interesting.
That's fascinating. Yeah. You're dressed as a bunny rabbit. This is your identity. And you don't, or whatever facsimile that was. And you don't have conversations about the current zeitgeist in culture that you're right in the middle of. I don't.
But then he kills allegedly someone who was at the forefront of those cultural conversations.
Yeah, so I don't understand that. I want to understand the measurement of it. It's going to be interesting if they put Twiggs on the stand, though. I think that's going to be in court. If they
Why
compel
wouldn't
him.
they put him on the stand?
Well, I think that they're going to because they've given him limited immunity.
Limited,
yes. So if he says or does anything that could lead back to him relative to planning or anything like that, they're going to say, we're going to hold you partially responsible, perhaps. So, yeah, I'd have to have that more specifically defined for me, I think, relative to limited immunity.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Now, what are you, just out of this preliminary hearing portion, though, that obviously is important for the public because we're getting some previously unseen view into this. What are you most, at the end of the 5 days worth of hearing, what are you most looking to have cleared up, or have those things already been cleared up for you?
Well, selfishly, comes down to the medical legal aspect. The medical examiner appears on the list as one of the individuals that's supposed to be there. I had that list. I should have sent it to you guys, but you might have it. I don't know what the order of appearances were going to be and the evidentiary concerns and that sort of thing. I'm interested about the dynamics of that round. I want to know to what degree was it intact anatomically? Where was it discovered? What was the nature of the track and the trajectory? That's really, for me personally, I want to understand that. I want to know what the assessment of the back of the neck was like. What did they find back there? Was there any even partial defect where maybe a fragment? Because I've had that happen before, where the main body of the round will stay within the anatomical structure, but you can have these little satellite defects that appear externally and will create a little exit wound. But it's not representative of the totality of the projectile itself. Right. I want to understand that. I want to understand the dynamics of that. Because I've heard, I think there was something about a camera at some point in time that some person's holding a camera, and there have been people that have been saying that there was a round that was fired, from some kind of hidden firearm contained within a camera. One other thing that was kind of interesting that the responding officer, did you hear about the pistol holster that was found on the ground that he noticed on the ground and it wasn't collected? And he talked about this in the preliminary hearing.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it's interesting in the sense that because that was not secured and collected, that'll always be a question, right? Because now you've got a fragmented round, right? You dig what I'm saying? So, who would leave a pistol holster, laying on the ground? What a random thing to find.
Again, you got weird, like the George Zinn guy being there, and then he finally goes down. He's been arrested over the years for so many different things, but now they find CP on his stuff, and he goes to prison for that, as he should, by the way, obviously. But a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah,
and you wonder if a kid like Tyler Robinson, whatever forced him to do it himself, whatever, he really did want to kill Charlie Kirk and he went up there, but then he never, it was like, maybe he's not the one, maybe the shot comes from somewhere else. I only ask this because, you look at the Kennedy assassination, these other ones where there's diversions, right? Lee Harvey Oswald, I think it's pretty clear, was up there in the repository. I think Lee Harvey Oswald probably fired a shot too. But we know there was more there as well. Are people used as a patsy diversionary tactic because they're motivated to want to do the same thing, but you need to make sure it's carried out clean? Do you think there's any possibility that something like that could have happened and there could have been a shot, he was actually shot, but it was shot from somewhere else and Robinson didn't actually get to fire the fatal shot?
That's why the trajectory rods are so important, because you have an individual that is allegedly firing from an elevated position, significantly elevated, that is a very specific trajectory signature that's going to be left behind. And the beauty of this is that they're going to, one of the things that you will see in court here, we haven't really talked about this, they will do a complete and total digital reconstruction of this scene. And it will, if this goes to trial, if he doesn't plead, if it goes to trial, that will be displayed in the courtroom. And you'll see the dynamicism of this from these, and it will be from different perspectives. They have, there's a camera system that is utilized at crime scenes now that takes thousands of images spins like this. It's got multiple little mirrors and it's capturing images from all different perspectives. And they can take all of that data and plug it in. And I'm not going to say it's like the holodeck, Star Trek Next Generation, where that show was. However, it will transport that moment in time, it'll transport the people in the court to that location. Depending on how well it's done, the FBI does this regularly. That'll be displayed. So in answer to your question, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go far afield with that, but that's why determining trajectory, going back to the body, what do we say? The corpus delicti, right? The center of the case. That body, Charles Kirk's body, is going to be the centerpiece to all of this. Where was he positioned at the time of the shot? We kind of know that from the videography, if we believe our lying eyes, right? And then what did they find at autopsy relative to the trajectory of this round? And one other thing I think that I'd like to know is how many other forensic pathologists came into that suite to speak to who is the prosector? Did they have a bunch of eyes on this? I know I'm kind of going back a little bit here, but the beauty of having a state medical examiner's office with a staff of board certified forensic pathologists that all come from different areas of their training and have different expertise, I can imagine that there was probably more than one forensic pathologist in that suite. And the guy that is the prosector, who is the primary guy doing the autopsy, he's going to say, what do you think about this? How's this look to you? That sort of thing. Sometimes you can get in trouble with that because those people are subject to be subpoenaed as well. And you don't want them having differing opinions, but it happens. They'll come into the suite and they'll talk. So be interested to see what their perspective is.
It is going to be interesting to see it play out. You and I were talking before, there were some other huge cases we were probably going to dig into today.
Sure.
We've been talking for over 3 hours, so I don't think we're going to get to them. I think what we got to do is we'll let the trial play out, where we, if it goes to trial and all that, where we get even more information, and then some of these other cases also, there's some active things playing out there, and then I'll bring you back again maybe towards the end of this year, and we can go through all of it. I think that'd be great. But this is, I really appreciate you doing this and giving just like the academic breakdown of things. I know people get really heated about this one and the whole case, obviously, because there's a lot of controversy around it. But we're going to look at it as best we can here and let you guys decide for yourselves at home, and also decide for yourselves on the evidence that has yet to come out. So great stuff as always, my friend. Love having you in here.
Thanks, brother. I love coming here.
All right. And you got a great show, Body Bags, with Joseph Scott Morgan, which is now on camera on YouTube.
It is, dude.
Finally, thank
I
God.
haven't broken the camera yet.
So you have not broken the camera. You look great on there. But we will link that down below, so everyone go check that out. If you are interested in any of the storytelling you've heard today from the great Joseph Scott Morgan, or any of the breakdowns of any important case pretty much that's happened in the last 15 years, go to Body Bags, because it's in there, including the history of Julius Caesar and all the knives.
Hey, there you go.
All the knives in his
Et
back.
tu, Brute.
Great to see you as always, my
Good to see
friend.
you, buddy.
We'll talk again soon.
All right, pal.
All right, everybody else, you know what it is. Give it a thought. Get back to me. Peace. Hey, guys, if you're not following me on Spotify, please hit that follow button and leave a 5-star review. They're both a huge, huge help. Thank you.
Israel took out Lindsey Graham because he was just about to switch up on them. I'm kidding, but wouldn't that be crazy? Folks, welcome back to The Narrative with me, your host, Will Sexton, the host with the most and the most alibis for why I wasn't at the bathhouse. Folks, I imagine you've been hearing it from literally everybody, but yes, Lindsey Graham is no longer with us. Israel's top guy, and I mean that in more ways than one, has left this earth and has left behind his post as U.S. Senator at the ripe old age of 71. Lord forgive me, it's Sunday, I'm filming this. I'm not usually the type to make fun of the dead. I feel like it's classless, but I think Lindsey Graham, we can make an exception. I don't know how many of you are just fully aware of Lindsey Graham. He is kind of a more niche political figure, but Lindsey Graham, this is a guy who the phrase top goy is a criminal understatement. If there is anybody in the United States government who ever represented the neocon movement more, it would be Lindsey Graham. The only thing he's missing is the fact that he's not, last name's Graham, not Graham Burton. That's all I'm gonna say. But you're already seeing from all these different figures these absolutely classless tweets about how Lindsey Graham is a better Republican than Thomas Massey, which just, just disgusting behavior. And of course, every single Republican establishment figure is coming out of the woodwork, talking about how great Lindsey Graham was and how he will be so sorely missed. And again, I'm not one to make ill of the dead, but let it be known, this is a guy who Itamar Ben-Gvir was eulogizing on Twitter. I am not God, and I'm certainly not one of his saints, but I feel like I can fairly say this is not a man who's going to be seeing the gates of heaven. And inversely, we're seeing figures like Anna Kasparian and Nick Fuentes expressing happiness over his passing, and all of this leads to a bigger question, because again, Lindsey Graham, bureaucratic career politician, very deeply embedded into our government and the institutions of power. And so maybe you at home, maybe you're not from America, maybe you don't know American politics intimately enough to know who he was or what he did. I thought I'd make a video breaking down who exactly was Lindsey Graham. It's one thing to hear that he was a neocon or he liked Israel, but it's another thing to know exactly what he did and why he did it. And so I thought for a fun little Monday episode, we would take a little deep dive into Washington's most shallow career politician, described by many as a war hawk, an Iran hawk. I mean, this is a guy who's leaving behind him a vast legacy and not really a good one. And so in order to understand who Lindsey Graham is, this whole journey takes us back to a fine year before the internet and just after the release of Nirvana's In Utero, the year of our Lord, 1994. 1994, the 20-year incumbent Democrat U.S. Congressman Butler Derrick of South Carolina's 3rd Congressional District decided to retire. Graham, a quickly rising party favorite coming out of the South Carolina House of Representatives, decides to take a swing at the U.S. House of Representatives. He's elected and thus begins his very, very long political career. Now, here's what you have to understand about the time in which Lindsey Graham got involved in politics. 90s is peak neocon era. I've talked before about the neocons and like what they are, where they started, what their very clear affinity is, and what their actual aims were. They started in the Cold War, around the time that the Soviet Union switched up on Israel, and so all the neoconservatives who were formerly socialists decided to become conservatives because they wanted to take down the Soviet Union, which they feel had been usurped by non-them forces. And so Lindsey Graham, he shows himself very quickly to be the perfect, like, Gentile token in this sphere, and the neocons reigned for a very long time, peaking with Ronald Reagan. One could say that Ronald Reagan was the definitive neocon president. Now, this is the mid to late 1990s, so Reagan is well behind us at this point, but neocons are still looked upon favorably. This was a time in which you could run and say that you were a neocon, and it wouldn't be derogatory, like it was seen as a good thing. Lindsey Graham, he gets elected during this time. Lindsey Graham very quickly proves himself to be a proper Shabbaskoy, a proper Gentile token for the political establishment. In November of 1997, he was one of the first people out of the 18 House Republicans who all co-sponsored a resolution written by Bob Barr to launch an impeachment inquiry against Bill Clinton, obviously over the whole Clinton-Lewinsky affair, which you might be hearing and say to yourself, wow, okay, well, it seems like he stands on principles. I mean, infidelity, we don't want to see that. I mean, that's not very Christian, that's not very American. Let it be known, though, and I do intend to make a whole video on the Monica Lewinsky situation. All of that conveniently happened right around the time in which Bill Clinton was trying to broker peace and establish a Palestinian state, which, like, was the defining reason behind why Lindsey Graham did this. He didn't actually care about the infidelity. If infidelity kept you from being in government, we would have no male politicians left. In 2002, he joins the U.S. Senate, and this is where he'll remain for a very, very long time. Hold on. If you're liking the video so far, I hate to do it to you, but be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and comment down below what you would like to see next. I got a hard CTA, you guys. I'm sorry. I know it's annoying, but it's how you get engagement up on the videos, and trust me, they're doing everything they can to ensure that you don't see videos like this. Whatever it is you're doing, take a quick break, leave a comment down below, like the video, and let's continue on with this deep dive. Now, the late 90s, early 2000s, this is where a profound political shift occurs in the Republican Party. In the first Obama term, they largely got along. It was only after a very important moment in Obama's political career that our friend Lindsey Graham decided to switch up on him. In 2015, obviously the JCPOA, that's the Iran nuclear deal, Obama goes to sign, and Lindsey Graham is furious. Because let's be clear, bombing Iran was Lindsey Graham's wet dream. This guy had been advocating for us to go to war with Iran all the way back in the 90s. This is when him, along with a lot of people in the establishment, suddenly go from being these bipartisan, moderate Republicans to fiercely anti-Obama. This is also around the same time as another very, very important moment in Republican politics, because 2010 was the rise of the Tea Party movement. Now, the Tea Party movement, again, that deserves its own video. Tea Party movement, very, very fascinating. There's been this weird series of populist movements that have spawned up, especially in the American right, all throughout really the 20th century history. But one could argue that Groyperism, that the movement of Nick Fuentes is like the modern form of that. It's the modern iteration of that kind of movement. But at the time, the Tea Party patriots, they were the Groypers. Granted, they were much more libertarian, hence their name, the Tea Party patriots, but anti-mass migration, anti-foreign intervention. I mean, everything you think of when you think of kind of the America First position. Graham hated the Tea Party patriots because the Tea Party, one of their big things was they didn't like how much money we were giving to Israel. They didn't like foreign intervention. Mind you, the Tea Party, they spawned after 2008, the Great Recession. And so a lot of America is very poor, hardly any jobs. I mean, honestly, it's actually fairly similar to today. That's a bit of a black pill. But one of the things that the Tea Party movement was explicitly against was neoconservatism, which they saw as what brought us to Iraq and created a lot of the problems that were happening in the government at the time. I mean, this is really the birth of like real populism at this time. And they saw Lindsey Graham as the poster boy of neoconservatism. This is a guy who was socially very liberal, pro-mass migration, pro-tax cuts for the wealthy. I mean, everything you think of when you think of like Reagan-style neoconservatism. Mind you, this is a guy who in 2011 said, quote, "Free speech is a great idea, but we're in a war. During World War II, we had limits on what you could say if it would inspire the enemy." Real patriot. All of this culminates in 2015, when in the face of the Tea Party, in the face of this changing politics, he decides he is going to run for president. Very, very short presidential bid. He announced it on June 1st and ended it on December 21st, 2015, opting instead to endorse Jeb Bush, the neocon hopeful who was going to take over the government until a very, very important figure stepped up and took the reins, that being one Donald Trump. Now, I know that we look at Donald Trump today and we see just another neocon. We see just another puppet of the Israeli regime, which that's exactly what he is. But you have to understand at the time, Donald Trump was a radical departure from Republican politics. This is why he got elected. This is why boomers don't think he is an Israel puppet. It's probably because the last time they were sentient was in 2015, but that's besides the point. Trump's original run was very explicitly against neoconservatism. MAGA was seen as the final evolution of the Tea Party. Populist, pro-public, pro-immigration reform, anti-war, fiscally conservative. I mean, all these things that we think of when we think of the original Donald Trump campaign. This was Donald Trump's entire brand at the time. And this shook the Republican establishment. The Republican establishment was not ready for this. We obviously know what happened. Donald Trump won, and then Lindsey Graham decided to fall in line, having spent the rest of his political career slowly falling in line behind Donald Trump, and then especially falling in line behind Donald Trump in this current administration up until his death. Isn't that funny? He started disliking Obama when Obama went against Israel, and he started liking Trump when Trump became pro-Israel. Isn't that weird? And if you're thinking to yourself, that is a little weird, there's a reason for all of that. But in order to understand the reason behind all that, we have to take a trip back to the very start of this whole thing and get into where was the guy getting his money. the time of his death, Lindsey Graham was worth $3 million, which granted, that's not a crazy amount of money for some of these senators and congressmen and other career politicians out here, but that's significantly more than they pay the annual salary of a senator or a congressman. Campaigns aren't cheap either. They require funding. And it begs a great question. How did he get the money? Where did this money come from? Does it have anything to do with his political positions? The answer is yes. It has literally everything to do with his political positions. It is estimated that Lindsey Graham, throughout his career, received over $1 million from pro-Israel PACs. $1 million to a senator who wasn't really contested in the region he's from. Like the guy, you ever seen a Lindsey Graham campaign ad? Like, he didn't need them. It was just kind of de facto he was going to be the senator. And yet he received over $1 million from pro-Israel groups. Over $1 million that we know of. And those are from explicitly pro-Israel groups. That's not even including the money he got from Boeing, law firms, etc., etc. And actually, funny enough, in 2015, when he announced that he was going to run for president, he received over $1 million alone from the Adelsons. It was only after Donald Trump's rise that then the Adelsons switched the money spout from him to Donald Trump, something I've spoken about before in this kind of grander Adelson game, which established the current Trump administration. All of that paints a bigger picture that I think a lot of people aren't getting. We know it definitively that the Adelsons, around the same time, funded both Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump's careers, funded their political campaigns and then their administrations respectively. This is because the Adelsons were some of the first to break away from the neoconservative line and go instead towards the Likudnik revisionist Zionist line, something that Donald Trump now embodies in his administration. It is absolutely in the realm of possibility that Lindsey Graham was probably made aware of this as the Adelsons came in and started funding Donald Trump and basically creating MAGA. This is why, despite during Trump's initial rise, he had all sorts of flaming rhetoric at him. Flaming, no pun intended. We'll get there. In 2015 and 2016, he was a harsh critic, calling Donald Trump a demagogue, a bigot, a religious xenophobe. But all of a sudden, this money gets put on Donald Trump from the Adelsons, and he changes his tune. 2016 onward, he becomes incredibly close to the Donald Trump administration, becomes a golf partner of Donald Trump, and Graham is personally put up to be a foreign policy advisor on the Middle East. It was Graham's backing that pushed for the Jerusalem embassy move, recognition of the Golan Heights, and the Abraham Accords. This is the same guy who later on would say that the public should move forward past the Epstein files. Wow. I mean, that's something. We should move past the Epstein files. All of this points to a bigger picture about the Republican establishment and the reign of neoconservatism. It is very clear that neoconservatism has just been rebranded into MAGA-ism, into Trumpism. It's the same thing. It's the same policies. It's literally the same people. It's just has different branding. Because again, Graham was an Iran war hawk. The guy tried to get us to bomb Iran hundreds of times. I'm not kidding. He would bring up resolutions about this all the time. The guy wanted literally nothing more than to bomb Iran. And all of that is in line with every other Republican crony, like Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham really is representative of everything that's wrong with establishment politics, both left and right, but in this case, the very specific right-wing flavor of establishment politics. Now, I've made a video on the history of neoconservatism, I have, and I've talked lightly about how the Adelsons actually work, but let me give you a basic breakdown as to how it pertains to Lindsey Graham and the legacy that he leaves behind him. Neoconservatism can basically be summed up as give all of our stuff to Israel. Like, it's just the greater Israel project in America. It got its start at a time where all of these intellectuals and like socialist metropolitan figures who all share a very specific kind of background suddenly turn on the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union decided to turn on the state of Israel, instead favoring Egypt and deciding to back Nasser's Egypt. This is when all of these politicians who had socialist social values decide they need to switch sides and go to the right because the right is the only side that's going to be pro-war enough to get back at the Soviet Union and to defend Israel's interests in the Middle East. Those are the people who basically raised Lindsey Graham. Like that's the political establishment that brought up Lindsey Graham. It was literally Kristol himself, the grandfather of neoconservatism, who said that the Soviet Union switch was like him being mugged by reality. The same exact language that was used by one Bill Ackman, someone we've talked about before, on October 7th. And this ties into all of it. The Adelsons had a very clear plan all the way back when Donald Trump first became a viable popular option to usurp real populism, real public American discontent with the status quo, and not only steer it back on the pro-Israel course, but steer it on the pro-revisionist Zionist course. That's what needs to be noted here. It's one thing to have it be steered towards just pro-Israelism. The Adelsons mark themselves as different, and their political plan marks itself as different because it's explicitly revisionist Zionist, right-wing Zionist. It is absolutely opposed to peace. It is profoundly religious rather than ideological, and it's not concerned with the things that neoconservatism claim to be concerned about: democracy, world policing, NATO, all these things. This is what needs to be noted about modern politics, that the Adelsons have been very quietly buying literally every politician that you know, buying all the influencers. I mean, literally, our friend John Doyle, my arch nemesis, works for the Adelsons. Like, they play this profoundly important role, and it's very clear they tipped Lindsey Graham off. I mean, the guy would visit Israel at least once a year throughout his entire political career. Like, he knew the Adelsons well. It's very clear that there's a grander political scheme here, that scheme being to subvert real populist American views, to take any movement that exists in America that is real and populist, that is really concerned with the benefit, the structure, the safety, the security, and the prosperity of America, and instead reorient it for Israel's gain. All of that takes us into today, into remembering the man's legacy and what it means for us, what it means for politics today, American life as we move forward. All right, we're pretty far into the video. It's time to do it. The obligatory, yes, Lindsey Graham was probably gay. Now I can make a video like where we just shit on him for that, but like I don't really see a point. I don't really care if someone is gay or not. I don't really even necessarily believe in that. Like gay is an immutable characteristic and identity. I don't really subscribe to that. That's not very biblical, and I don't really subscribe to that worldview. But one does in his own personal time. Not my concern. But I imagine there are claims that maybe they had blackmail on Lindsey Graham. That the reason why Lindsey Graham was so pro-Israel is because there was blackmail on him. And like that's not out of the realm of possibility for the state of Israel. They certainly did so during the 1940s. But he got into government in 1994. By 2012, gay marriage is legal. Like nobody cared at that point. And now American politics, I'm pretty sure you can't win as a white guy if you're not gay. So you know that argument kind of goes out the window. There's not really much to blackmail him on. He also hasn't shown up in any of the Epstein files that we do have. So I want to make it clear, this is a guy who just chose to do all that. That's the craziest part. You might hear me say all this and think I'm running cover for him. I'm not. I looked into it. This guy just chose to be like that. He accepted the millions of dollars and that was all he needed. That's why this guy's on his way to hell. I mean, it's one thing if they have blackmail on you. It doesn't excuse it. You shouldn't be doing things that are blackmailable, but at least then there's an explanation behind it, okay? There's no explanation behind this. Like, this guy was just fucking evil. Like this guy was literally just ideologically a neoconservative who loved the state of Israel and like loved money, which I will say, I think that represents far more of our government than we'd like to admit, because it's one thing to think that everything is a fantastical myth and a mystery and everyone's being blackmailed and but it's another thing to recognize the sheer reality, which is that, yeah, people are messed up. People are greedy. People are envious. We are a fallen species, and the centers of power in this country, which bring with them the ability to have lots of money and lots of power and lots of influence, like it's going to attract that kind of person. It's actually literally why the Republic fell in Rome, the Republic that we're based off of. Corruption, bureaucracy, I mean, these things naturally form, and Lindsey Graham is a perfect example of corrupt bureaucracy. Didn't actually stand for anything, didn't believe in anything. He just believed in money and believed in getting that money from Israel. And I guarantee you, if for some reason some rich Palestinian, I don't know, DJ Khaled, Buddha from Love Island, I don't know, Hadid father, if somebody with some Palestinian money showed up and paid him more than Israel was paying, he would have put on a keffiyeh, broke his legs from doing the dub cut, fucking age 70. Like, this is a guy who was not loyal to any flag, he was just loyal to money. And that's real evil. That's real proper evil. Let's make something clear about politics in America, what I stand for and what really you stand for, but you don't know it yet. The American people, as divided as we are one people. And it's an uncomfortable people. We don't fit with one another very well. There's this great question right now about what is an American, dual loyalty, differences of faith, differences of opinion. I get it, okay? There is a common line that runs between the lives of everyone who espouses truth, love for America, and patriotism amongst their countrymen. This is why Lindsey Graham, the establishment, feared things like Occupy Wall Street or the Tea Party or any of these populist movements, because they fear you and me. This is the same establishment that wants nothing more than to turn our country into an economic zone without meaning. And it's unfortunate that the left has seemingly just fallen for this and like want to see it happen because they refuse to espouse any form of patriotism in the United States, which has ironically led them down the same path as the internationalists, the billionaires, the Zionists, the class of people that are causing the problems that they're reacting to. But I see too on the right this growing sentiment of white nationalism, of exclusionary nationalism. And while yes, nationalism and the way in which we fix America will be exclusionary in some ways, as I've learned more and more about the United States of America, our history, and most importantly, our recent history, I've learned that really what divides us is the sentiment of loyalty and the sentiment of patriotism. Because Lindsey Graham, by all accounts, should have been my natural brother. He was a white Gentile, born to a Scots-Irish family, literally the same lineage as me, raised in South Carolina to a Protestant family. I mean, this is a man who, according to every form of old worldism, every form of tribal identity, would have aligned with me completely. Our interests were shared, and yet he was a traitor to the country, a traitor to my people, to our people. And then I see individuals who aren't white, who aren't Christian, and yet they advocate for my interests as an American man. And see, this is why I believe in the politics of the people, is because it truly threatens the establishment. There is no left-wing establishment and right-wing establishment. They all want the same thing. They just present it in different ways. There are only super issues in this country. There are only super issues and the idiots who fall for narratives around it. But the issues are the same across the board. People can't afford homes. Our entire geopolitical clout, safety, strategy, and standing is being given to a foreign country. International elites are stomping upon our country, turning it further and further into nothing more than an economic zone ripe for exploitation. And cheap mass migration labor is deflating our wages. It's rising housing costs by 30%, decreasing our wages by an even larger margin. These are super issues. These are not white issues or black issues. These are not brown issues or Christian issues or Muslim issues. These are American issues that are facing all of us. And all that differentiates us is, who are you going to fall for? What rhetoric are you going to hear? What rhetoric are you going to listen to and eat up like an idiot? And I say that with love. Okay, I'm no smarter than anybody here. There's a reason why my forefathers marked in their documents, we the people. Because the power of America, as is the power with any nation, but especially with America as an unprecedented nation unlike any other, is the power of the people. And when I say the people, I mean who is here, not who we want here, not who was here. I mean who's here. And it kills me to watch as the dissidents hate one another, when in reality we share the same interests, the common prosperity of all of us. Why must we hold on to the hatreds of old, to the tribalism of old, to greed, to all of these ungodly, unrighteous things? Because it's ungodly men like Lindsey Graham who turned this country into the mess that it is today. It is ungodliness that has brought us to where we are today. And don't get me wrong, I'm no Christian nationalist. I'm no saint. I'm the first among sinners, and I have no ground to stand on to tell you how to follow God. But if not one man has a monopoly on piety, then any man can tell you what it means to and godly and righteous. And I think we all know that there is nothing righteous about this kind of greed, this gluttony, and this wrath against innocent people, innocent lives, miles upon miles away, based around tribalism of the old world, this old blood cult, this tribal belief derived from the Zohar and the Talmud, these old world books that have no eternal truth in them, with no empathy, no connectivity to humankind. Seeing Lindsey Graham die, seeing the right-wing discourse, the left-wing discourse, especially at this time, I'm reminded again of a question that I always ask myself and wish to ask to you at home. Where are the Americans? I don't mean in form, I don't mean in function, I don't mean in faith, I mean where are the Americans? Those whose souls possess nothing but a yearning for freedom, for liberty, and a sole allegiance to the United States. We are an unprecedented country, a nation built from nations. If there was anybody who could shed off these old world isms, this disease of tribalism, ethnic nepotism, conspiracy, wrath, and holy war, it's us. Because I see types like Captive Dreamer and John Doyle, these men who would tell me that those who do not look like me are my enemy. I see them and I know that they're paid for by my enemy. And yet I see amongst you, the people who watch this, amongst the people of my everyday life, those who look nothing like me, who espouse a different view of God than me, and yet possess patriotism equal to mine, if not more. It's one thing to say that the elites fear the people. They do, and I think we all know that. But what the internationalist elite fears more than anything is the rooted man. They fear the patriotic. I said it again, these neocons, they started off as socialists, as communists, as Trotskyites. I mean, these are not people who are adverse to the idea of like the one-party state, no matter what someone like a Hassan Piker tells you. No, these are people who fear the rooted man, who knows that America is his birthright. And that's not a birthright created from blood. It's a birthright created by the soul of man. So I ask truthfully, where are the Americans who look to this and know that it's unrighteous, that it's ungodly, who look to this continent, to this side of the planet, and sees our future, our destiny as a common people who must share a destiny collectively on this side of the earth? Where are the Americans who understand what it means to be an American? Bigger than blood, bigger than belief, bigger than any other loyalty that exists. A sole loyalty to this soil and to everything that we have. Because to the Adelsons, to Chabad, to the Kabbalists, to the Israelis, I'm a European. To the white nationalist, I'm a European. To the leftist, to the race communist, I am a European. But I say to you definitively that I am an American. Whatever roots that existed in my blood to the European continent, to the European history, are gone. They've withered away decades ago. This is my home. This is what we are. This is who I am, and this is my sole loyalty. And if you, at home, regardless of where your origin may be, if you confess the same, then I know where the Americans are. And in this time, I ask simply of the Lord to have mercy upon Lindsey Graham's soul. I know it's one thing to make jokes, and Lord forgive us, but a death like this should remind us of the wages of sin. And it should remind us that Christ died for all of our sins. He saw the sins of someone like Lindsey Graham and knew exactly the kind of man that he would be. And yet, someone like Lindsey Graham, someone like any of these traitors, did not repent. They did not turn away from sin, turn away from wrath, turn away from these horrific things that they did. And that's no judgment. Among sinners, I am the first. You'll never, ever hear me browbeat anybody on what it means to be a godly man. But this is a moment that should remind us of the fear that we must have in God, and to be so grateful for the love that he has for us, to be so grateful that we have everything that we've never deserved. And the thing that we do deserve is what Lindsey Graham is probably going to get: suffering, the pits of hell reserved for the arrogant, the gluttonous, and the greedy. And to me, an American is someone who would never dream of enjoining himself to unrighteousness, to greed, to gluttony, to wrath against the innocent, to war for no reason, to the gains of those who follow Satan. And so I ask you all, meaningfully, with nothing but love for our union and my fellow countrymen, where are the Americans? Because wherever they are, they're not going with Lindsey Graham. Folks, that's going to do it for us today on this episode of The Narrative. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell to get notified anytime I make a new post. Heavy stuff today, man. I mean, you know, I think setting a precedent of laughing anytime someone we disagree with dies, I don't think that's a good precedent to start. And I'm not one to take much of anything super seriously. I'm generally very irreverent. If you watch my streams, you would know that. And if you'd like to, again, be sure to hit the bell to get notified anytime I have a new stream, or join the Discord if you'd like to see updates on when I go live, when new videos come out, or just to talk with me. But more than anything, we should remember in a time like this that death comes for all of us. How grateful we must be for the lives that we have. How grateful we must be for repentance before God. All of us need it. Lord knows that I do. I need repentance more than anybody. It should also serve to remind us that in the end, God always has the final word. I know maybe you don't share the faith and orthodoxy as I do, but there's eternal truth in the words of the saints. And it was, ironically enough, in the same year that Lindsey Graham got started in politics that St. Paisios of Mount Athos said, "What I see around me would drive me insane if I did not know, no matter what happens, God will have the last word." And when we see a death like this, a death of a man who was so definitively unrighteous, we have to remember that, yes, God will have the last word. No amount of money, no amount of power, no amount of clout will ever stop God from having the last word. And in something like this, in a political cause like this, in the cause of America, the rejection of the old world, the rejection of tribalism, of racialism, of ethnic supremacy, of unpatriotic, duly loyal action, we can be reminded that, yes, we are on the side of God. We are on the side of righteousness and justice. Beyond that, I hope to see you for more episodes this week, folks. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern. And until then, as I always say, but with some special emphasis today, in a moment like this, God bless you, and God bless America, folks. Until next time.
So tell me about this, how you were patient zero in this DMTX injection study where they inject DMT straight into your veins. How did this happen? How did you get into this? And tell me how it went.
That's a great story how I actually got in.
Over the past 10 years,
so tell me about this, how you were patient zero in this DMTX injection study where they inject DMT straight into your veins. How did this happen? How did you get into this? And tell me how it went.
That's a great story how I actually got into it. So I was doing Siloaska in the Netherlands. And do you know what Siloaska is? So Siloaska is Syrian rue and mushrooms. So you do your heroic dose of mushrooms, whatever variety you want, and then you do 3 grams of paganum seeds before you do your mushrooms. And it amplifies the mushrooms by about 5 times in strength. So instead of doing 5 grams, you're doing 25 grams.
Oh, nice.
And I've been crazy enough to do it twice. And the net result of that is that it's an alien invasion each time. Like the first time I did it, I was like on a saucer and there's a scanner in the middle of this saucer, and I'm like, all the thousands of entities all trying to get me inside the scanner, and I'm like, I'm in a bad mood because Brexit just happened. I'm a university professor, work at the University of East London, and I knew it would ruin my research funding. Brexit is like the worst thing because I was getting millions of funding from the EU, and so I'm in a bad mood, and it's equating to the entities. I'm basically like, okay, I'm not in the mood to get in the scanner, even though I can see it's probably the most advanced technology I've ever seen. And on the side of the saucer is the same shape as this scanner, so it's almost like a pod. And I could have potentially got in the pod.
Are you explaining what's happening in the trip right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I basically, I expect I would have been scanned and then fired off into the universe and spread across the known universe. And instead of doing that, I was just, no, not going in, over and over again. And then the next day, I'm like, why the hell didn't I go in the scanner? Like, what was I thinking? So bad taste in my mouth. I went to an event in London in the real world, and I saw Chris Timmerman outside. And I told him this story, and he says, oh, don't worry about that. You can come in my scanner at Imperial College London. So that's how I got the invite to start doing the DMT trials. And I've been doing them for 8 years at Imperial. And the first study was EEG and intravenous DMT, and almost got thrown out of the study straight away for breathing, because I was like, quite, doing a lot of breath work, because that's how you navigate the space. And Chris was like, oh, you've ruined the kind of the EEG data because you're creating motion artifacts as you're moving, as you're breathing. And I was like, you just need better equipment. So luckily, they did get better equipment, and I was allowed back into the second phase of the study. And the second phase of the study, fMRI plus injected DMT. And I don't know if you've ever been in an fMRI scanner.
I don't think so.
But it's incredible. I'm not claustrophobic generally, but the claustrophobia induced by this incredibly loud, very confined, your head's like, you can't move an inch, so your head's sort of very confined, you can't move any part of your body. And you're not really in charge of when the DMT is coming into your system. So you're trying to cope with the claustrophobia, then suddenly you're like, oh my God, I'm in here and I'm tripping.
It's a lot.
And then immediately the entities arrive en masse, as if to say, bang, they gave me like a flash of light to say that you're made of light, you're like an immortal being, but you're in a human form right now and you're not scheduled. They're like, you're not scheduled. And I was like role reversal. So I had to calm down these abundance, the amount of entities that arrived en masse, all different varieties, all very concerned for me, because I'm suddenly in a scanner when, as I mentioned before, they're the ones normally scanning you. So I was like kind of giving them a bit of a trip. So I had to spend the entire trip calming them down. And I can show you a before and after if you like from that study. But that was the second phase of the study.
So what was the purpose of the study?
The purpose of the study, these are the 3 phases. So you can see the first phase was 2016 to 2017. That was the EEG plus intravenous DMT.
Pilot study, okay.
Yeah, and then we had the fMRI plus EEG. So that's when you're in this huge tube.
Right.
And then from 2021 onwards was the DMTX. I was lucky. It's almost like a graduation ceremony. So I got through the first phase, and second phase was like this was before that particular scan, and this was me directly afterwards. So you can see it's like
I can see it in your face.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary insight, and probably the most powerful DMT experience I've had thus far, because they gave up the cosmic joke, as if to say, we're here, we're kind of your guardians, and you're not scheduled, as if to say they know when you're actually scheduled, and that wasn't the right time for me to be putting myself in danger. And what was really fascinating was that 2 weeks later,
they know. What does that mean? They know.
They told me you're not scheduled. That was very clear. Like, as in, like, you're not ready to. You're not going to die now. This is like, why are you being scanned? Like, what is this scanner? They were completely confused, and they'd probably never seen anyone having DMT and being in an fMRI scanner. So it was extraordinary for them. Probably more extraordinary in some sense, because I had to spend the whole time calming them
down. As if
down.
people can be scheduled to die.
As if they know when you're scheduled. And what was crazy was 2 weeks later, I had to
if it's predetermined.
As if there's some sort of knowledge on the guardians, if they are your guardians, if there is something to that. But what was crazy is 2 weeks later, I had to go back in the scanner and do the next phase of the study, same dose, same experiment, and no entities came. As if to say they, like a bit like crying wolf, like we told you this isn't the cleverest thing to be doing. And of course, it made me realize that it's all about context. It's very much about the contextual factors of when you're doing these trips, like what, if you've got a massively loud device that you're basically sitting inside whilst you're doing the DMT, that's going to affect the outcomes. Because I think 80% of the medicine is the contextual factors that you're doing it. We know about mindset, right? How if you're in a very twisted place, you shouldn't touch anything psychedelic because it's a non-specific amplifier. Body set, my friend Jack Locker and Malin have written a paper around how important it is to be well rested. The food that you've eaten, or have you had a virus recently? Body set's critical in terms of context as well, and then your environment. So those three factors make up so much.
I'm sorry if you already said it. I remember I asked you earlier. What was the specific purpose of this experiment?
Yeah, I didn't answer that.
Was there a hypothesis you were testing?
Consciousness, really to explore consciousness, which is why I was interested in being part of that study. So it wasn't to do with depression or ADHD or can we help with this, that, or the other. It was very much, can we explore what consciousness is through DMT?
Can we explore what consciousness is through DMT?
Yeah. So that was really the
okay, so they hook you up to an IV and give you, how does that work? How do they give you DMT? How do they know how much DMT to give you? How do they know, is there like an unsafe amount or like a limit of how much they can give you and how long does it last?
It's a great question. So this is the device that they use. And this is basically what you would be having if you were being anesthetized. So if you're going in to have an operation, you want to have a continuous infusion of anesthetic to make sure you don't wake up. So all they've done is switch out the anesthetic for DMT. And the reason why that study was kind of foundational and why Andrew Gallimore and Rick Strassman had theorized around this being possible, we didn't know really until this time. And I was subject 0 in that study, like the first person to do all 5 different dosing sessions. But the main thing that we realized is that, there is an increase in heart rate to begin with, but it stabilizes. So it was deemed then safe to explore. And now, like Danny Gola, for instance, has just done 5 hours DMT extended state, which I believe is the current.
How many hours did you do?
I just did half an hour.
Half an hour.
Because it was just a safety study, but I did different doses over the course of 3 months. So every 3 weeks I would do a different dose. And it would take you that time to kind of integrate the experience. And what was also interesting was the entities themselves, because everyone sees entities, it seems. I'll talk a little bit about Eleusis and the project that we've got going on in the Caribbean, where 74% of people that are doing DMTX are experiencing some sort of entity. And again, I'm a scientist, I'm a professor, I'm still on the fence as to whether these entities are your archetypes or your higher self or you in the future, or something you're tapping into. I know Robin Carhart-Harris recently talked about that. Of course, we're in our subconscious, we try to make sense of these inferences. But I think the key thing is that they're so, as we're seeing more and more, that it's a hyper real reality that has some sort of, consistency. There was the DMT Nexus did the Labyrinth, where they actually crowdsourced, people's trips to say, are you going to this part of DMT space? Are you going to this part of DMT space? And I think that's fascinating, that people are going to the same spaces. And if we can actually put maybe 6 people in. I know with Anton Bilton, his vision is like, let's get 6 people launched at the same time.
And see if they experience the thing together.
See if they go to a common space.
Right. So how did they figure out what this, no one's ever died from DMT, right? I know people have died from Ibogaine and from other things because of the heart rate issue. Lots of other psychedelics people have died from, but never with DMT. So how did they figure out how to measure that, and how pharmacologically mixed with your body and how that all works?
That was a big part of the pilot.
I feel like I would have been asking them so many goddamn questions if I was the first patient.
So I think that the key thing is you have an amazing care team, the best scientists in the world, the best psychedelic minds, and you're in safe hands. And of course they start low, they dose low, and like you say, the good thing about DMT is it's very safe in terms of it's not toxic. And I think that for me, I've always been fascinated by consciousness and looking at consciousness from multiple angles. So I'm happy to push the boundaries to find out where they are. But I know that that what I was doing there was very safe, and it obviously made me very intrigued as to how far we can go with these durations, etc.
So what have we learned about consciousness?
Well, as I was telling you earlier, one of the big findings from the publications from Chris was that it seems that you are asleep effectively on DMT. It seems like you're in a dream. The signature of the brain is that you're dreaming. And again, this is one of the, obviously it's very different to dreaming, but for me it's the same when I go into, we'll talk later about,
that's very interesting.
The sacred sites also seem to put you into this trance-like state. I can show you later the brain waves being measured in the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, with 10 of us being EEG measured and actually seeing that we've got very high delta. It looks like we're all asleep whilst completely sober. But the architecture itself is doing something. And again, it's like, what's the connection between dreaming, psychedelics, and sacred sites? There seems to be a golden thread between them.
There's also people who are alleged UFO experiencers. They put these helmets on and try to measure, they do an EEG on them, and they said the same thing. They said their brains look like they're in a sleep state.
Yeah.
Very, very strange. So how many times did you do this?
So that DMTX study was 5 different dosing sessions.
5 different dosing sessions.
5 different and again, at one point Chris was like, do you want to come back? We've got an opening. Do you want to come back after 2 weeks? And I was like, definitely not. Because you need the 3 weeks to integrate what you're learning. And I think that the entities also aren't so happy about you being there too often. Because I've had the message, you're coming back too frequently. We'll happily still do the work on you, as if a lot of it seems to be some sort of psychic surgery. They're working on physical elements, or they're giving you it's very moral, I find. They're giving you relationship advice. It's like, you're doing this well, you're not doing so well here. It's kind of like some sort of mystery school that you're tapping into.
And while you're doing it, are you somehow communicating with people?
In the room?
In the room.
Yeah, the interesting thing about DMTX is that you're unlike a 5-MeO experience where you kind of are like a lot more out of body. It's DMTX for me, they're asking you questions this is part of the problem. They're asking you every 2 minutes, how intense is it now, Carl? How anxious are you now, Carl? And I'm like, guys, do you, telling me the time effectively by asking me every 2 minutes and also asking me if I'm anxious, not the ideal kind of settings for a psychedelic experience. So I'm a subject, so I'm having to give data. And what is interesting and useful about that is, if I've given a rating of 10 out of 10 for intensity, then in the interview directly afterwards, Chris does these micro-phenomenological interviews where you are asked to repeat the experience directly after you've had it. So not to remember it, but to go in and have the experience again, to the best of your ability, guided by those ratings.
Yeah, it seems like it would be frustrating because all those questions, having to interact with scientists asking you questions, which is 1 foot in the real world, and wouldn't be like fully enveloped in that DMT experience.
It's definitely a double consciousness kind of experience. That you're in both, much like in a VR experience where you're in a game environment, but you also know you're in the real room. And the same with a lot of this. It's like you're having an internal experience, but you're also very embodied in that.
Starting a business is a big deal, but what really surprised me was how much simpler Shopify made it for us. We use Shopify for our merch store, and it's helped us recently revamp our whole entire site with new products, and it was super easy. And from day one, the tools were has Sidekick built in. It's their AI assistant, and a free trial today at shopify.com/Danny Jones. Again, start your free trial at shopify.com/Danny Jones. Shopify.com/Danny Jones.
So what do you think's going on when we take these psychedelics and our consciousness seems to be like ejected from our bodies? And like, do you think there's lots of theories?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm very much, an explorer of these spaces, and I think that there is kind of an exchange, and there seems to be a very different ontology. So if we think about like thinking, feeling, being in this realm, that's our way of existing. I think that they find that very interesting, and they can learn from us as test subjects. Like I'll show you a visualization of the 5th dose, and it's like there's a playpen being constructed around you for you to be observed, and it does feel like you're popping up into their space. And one of the dangers I think of DMTX is that you could end up colonizing that space, because they probably tolerate us in these short durations popping into their space and find us kind of not, a bit like when you have a spider in your house and you put a glass over the spider and have a look at this before you put it back out in the wild. That's my hunch, that there is kind of, I think that there are aliens and we are also aliens. And I think that, of course, it's like the typical hubris of humans to think that we're unique and that we're the only intelligence. And what I find interesting about AI is that suddenly it's revealing the languages of all these other species. And of course, they're all very conscious. And, the whales, for instance, have their own phonetic alphabet.
Yeah, what Andrew Gallimore explained to me really stuck with me about how like the 5 senses we have are like brain filters or whatever that keep us away from the rest of it. They're filtering out everything that's really there so that we can survive in the world.
That's right.
Right. And then what this is doing is stripping away the 5 senses we have and exposing everything to us.
Yes.
That really makes a lot of sense. But like the problem is, how the fuck do you prove that?
Well, this is why it's interesting that now Andrew's collaborating with Don Hoffman. We just literally launched the Trace Institute in LA a few days ago, and that is basically an opportunity for us to test Don's theories. And Don's talking about this kind of VR headset that we're all wearing, and how space-time itself is a construct, and it's a construct of consciousness. So he's an idealist.
Space-time itself is all a construct.
Yeah, and the idea that basically everything's arising from consciousness. So instead of
so consciousness is fundamental.
Yeah, exactly. So Anil Seth, for instance, he would say that your brain is producing consciousness. So that's a materialist perspective. And the idealists think that your body is being produced through consciousness. Everything's arising from consciousness. So if we were to talk about, and even in the recent launch, Don's saying that our headset is kind of faulty, and I've done a whole TEDx talk at Oxford talking about the fact that when we look in the mirror, we don't see ourselves as we are. The mirror's flipping the image back to front. So when you actually see yourself in a true mirror, which is 2 mirrors at 90-degree angle, that's when you see yourself as you actually look. And
3D.
It's just like you can do it. You can mirror it sometimes on a webcam, and you'll actually switch, and you actually look like that. Other people see you as you look, but you don't. And also the way you hear. When you suddenly hear yourself, you hear yourself a lot, right?
Yeah.
When you hear yourself on a recording, it's not as you imagine you hear.
Right.
So you're in a perceptual locked in, you're sort of already in a virtual reality. And other people have a better understanding of you in terms of sound and visuals than you do.
Right.
So
not today's day and age. Now you can see yourself on video and on audio 24/7.
That's
People
true.
making videos of themselves.
That's true. But then a lot of people are getting nose jobs because their mirror is their phone and they're holding it at a certain angle. So they get this, it comes back to the Renaissance where we actually decoded space as linear perspective, whereas actually we see in curvilinear perspective. But all of our cameras, all of our media is all based around linear perspective. So there's a fundamental flaw there. So we're kind of locked in to our VR headset, as Don says. And as you said with Andrew, we now have the ability with DMT to maybe upgrade the headset and start to actually experience reality in a way that isn't confined to the 5 senses, so that you actually have this kind of new way of testing. And they went through all the different tests that we want to do at Lucis in the Caribbean, because now we have the opportunity to do DMTX and to bring in people. For instance, there's certain people that get locked out of DMT.
I've heard this.
And David Luke, for instance, one of my good friends, he did, I think, 50 doses of DMT quite soon after each other on the River Ganges, and was effectively locked out. He had like an orange screen over his experiences for 20 years, until I think he did
20 years.
Until he eventually did a study at Imperial and was unlocked. So what we want to do is a study looking at people that have got the locked out syndrome, and then people that have maybe never been able to have any experience with DMT, no matter how much they do, they can seem to be genetically unable to experience it. And then normies. So we do a comparison between these 3 different groups, and it'd be great to do a call out to try and understand if there's people out there that have one of these, different predicaments.
So how would you upgrade the VR headset? Like if you're talking about our consciousness, you're saying that by the use of DMT therapeutically or something, with the use of some sort of protocol, we could increase our consciousness permanently somehow?
Well, let me show you another image here. This is from Andrew as well. This is quite old now in terms of his presentation of it, but this is his vision, or what was his vision? I'm not sure, because one of the reasons we started talking is because I'm very much in a sort of hyperhuman focus, thinking about the fact that we only live for 1,000 months as humans. Only 1,000 months, that's all we get, but yet we spend a lot of time trying to peak.
How many years is that?
83.
Wow.
So people don't realize, it's such a brutally short existence, and we spend a lot of our time trying to peek beyond the veil, not really exploring actually probably what's the rarest thing, which is to be human, right? So I'm really interested in, how do we understand our potential, our latent potential that we may have atrophied through different, through just basically being on our phones all day long. Because one of the crazy charts is that you've got 1,000 months to live, but out of that 1,000 months, you only have 300 months free time. And the average person uses 300 months on their phone.
Have you seen those calendars they make?
That's what I mean.
Those are crazy.
Yeah.
Those are insane. They really give you like a perspective.
They really do. And that's the thing with people just Netflix themselves to death. So this is DMTX kind of, almost a bit tongue in cheek. But, Andrew's, his vision is that, you're kept in these pods and you have like waste management taken care of. So,
oh my God.
So like food's coming in through a drip and waste coming out through another.
Like the Matrix.
Yeah, pretty much. And I remember him presenting this at the Tyringham Institute, and all the shamans were just looking at each other going, this guy's absolutely bonkers. And yeah, basically, this is transhumanism 101 for DMTX. Whereas I'm like, let's not do this. Let's explore DMTX and go in for it with a particular intention, with bring in specific types of skill sets into these spaces and try and solve mathematical problems, scientific problems, like really bring back information that now with the DMTX experience, and especially
I don't think you were meant to stay there that long.
And this is what will happen. We'll start colonizing the space, and then we'll really have problems, I think.
We will start colonizing the space.
Yeah, because if you're, like I said before, like I've been told, you're coming back too frequently. Like, don't be coming back so often. But we'll, it is an exchange. There is some sort of exchange going on, and maybe that will be part of the upgrade. That I'm always exploring, having gone through these studies. Have I been left with not just an altered state, but altered traits? Because even during the study, there was only 12 of us that did the pilot study. Only 4 of us ended up doing all 5 doses. And what I found interesting was that there was some skills being developed over that short period of time. Like, for instance, I was having precognition. So I actually tapped into what my future mental state would be like 6 months from then. And I only realized when it actually came to pass that I was actually having this precognition, and so I think that we can upgrade the headset with DMTX, but only if we do it in a very mindful, ethical, mindful of what's going on the other side as well, and really bringing through these sorts of, can we solve scientific problems with this stuff, and really look into.
Yeah, well, it's just like dreams, right? We can't really remember dreams after they happen. Like, when you wake up, you have a very good memory of it. Like when you get up and go to the bathroom, but then 10 minutes later, it's totally gone.
Yeah.
And I think that's by design, the same way with DMT.
Absolutely.
I don't think we were meant to, which is why I think it's a great thing to like record it after you do it, like an audio recording.
Yeah.
But now if we could lock those memories in the same way, I can remember having breakfast this morning, I don't think it would be good.
I agree. And what's interesting now, and I don't know if you've seen this Luma band, which apparently will create lucid dreaming on demand. Have you ever had any lucid dreams? So this,
I've had lucid dreams.
Yeah. So very rare.
Not on purpose, but on accident.
No, very rare, right? I mean, most people only ever experience it once. I had a lucid dream when I was holding a calculator and I was consciously pressing the buttons, and I was like, what a waste.
Yeah.
It could have been flying. But this band, so again, it's the hyperhuman versus transhuman version of lucid dreaming. So lucid dreaming, you can train yourself, reality testing, right? So you do this like looking at your hand. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? You're just looking at your hand over and over again. And then you may end up looking at your hand in a dream, and then you might notice one finger's longer than another, and that means that you're dreaming. And then the key is to not wake up from astonishment, because that's when you ruin the lucid dream. But imagine if lucid dreaming becomes a button. Just like now with the prompting, right? We're just pressing buttons. And that means we can potentially have lucid dreams on demand. And maybe we're not meant to. Maybe we are meant to do the training because it's hard.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot to be said for forgetting and the importance of forgetting. Much like, I don't know if you saw that Black Mirror episode where it was like 2 couples rowing and they were like, you said this. And they were like, no, you said this. And then they were like, let's have a look. And because they're recording everything through their contact lenses all day long, they just rewound the, there you go.
Whoa.
So it's just been launched.
So what is this supposed to do?
So this is transcranial stimulation. Whilst you're asleep. So it'll know when you're in a REM state, and once you're in a REM state, it will fire a small amount of transcranial, so electricity basically hitting the left or the right angular gyrus, and that's then meant to create this like lucid dream-like state. And of course, it's super contentious. I think it's still on pre-order, but I know a lot of people in the dream science space, and this is just like, this is again just the kind of the dystopian hell for a lot of people that really value what comes through dreams, because it seems like with dreaming, it's like either you're just processing your day, or you are like getting some sort of transmission from somewhere. And I think like same with all of this AI stuff, we're either atrophying the ability to receive as channels, like receive something from somewhere. I mean, another example is this, a friend of mine has created this watch that you never look at, but you feel it. So it vibrates the minutes, the hours, the seconds, right? So you literally turn time into a sense. So you know time. And I said to him, well, what's the benefit? He says, well, now I never burn pancakes because I know time. So he knows 2 minutes. It's not an abstract concept anymore. It's like he knows time. So now he doesn't burn pancakes. I was like, is that really the point of this very invasive, like, again, quite dystopian? Because I was like, well, what happens to flow states? Because flow states depend on not knowing the time.
Right.
What happens to psychedelics when you know time? And he wanted to give me one of these 50 watches because giving them to influencers. I was like, I'll give it to a surrogate to wear it.
You know what's weird? It happens to me all the time. Like I'm so reliant on having my watch. I feel naked without it.
Really?
But if I go without my watch for a couple days, I know what time it is.
There you go.
Like I can just I could like stop for a second, like wonder what time it is. I would guess and I'll go look at my phone and I'd be like dead on within a couple minutes.
So you've got but of course it's a human construct. And we also, I'm not only just interested in psychedelics, but cyberdelics. Cyberdelics. So check out Cyberdelic Nexus. This is really the hub of all the different ways we can change consciousness with technology. So think of flicker lights. Have you ever tried like a Roxiva or a Lucia light, which induces like an LSD trip just through flickering light? So you sit in front of this light with your eyes closed, and you start seeing colors that it's only white light, but you're seeing full kaleidoscopic colors. It's totally wild. So binaural beats, like mixed reality, virtual reality, but also I worked with the Cyborg Nest guys, and they created a new sense called the North Sense, which was something you body pierced. So it wasn't like fully invasive, but it was body pierced. So you would wear this thing, and it would vibrate every time you faced north. So eventually, after a certain amount of time, you would know where north is, right? And much like birds know where north is, we may have known where north is, but we lost that ability maybe through, the first maps, or now nobody knows where anyone is because we don't know where we are because of GPS, right? So we're constantly outsourcing that, and I think that is a super interesting way of using technology. And there's again a hyperhuman way of doing it, which is you can wear a belt and it will vibrate every time. For 6 weeks you'll wear this belt, and then you remove the belt, and then you still have the North Sense, as opposed to something you have to wear permanently, which is the transhuman route.
About a year ago, I got hit with a text about an unpaid toll. And then when I paid it, it turned out .app/secure. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures. People like to push back on technology and, AI taking over for humans' abilities and, for everything, even like mundane things like remembering how to drive around town or remembering phone numbers, right? I used to be able to remember tons of phone numbers. Now I can remember like 3 phone numbers. And like where it's going. I had this conversation with Hamilton Morris once when he was explaining to me the difference between like natural drugs and synthesized drugs, drugs that are synthesized in a lab. Well, if you really think about it, even drugs that are created in a lab by a scientist with using beakers and shit like that, that's technically natural because we are a part of nature and we are using our brains and our technology to create this stuff and it exists on this earth. So it really is natural. We don't think of it that way. We think of stuff as invasive or unnatural just because we created it and we used technology to create it.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about 5-MeO-DMT, which I find one of the most extraordinary chemicals on the planet, most of that is actually synthesized through melatonin. So it's just a simple chemical reaction to create 5-MeO-DMT from melatonin. And Rick Strassman had a whole chapter on melatonin in his book. And I think, Hamilton is chemist, so he's lucky enough to be able to explore these things and explore.
What do you think about Strassman's view on all this? I think his view is that basically when you take psychedelics, it is based on your priming. He thinks it's like bringing out what's buried deep in your psyche and bringing it to fruition in this surreal way, consciously.
Yeah. I mean, Strassman, I know he's not a fan of 5-MeO, but I think his...
Oh yeah, he had a really bad trip on 5-MeO.
Yeah, as did Michael Pollan, actually. And I was having dinner with him after he launched his How to Change Your Mind book. And I was like, you can't like dismiss this because you had a bad trip, and the whole of humanity listens to you and dismisses this incredibly. I mean, funnily enough, most of the clinical trials are really finding extraordinary results from 5, like the Beckley-Psytech work, which is a nasal spray, which was the last study I did at Imperial. And, having a nasal route of administration meant that I had a 90-minute experience. 60 minutes of that was a +10.
On 5-MeO?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
It was unbelievable. And, for me, that trumps DMT in terms of the way I see it is that we're here in the third dimension and light is shining upon us. When you do DMT or ayahuasca or changa, it seems light is emitting from objects. Like you're seeing this hyper real like light show from things are coming out from people and objects and entities. And when you do 5-MeO-DMT, it's like you become light itself. So it feels like we're having relations with light in different dimensions. I hate the word dimensions, but it's like we are, probably all of these things all the time. When
Over the past 10 years, the Apple Watch has become an indispensable accessory for many, but once their utility wanes, many times they end up stuffed in a desk drawer, never to be used again. But around a year ago, a product called the Tiny Pod came out with the goal to change that. It was a futuristic iPod aesthetic case that turned your Apple Watch into, effectively, a dumb phone. Now, this was created by a designer as a side project. He has since seemingly moved on as their social media isn't super active, but as typically tends to be the case when someone has a good idea, the market kind of takes it and runs. And while the Tiny Pod came out with a plastic construction $180 price point, it has since been white labeled, and you can find this updated aluminum version called the Repod all over sites like AliExpress for around $30. But as we take a look at this concept today, I want to try to answer two questions. Number one, is this an actual solution to upcycling an Apple Watch? Is it practical outside of being just a novelty? And two, could this be the answer to the dumb phone question that a lot of people have been asking? I'm certainly not alone in trying to reduce my dependence on screens, and while you can get widget tweaks that try to reduce the clutter on your home screen or entire phones using e-ink displays, I wonder if the Apple Watch might just be the obvious solution staring us in the face the whole time. Well, today we're gonna find out right after a word from today's video sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Spiegan's new classic keycaps of the old Apple keyboards and use the famous hello script. As a lover of all things functionality, there's still built-in mags for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to it. I'm weirdly excited about this. First off, we have the Apple Watch. I paid $120 for this Series 6 with cellular. Oh, hey, I thought this was gonna be aluminum. It's stainless steel. Look on the box, it literally says aluminum 44mm, but clearly stainless steel. So hey, I'll take that deal. And ironically enough, we're just gonna take the strap and get rid of it. We don't need it. So let's take a look at this Repod. I just think this thing looks so cool. Ooh, it's so cute. Now wait a second. This actually feels really nice. It's all machined aluminum. We've got this nice rotary wheel. I'm not actually sure how that's gonna work. I really like the little orange accents everywhere. And this is a pass-through so that we can still charge on the back of the watch. So it looks like we just rotate that, remove this back plate. Again, very nice quality. Take out this little foam, and then the Apple Watch just goes in there. The little rubber gasket in there allows me to still press the crown and the side button. Oh, and that is so clever. I was wondering how this rotary dial was going to work. Well, if you look on the back, there's a little rubber wheel. So there's like a gear that turns, and then as you rotate that, it's literally just gonna press on the crown and spin it. This is very clever. Let's put that back plate on, twist that. Look at this. The gasket fits super flush. You can see just a little bit of the curvature, but it looks really well integrated. And around the back, the tolerances are really nice. And now that the Apple Watch is in it, it's got a really nice weight to it. It feels super solid. I haven't even turned the watch on yet. Hang on a second. I gotta plug it in. Now it is upside down, which I was wondering when we were putting this in because the buttons have to be on this side in order for this click wheel to actually reach the crown. Whoa, that's crazy. It's like an iPod scroll wheel. Dude, that's so sick. All right, we're gonna do right wrist, digital crown left. Yes, there it is. It fits in the hand so well. Now, the only thing I'm noticing so far is that the click wheel is not the most precise. You can see if I turn it really slowly, it doesn't really do a whole lot. You have to use it kind of quick. But because it's set in rubber, the haptics translate super well. It's really tactile. Let's see how this Apple Watch's battery health is doing. Oh God, it says service recommended. Oh no, 74%. All right, well, hey, look, that, it's a $100 Apple Watch. I'm not exactly expecting perfection. But like theoretically, this could be a really good way to upcycle your Apple Watch. I mean, there's like 32 gigs of storage. You could fit a whole bunch of offline music, use this thing as like a Bluetooth iPod, or what I'm gonna do, which is use it as a dumb phone. And this kind of gets at the biggest problem with so-called dumb phones or smartphone alternatives. There's a whole range of ways to implement this, everything from the widgets that change how your home screen looks, to imposing screen time restrictions, to entire e-ink devices, or even things like the Rabbit R1 and Humane AI pin. All of these were intended to reduce our reliance on the smartphone as we know it. But the biggest problem that they all have is they require you to step outside of your ecosystem. Whether you're an iOS or an Android person, chances are you've been on that platform for years now, and it's really hard to make a sudden switch, or in the case of a lot of these devices, get a separate SIM card, a separate phone number just to use them. And that's where the Apple Watch actually makes a lot of sense. The cellular plans are typically a $10 or $15 add-on to your existing line, so you keep all of your contacts. You can make calls without having to change your phone number. You can check your email, use your existing music streaming service apps, even things like mapping navigation all work on the Apple Watch. And to be honest, I find them slightly inconvenient to use when they're on your wrist. But in the hand, this might be the solution. But if we're gonna use the Apple Watch as a standalone device that doesn't live on your wrist, adjustments need to be made. And the first thing that we have to disable is wrist detection. With wrist detection on, every time we pick up the watch, we're gonna have to enter the passcode. And if you cover the watch for just a few seconds, it'll just go right back to being locked. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. So we'll go to settings, scroll down to passcode, and then we can turn off wrist detection. Now, in order to do this, we are gonna lose some features. It will not lock or unlock. We lose out on fall detection and emergency SOS. Heart rate tracking and notifications are turned off. Respiratory rate, sleep tracking, some activity measurements, and noise measurements and notifications. All of that goes away. And I think it's a worthy trade because one, now we get to use the always on display all the time, which I think looks really cool. And also, we're not wearing this on the wrist anymore. So most of those sensors aren't reading anything anyway. But because this is an Apple Watch Series 6, we are gonna be a little bit more limited. So in messages, for example, while there's the ability to just quickly go through and read messages just like a normal phone, replying to them is gonna be a little bit more tricky because this one doesn't have the keyboard function. So we're gonna have to either draw messages, like, I mean, it gets the job done, but it's not the most convenient, or we can dictate. But hey, if the goal here is to set this up as a way to continue to be in the Apple ecosystem, not have to get another phone number and SIM card and all that stuff, but still reduce my dependence on screens, this kind of works. If there's any messages that are super pressing, I can check in and make sure that I'm staying connected. I can even make calls from this watch, but I'm not gonna be sitting here texting back and forth on this teeny tiny screen. It's like a built-in limitation factor. So once I had the Apple Watch optimized for use not on your wrist, I actually found that this was a surprisingly feasible thing to use. So the two questions that we wanted to address today was, is this a viable way to upcycle an Apple Watch, and is this a viable dumb phone alternative? And I think the answer to both is yes. I think the Apple Watch strikes a really nice balance between staying connected and not feeling out of the loop, and not getting sucked into these distraction holes that we all fall into. For example, checking notifications. I could see all of the exact same things that I would get on my iPhone, but I couldn't click into those notifications and get distracted. So I would see something show up on Twitter, I could see what it was, but I didn't click into it and then spend 15 minutes doom scrolling. And as anybody who uses an Apple Watch to work out would know, when I went to the grocery store, went to the gym, I was easily able to connect AirPods and play my music. Now, initially I had a little bit of an issue trying to get this thing to AirPlay audio to my HomePod, but eventually I was able to get that to work, which meant that it's just reducing yet another barrier to the things that I'm used to.
Alright, this will be a video about 5 more 1980s movies and the real-life conspiracy theories or mysteries that they're based on. If you follow my channel, you know I've already done 2 compilation videos about some 1970s movies, done some videos about some other 1980s movies. Now I'm moving on to 5 more 1980s movies, and this video, like with the other ones, will focus on the real-life mysteries or the real-life conspiracies that these movies are based on, because the real-life story is usually 100 million times crazier than the actual movies. So we'll get into it, and first up is the Philadelphia experiment from 1984. And in this movie, the US Navy is attempting an experiment in 1943 where they're trying to make a warship invisible to radar, only the experiment causes the ship to disappear completely, and 2 of the people who are on the ship are transported back to 1984, where they try to figure out what has happened and try to get back to 1943 somehow. And this movie is based on an experiment named the Philadelphia experiment, which allegedly at least was a real experiment. So just like the movie, the supposed true story of the Philadelphia experiment is that the US Navy was attempting an experiment in 1943 to make a warship invisible to radar, and this caused the ship to disappear completely. It vanished from the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, then teleported to Norfolk, Virginia, then quickly vanished and reappeared back in Philadelphia. And the experiment was basically a total disaster because some of the crew members were insane when they reappeared, their minds were scrambled, some of the people on board never reappeared at all, and there were even reports of crew members who were fused into the metal hull of the ship when it reappeared, so they were basically merged with the ship. And the backstory of how this all came to be revealed is interesting. It has to do with this man, Morris Jessup, who had a master's degree in astrophysics, and he was big into researching UFOs. In 1955, he wrote a book called The Case for the UFO, which is considered just a really groundbreaking book about UFOs. He speculated that UFOs utilized the Earth's gravitational field as a source of energy, and they used anti-gravity technology to fly. And he also talked of UFOs and anti-gravity technology being used to build the pyramids centuries ago. Today, you see a lot of things about ancient aliens, and Morris Jessup was the first person to propose this concept in his book 70 years ago. So Morris Jessup talked about a lot of really advanced things like that, and he got a letter in the mail from someone who'd read his book named Carlos Allende, who was seemingly very knowledgeable about anti-gravity and UFOs, and Carlos Allende talked about witnessing an invisibility project that the Navy had performed back in 1943 in Philadelphia, where an entire ship had vanished. And this was where the legend of the Philadelphia experiment started. Morris Jessup continued exchanging letters with Carlos Allende, and Morris Jessup was eventually invited by the Office of Naval Research to come in for an interview. When he arrived, he was given a copy of his book that had been marked up with a bunch of notes from people who provided a lot more details about the things that he discussed in his book, and there were multiple references to the Philadelphia experiment in these notes. So Morris Jessup believed that he was close to the truth or close to uncovering something just really big with his research. Morris Jessup published a few more books on UFOs. Then the whole thing took a bit of a twist because Morris Jessup got in a really bad car wreck in 1958 and he nearly died. And then a short while after that, on April 20th, 1959, he committed suicide by attaching a hose to his car's exhaust pipe and putting the other end in his mouth. So that is either really, really bad luck to have a near-fatal car crash and a suicide back-to-back, or someone wanted Morris Jessup dead. Obviously, there's a pretty strange way to commit suicide, and I actually just did a video about the mysterious Marconi scientist deaths in the 1980s when almost 30 scientists and researchers died off in really gruesome ways. Most of them were ruled suicides, but a lot of people think that these people were being murdered, and some of them died by quote-unquote committing suicide by attaching a rubber hose to their car exhaust and putting the other end in their mouth, which was identical to how Morris Jessup died. Another interesting thing is that Morris Jessup was really big into researching anti-gravity. At the time, rocket propulsion was the big technology that was being focused on, but Morris Jessup claimed that was just primitive technology compared to anti-gravity. And when he gave lectures, he told his audience to petition their politicians to fund anti-gravity research because he really believed that was the future. And many of this recent group of scientists who've died mysteriously that's been all over the news, which I also talked about in my video, a lot of these people were also big into researching anti-gravity technology. Now, there's just a ton out there about the Philadelphia experiment, just thousands upon thousands of videos and articles. Most things you see online debunk it or say that it was made up, an urban legend, which obviously could be a possibility. But this book here, The Philadelphia Experiment by William Moore and Charles Berlitz from 1979, this is just an amazing investigation into the Philadelphia experiment. They really go deep into finding people who claim to have witnessed this or have knowledge of it, and they talk about how technology created by Nikola Tesla and Albert Einstein might have been linked to this experiment. Charles Berlitz had already written a book about the Bermuda Triangle and done a lot of research into all the ships and planes that have disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle, and he speculates that the technology that was tested in the Philadelphia experiment may be the same technology responsible for the Bermuda Triangle disappearances. So it is really fascinating. I may do a full, really long video on the Philadelphia experiment soon here. This book really makes a pretty convincing argument that something happened on that day in the Philadelphia harbor, whether it had to do with invisibility or teleportation or something else. And the next movie on the list is Rambo 3, and in this movie, Rambo's old colonel is putting together a group to help the Mujahideen Afghan rebel group fight the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, but the colonel is captured by the Soviets, so Rambo goes to Afghanistan and teams up with the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets and rescue the colonel. Which, this was a real war. The Soviet Union and Afghanistan engaged in a war for pretty much the entire decade of the 1980s, and it wasn't some small war. Some estimates say that around 10% of Afghanistan's total population of 13 million people died during the course of this war, and it was such a long and expensive war for the Soviet Union that this Soviet-Afghan war is often cited as one of the main reasons that the Soviet Union collapsed. In the war, the Soviet Union was backing the government of Afghanistan, and the Mujahideen was a very large group of rebel fighters who were trying to overthrow the Afghan government, and it's this Mujahideen group that Rambo teams up with in the movie. So the whole plot of Rambo 3 has become pretty interesting since it was released, because members of the Mujahideen later formed the Taliban after the Soviet-Afghan war. You'll sometimes see things online that say Rambo was fighting with the Taliban in the movie, which obviously would be a pretty incredible thing considering that the Taliban was later partially blamed by the US for the 9/11 attacks, and then the US overthrew the Taliban in 2001. But this claim that Rambo was fighting with the Taliban in the movie is kind of true, kind of not. The Mujahideen that he fights with in the movie, it broke up into different factions after the Soviet-Afghan war, and one of those factions was the Taliban. So not all Mujahideen became Taliban, but many of them did, so it is possible that Rambo was fighting with future Taliban members in this movie. But the Taliban is a little misunderstood, and I have shared this chart in my video that I did about the mystery of Pat Tillman's death, but it is such an incredible chart that I wanted to mention it again here. So the official story of what happened after the Soviet-Afghan war is that the Mujahideen broke into some splinter groups after the Afghan government was overthrown. The Taliban was one of these groups, and then the Taliban eventually became so powerful that they took control of Afghanistan. During this time, Afghanistan became the poppy capital of the world. Poppies are used to make heroin, and poppies were the #1 crop of Afghanistan. It was estimated that by the year 2000, 72% of the world's opium supply came from poppies grown in Afghanistan. So Afghanistan was just the epicenter of the worldwide heroin trade. But then in July of 2000, the Taliban declared that growing poppies was un-Islamic. They banned poppy farming completely in Afghanistan, and this was called one of the most successful anti-drug campaigns of all time. Poppy farming was reduced by 99% in Afghanistan, and as you can see in this chart here, after the Taliban banned poppy farming in 2000, the output of poppies from Afghanistan just basically disappeared. But then obviously in 2001, 9/11 happened. The US claimed that the Taliban was giving refuge to Osama bin Laden. As one of the first acts of the war, the US wiped out the Taliban, and as this chart shows, poppy farming in Afghanistan almost instantly resumed and even increased to much higher levels than before. So a lot of people think that the Afghanistan war that went on all throughout the first part of the 21st century, the real purpose of the war was to reestablish the source of the drugs that the worldwide drug trade depended on. You can find pictures and articles about US soldiers in Afghanistan patrolling these poppy fields during the war. So this part of Afghanistan, needless to say, is not shown in Rambo 3. This movie is pretty much just pure anti-Soviet propaganda. The movie even has a dedication to the brave people of Afghanistan that shows at the end of the movie, so it's pretty safe to assume that Rambo 3 was not being shown on heavy rotation on cable TV during the whole war on terror in the early 2000s. And it is also interesting how this Soviet-Afghan war that went on all throughout the 1980s, this war is really identical in a lot of ways to the Ukraine-Russia war that's currently going on. During the Soviet-Afghan war, the United States was just basically writing a blank check to the Mujahideen to supply them with state-of-the-art weapons so the war would drag on and it would bankrupt and cripple the Soviet Union to fight them, which was ultimately the result of the war. As I mentioned, this war is cited as one of the main reasons that the Soviet Union collapsed. And it seems like this is the exact playbook for this current Ukraine-Russia conflict. The US is just supplying Ukraine with endless amounts of money and arms, so this war between Russia and Ukraine just drags on and becomes insanely expensive for Russia to continue to fight this war. So there's a lot of parallels between these two wars, and I'm actually kind of shocked that there hasn't been like some recent Rambo-type movie where a US super soldier goes to Ukraine to help them fight Russia and win the war. But as far as Rambo 3 goes, it's probably the weakest of the 3 original Rambo movies. What was actually going on in Afghanistan at the time and what ended up happening after the Soviet-Afghan war is a much more interesting story than the actual movie itself. And next up is The Last Starfighter, which is about a teenager named Alex Rogan who's obsessed with playing an 80s arcade game, and after he gets a high score in the game, he's approached by a mysterious man named Centauri, who's the inventor of the game, but later reveals that he's an alien from a distant world, and he recruits Alex Rogan to become a pilot in a war on his home planet. And this movie seems to be inspired, at least in part, by the legend of Polybius, which is a supposed arcade game from back in the 1980s, and this is a really awesome mystery. So the whole legend of Polybius started in the late 1990s on some internet message board forums when a few people posted about this arcade game they remembered from their childhood named Polybius. And there were posts about how people would get these strange side effects from playing the game, headaches, nausea, nightmares. One person posted about how they became addicted to the game and, for reasons they couldn't explain, attempted suicide after playing it for a long time. The game itself was commonly compared to Tempest with a lot of flashing lights and moving objects and loud noises. Most accounts say that Polybius was only tested in arcades in the Portland, Oregon area, and people posted about these mysterious men in black who would lurk around the cabinet and observe people playing. Sometimes they would service the machine or record data from it. So the legend of Polybius grew, but the big question is, well, did this game actually exist back in the 80s, or is this all made up? And if it did exist, what was the purpose? Some people think it could have been a way to test people for abilities like in The Last Starfighter and identify teenagers with exceptional skills, but the more common explanation is that it was a way to test using arcade games for subliminal messages or behavior modification. Obviously, it is very true that the CIA and the military have been interested in studying how to influence people's minds and even control them. The CIA's MK Ultra program is very well known, where people, mostly college students, were given drugs and then monitored to test the effects, so it's definitely not a stretch to think that Polybius could have been used for something like that. It's also no secret that subliminal messages are hidden just everywhere in movies and TVs. There's a million stories out there about messages hidden in music, and it does make sense that the government or a private company would want to test using subliminal messages in arcade games too, because many people probably don't realize just how big arcades were in the early 1980s. In 1982 alone, the arcade industry grossed $8 billion, which was a higher revenue figure than the movie and music industries combined. So if you were looking for ways to influence teenagers and young adults or drop subliminal messages to them, arcades really would have been the place to focus on. One of the more interesting anonymous posts about Polybius came from a guy who claimed that he helped develop the game and that the flashing lights and loud noises from the game were meant to test the effects of stimulating different parts of people's minds. And he says that he later worked on the Sega CD system, which tried to use an updated version of this same technology. So like I said, there are just a million videos and articles out there about this Polybius mystery, and almost all of these videos and articles talk about how the CIA or the government was behind Polybius. If the game did exist, it's always the CIA, the government, but I think it makes way more sense that a private company would have tried to develop something like this, maybe as a way to communicate subliminal messages to teenagers through arcade games, because technology like that could have been just a cash cow, given how popular arcades were at the time. Around this time, Atari was testing this device named the MindLink that was a headband with sensors that would let people control characters on screen with their minds, so there were private companies testing technology like this. So the Polybius mystery is a real fun mystery to look into about whether this game actually existed or not, and the whole legend of Polybius does have a lot in common with The Last Starfighter's plot. And next up is Uncommon Valor from 1983, which is about an army colonel played by Gene Hackman who assembles a team of commandos to rescue POWs in Vietnam, who he claims are still being held as prisoners there years after the war ended. And the whole issue of POWs who'd been left behind in Vietnam was a really big issue in the years and even the decades after the Vietnam War. There were over 2,000 soldiers who were listed as missing in action after we withdrew from Vietnam, so these soldiers just didn't return home and their families had no idea what happened to them. Most of them were presumed dead, but there was talk that some of them were still alive and they were being held in Vietnam POW camps. The government and the military, they always denied that there were still POWs in Vietnam after the war, so many of these missions to search for POWs were done by private citizens and funded privately. I talked about this issue of rescuing POWs in my video on Ross Perot's 1992 presidential campaign, because before he ran for president, Ross Perot was just very, very involved in this issue. He paid for multiple teams of former soldiers to go to Vietnam to search for POWs after the war. Some of these missions happened in the mid-1980s, so it was long after the war ended. In Uncommon Valor, their mission is funded by a Texas billionaire named McGregor, who's played by the legend himself, Robert Stack, host of Unsolved Mysteries. This character was almost certainly based on Ross Perot, who was also a Texas billionaire. Ross Perot eventually teamed up with Bo Greitz, who was regarded as possibly the most decorated soldier in the Vietnam War, and he was also very outspoken about the POW issue. He went on multiple private missions back to the Vietnam area to find soldiers that he claimed were still being held there after the war, and many of these missions were funded by Ross Perot. Bo Greitz eventually came to believe that the issue of POWs still being held in Vietnam was being mostly ignored by our own government because if a bunch of attention was paid to this region, it could have exposed the drug rings that were still operating in the Vietnam region, which he said some very high up people in the US government were involved in these drug rings. I will say there is some controversy over Bo Greitz and his credibility. His story does kind of seem like one of those stories that's just too good to be true. The most decorated soldier in the Vietnam War, almost like some scripted character. And there is some controversy over whether he did the things that he claimed in Vietnam and won the medals that he claimed that he won. He was labeled as the real-life Rambo, and actually the plot of Rambo 2 also has Rambo returning to Vietnam to rescue POWs that he claims are still over there. Bo Greitz went on to host a radio show that had a huge audience, and he later got involved with various militia groups throughout the US. Later on, Bo Greitz was very outspoken that the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995 was an inside job. So there's a lot of mystery around Bo Greitz. He never did find any of these POWs that he claimed were still over in Vietnam, but he did get a lot of publicity and attention for these trips and brought a lot of attention to the issue of POWs still being held in Vietnam. This is the exact plot of Uncommon Valor, and the character that Gene Hackman plays in the movie is pretty much an exact copy of Bo Greitz. And then last up is Real Genius from 1985, and in this movie, the CIA hires a college professor to develop an ultra-powerful laser, and the professor recruits a few of his best physics students for the project. The students eventually succeed and build the laser. It's so powerful that it can be shot to Earth from space, and the students realize that the laser they build is going to be used as a weapon to cause death and destruction, so they try to destroy the laser before the CIA can use it. So space lasers play a big part in the plot of Real Genius. The movie came out in 1985, and it was most likely inspired by the Strategic Defense Initiative program, which was also known as the Star Wars program, which was announced in 1983. This was going to be an entire system of lasers and weapons in space that would be used to shoot down any missiles the Soviet Union might launch at us. But from the very start, there was talk that this laser system could be used as an offensive weapon. This article on screen here appeared on the front page of the LA Times all the way back in 1986. Star Wars lasers held able to incinerate cities. The first line reads, laser weapons being developed as part of President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative could more easily be used to incinerate enemy cities than to protect the United States against Soviet missiles, according to an article in the current issue of a leading physics magazine and a separate study being circulated among government weapons scientists. And it says these lasers could be used to unleash massive firestorms, and a weapons expert who was interviewed said, there is no question such a device could also be used to create mass fires of enormous scale and ferocity. So this article is pretty mind-blowing. Officially, at least, the Star Wars program was pretty much ended by Bill Clinton shortly after he was elected in 1992. He merged the program with a missile defense research program, and it was claimed that missiles became the focus of the research. But it's pretty hard to believe that a weapon that would be not just an effective defensive weapon, but potentially just the ultimate offensive weapon, that wouldn't be just abandoned by the military. Just recently, in December of 2025, Israel successfully deployed their Iron Beam laser defense system, which is a ground-based laser system to destroy incoming missiles, and they're also working on a space-based laser weapon system. The defense minister said, "We must be the leading country in the world with this capability," and said that this system will ensure the advantage of deterrence as well as the ability to attack and destroy, since these space lasers will be used as both an offensive and a defensive weapon. So obviously, that's a pretty scary thought, considering that this article from 40 years ago talked about entire cities being able to be destroyed by lasers in space. And by the way, the critical support for Israel's development of this system came from $1 billion of support provided by the USA. So officially, at least, that satellite-based laser system is being developed, but there's a lot of talk of how satellite-based lasers already exist. Space lasers were talked about a lot when some really gigantic fires happened a few years ago that were pretty suspicious. In 2018, the Paradise Forest Fire just wiped out the entire city of Paradise, California, and there were some really strange photos from this fire. The forest fire just obliterated houses and reduced them to rubble, but there were trees, in some cases just a few feet away from the destroyed houses, that were completely untouched by the forest fire. There were cars with aluminum parts that had melted, which requires just a tremendous amount of heat and energy. There were photos of huge steel beams that were warped by the forest fire. And then in 2013, a massive forest fire happened in Maui, and there were a lot of suspicious things about that forest fire too. There were homes that were just completely reduced to ash, with nearby structures that were totally untouched by fire. A number of celebrities and tech billionaires like Jeff Bezos and Oprah have mansions in Maui that were untouched by the wildfire, but the nearby homes of the quote-unquote commoners were destroyed. There were also some viral TikTok posts showing how blue structures were untouched by the fires, and it was pointed out how lasers can actually target specific colors. This is how tattoo removal with a laser works. One laser can't be used to remove every color. The laser has to be tuned to different wavelengths to break down the different colors. So the whole idea that these forest fires were started by lasers really went viral. There was just a ton of stuff out there. Some of it was honestly really compelling and obviously very scary. It was not surprisingly debunked and ridiculed by a bunch of mainstream articles. They labeled it as outlandish and unrealistic, but this article from 40 years ago was literally talking about this exact same thing. So Real Genius, definitely an 80s classic, and the whole space-based laser that Val Kilmer builds in the movie is really not very far-fetched at all. So that's 5 more 1980s movies and the strange real-life conspiracies and mysteries that they're based on. Definitely check out the other videos I've done about some 1970s movies and some other 1980s movies if you haven't seen those videos. It's a real fun thing to look into the real-life mysteries and conspiracies that these movies are based on. As I mentioned, the real-life stories are usually a million times crazier than the actual movies. Then lastly, thanks as always to the members here on YouTube and the supporters on Patreon.
Warning. Broken simulation. Broken simulation. With Sam Tripoli.
Welcome to Johnny Woodard Presents Broken Simulation, starring Johnny Woodard. We're in it. We're in it the fastest we've ever been in it.
My grandpa used to wave like that. Sometimes he would just.
So your grandpa's gay.
It was weird. I don't know. He kind of did it with like as a joke, but it was weird. He would just go like that.
Okay, Johnny.
The thing was, he would be on the back of a horse or on a tractor when he did it, so he doesn't have to worry about looking cool. You know what I mean? He's already popped out kids and kills snakes with his hands, stuff like that regularly. So he had no. If you or I were to go around waving like that, yes, people would assume we were homosexuals.
Yeah, we are homosexuals, dude.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Are you enjoying going viral for talking about that story out of XG sent us a clip today of
what?
Some podcast picked up the story about what No Brakes, Timmy No Brakes or whatever. It's
yeah, it's everywhere.
The one thing that goes viral from this podcast is some stupid story about Timmy No Brakes. It's like, who cares? People love, what is it about? Why do people love like petty drama so much?
What's crazy to me is how people got angry at me. And I just said, okay, I get it, but how is this any different than when Michael Rappaport punched Ari in the face and everyone laughed?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and I apologize to Matt. I go, listen, I said something. I just saw it like Michael Rappaport punching Ari and everyone laughing. And I go, when he said that he, didn't get, he's never been punched in the face. I'm like, dude, that's good then. Your reaction, that's probably what got you. But I find it hilarious. So I find it hilarious too, and I will continue to say it. Timmy No Brakes
for talking about somebody's wife. If you're gonna get punched, you should get punched by the husband, not the wife. Is how I feel.
But that's what makes it even funnier.
Yeah, no,
to me, that's what makes it funny, dude.
It's hugely ironic.
And he got Waffle House.
He got Waffle House, didn't he?
Yeah, dude, he got clocked by a black chick. That's funny to me.
Yeah, we've all been there or almost been there. Those of us who grew up in the South, I can tell you.
I mean, just like people getting mad. I don't like. You didn't think it was gonna get out? Of course, it's gonna get out. And I think everyone's mad because I'm the first one to talk about it. And then I saw Johnny, and then I saw Red Band at fucking the mothership, and I'm like, "Are you mad at me?" He goes, "No, why?" I go, "Okay, dude, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. What am I talking about?"
Yeah. You thought he was mad at you, and then
he was mad at me because he texted me. He's like, "Oh, I like your fine print or your escape clause." I go, "What?" I go, "That they finally got like punch in the face." I think it's great.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just don't think people understood what you meant, but.
Okay, I guess because I was the quickest to talk about it, that's why everyone's all upset. I don't know how that's not a funny ass story.
No, yeah, it's the kind of thing that's like 5 years from now, everybody will be telling and laughing about. Like, dude,
100%. Here, let me say this.
And you got to understand something from my perspective. I can't wait to tell everybody about me getting punched in the face. It's like I can't get to the podcast quick enough.
Good.
Right? I guess I just see it different. It makes me laugh.
I think you're right on that. If you're the person to do it, certainly it's completely different.
If I'm constantly snitching on myself, and the standard was set again by Michael Rappaport punching Ari. That's the standard.
Yeah. I mean, now do you? Yeah, I guess she's part of the comedy family because her husband is in comedy. So sure.
Bro, she clocked him. He's like, it hurt. I go, yeah. He's like, I've never been punched in the face. I go, I've never been punched. He goes, I've never been punched in the face before. I go, oh, dude, this is good then.
Yes.
It's a blessing. That's what I think is funny.
Yeah, that's it.
And I apologized to Matt, and he was like, it's cool, dude.
That's a long-standing take you've had that everybody should be punched in the face. You've been saying that
punch my kid in the face. I'm like, I wanted to go like, my daughter was at school. She got punched in the face.
Really? And
I wanted to go like Liam Neeson and just kill everybody. Right?
Yeah.
And the army was like, yeah, man, there's consequences.
That's so funny. Dude, you're which did you kind of, what line did you choose to toe there?
Well, so there's this big thing going on that woke parents are trying to tell, to gaslight everybody, be like, just because somebody hits you doesn't mean you hit them back. And I'm like, did somebody hit you? You fucking go nuts.
It's called self-defense. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You know, no, someone's going, I thought Timmy got punched. Timmy got punched by Matt's wife. I apologize to Matt for being the first one to tell the story.
Yeah, I understand.
You know, and that's what everyone's mad. I'm the first one to tell the story. I'm not snitch, dude, but that was a funny story.
Now, so Lindsey Graham he's dead now.
Aw, Ladybug.
He's a dead guy. You know, he wanted so many other people to be dead, and now he's dead. So
it's so crazy to me, dude, because it's like there's so many different pockets of like just cultures now on the internet. So the whole fight now is with Tyler Robinson, and bro, it just gets weirder and weirder. Okay. Like everyone's saying, like they can't go to trial. There's no way. Well, there is a way. It's Utah and they're corrupt, and they just
they just
rigged.
Yeah,
they will be completely rigged, right?
They'll just make a fake video. It sounds like what they're doing is making a new video that miraculously.
Well, I mean, like it's just like all the Epstein binder people. Like I saw the video. It's like 4K 3D digital Dolby system. Digital sound. It's
Dolby
the most.
Atmos, is that what you're trying to say?
IMAX Dolby digital sound. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like the Odyssey. It's
like they're calling it the Odyssey of Zapruder films. That's what they're calling it. It's the clearest ever. And which is funny because both of them involve trans, but they're saying that. So, but this Lindsey Graham thing's really crazy because now there's a conspiracy about how he died and when he died.
That's what I want to talk about. Yeah. So he was in Ukraine, and they say that the night before he came back, he was supposedly came back. If he came back at all, he was at a drone factory where they build these drones in Kyiv that was struck by the Russians. Now, some people think maybe he never even left that drone factory, and everything after that was manufactured.
So the whole thing is like, okay, the official story, which right there, you start with the official story, and now you're like, okay, something's up. The official story is they had a heart attack in his house.
In his house. Yeah.
Okay, Dana, what's the official story?
Oh God.
Okay, she's saying he didn't have a heart attack. His aorta lining, which is a heart, right?
Yes, it goes to your heart. Yeah, it's all the blood to your.
Is it in the heart?
It's the same thing that got John Ritter. It's a aortic dissection. It's where the aorta splits off. It's
okay. So it's a heart attack adjacent. Can we say that?
It's very rare.
It's very rare. So the whole discussion is, and we don't need a peanut gallery to comment on everything. Daddy's cooking right now.
And they said we should say that it was caused by vascular disease, is what they said. So yeah.
Okay.
Like heart problems.
That's what they're saying, right? But the question becomes, if he had no wife, he had no kids, he was living alone, who knew he had a heart attack?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a fella who might entertain.
That might be like, hey, dude, we haven't heard from Ladybug in a while. Someone go to his house, see how he's doing.
Yeah, he hasn't checked in.
And he's just dead on the floor, butthole out, just fucking dead.
He hasn't checked in on the IDF Discord.
Yeah, Grindr's like, traffic's down. Where's Lindsey Graham? Do you see how Grindr's like, literally Grindr's stock went down?
Really? Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
So anyways, so everyone's like, how would anyone know? So this ex-CIA guy, take that for what you will, broke down the timeline. They say it's impossible for that to be the truth. So the new conspiracy is, well, there's two conspiracies. Our good friends at the Big Eye. You know what I'm talking about, the Big Eye?
I do, heard of it, yeah.
Okay. They had something to do with it to pull Trump in. I don't necessarily agree with that because he was one of their biggest supporters. They kind of need him. The other one is that he...
to make him think that Iran did it?
Yeah, okay. That's what they're saying. But now the one is, it sounds more to me, is that he got taken out during that Russian drone attack on the drone factory.
And I'll just show you what I'm talking about here. This is being reported widely, but... Here's some photos.
Gangnam Style.
Lindsey Graham arrived in Kyiv on Friday, July 10, likely in the evening. The following day, his birthday. This is how he spent his birthday.
Oh my God, dude! What if he died on his birthday? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, wrap it up, man. Wrap it up.
We got we got binders. Bang, dude.
The following day, his birthday, he visited Zelensky, who wished him a happy birthday.
Hi, Zelensky. So excited to be here. So excited.
You look so great, baby.
Baby, look at you.
Your sweaters are so
I do
nice.
like the way you dress.
I don't care what Donald says about you not wearing a suit and tie.
I think you look good.
You're a tidy boy. He later visited the Skyfall drone facility. That's a Ukrainian/EU/US drone manufacturing plant. He was also given a separate presentation on the capabilities of the Skyfall Academy. I mean, it's literally out of James Bond, which trains pilots, technicians, and instructors to work with unmanned systems. The visit included a tour of production facilities, drone demos, vampire bombers.
We get it.
Graham was quoted praising the tech and calling for
tech
US.
is so fierce. It's so fierce.
This tech makes me so hard.
So just look at this thing. Look at he's holding one of the drones. It looks like a
do you want
BBC.
to feel my nipples?
Take a picture of me with this fucking hot drone.
It occurred on the same day as other meetings. It's possible that Graham also had other classified or unpublicized stops. Officially, after this busy schedule on his birthday, Graham quickly left Ukraine at sometime yesterday.
Yeah,
plane, flew to DC, got
home conveniently and died conveniently.
And dropped dead at 8:30.
Yeah, perfect timing. The Reaper's like, I'm just gonna listen. I'm still waiting on Mitch McConnell. I'll wait till this guy gets home.
Yeah. Here's someone who put it.
Look at him
holding that BBC.
Look at it. I bet you I could sit on this.
He's like, can I take one of these home? No reason.
Yeah, can I smuggle this?
And then there was a report. The Ministry of Defense says that drone production enterprises were hit in Kyiv. So that's a hell of a coincidence, don't you think? That was news that came out of Moscow.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hilarious. It just, the place he was at just got bombed, and then he conveniently dies.
Yeah. Well, and then he also, much of what he talked about was Russia reinstating many of the sanctions against Russia, and he thought that they were getting that over the finish line. And then he had this quote here. I don't know if this is from that meeting, but here.
Free or die. Free or die. Now you're free. Yes. And we will be. And the Russians are down. It's the best money we've ever spent. Thank you so much.
Like, is this guy the biggest? Was this guy the biggest piece of shit? This is why when people on the internet were like, "Dude, show some respect," he passed. The guy was a neocon warhawk.
I struggle with that because I don't think you should celebrate anyone's death, but it's like,
you don't want to celebrate Stalin's death. You're like, come on, man, his kids.
No, it's not about anybody else. It's about the effect it has on you as a human.
I feel great, dude. When I said, yeah, he's dead, my nipples got instantly hard.
Yeah,
they were vibrating.
I don't know. Something in my soul tells me that it's not good to do that.
Yeah,
but
you're why we can't have nice things, Johnny, because everyone brings emotion.
No, again, I wouldn't say that. I would never say that to anybody except for me and you talking about it. And I would never. What is she?
Okay. I don't even read that. I'm getting fact checked by somebody watching the home run derby, which is behind. I already know.
So Lindsey Graham is no longer with us, and I'm not feeling bad about it, honestly.
I'm celebrating it.
No, he really is a kind of a Game of Thrones villain, though. You know, like this.
100%, dude. House Power Bottom.
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham from House Power Bottoms here. Good day, Queen. Yes.
He really is, just a closeted gay guy who is.
Sir Ladybug is here. Hello.
Operating in the shadows, pretending to be something he's not. And while he is,
I just can't stop pounding puss, man. I'm just out here just pounding that puss.
Just a nasty.
Everyone in Ukraine is getting pregnant tonight. Am I right, Zelensky? Give me some of that cocaine.
Just a nasty, violent man, with no. And the people in South Carolina that I talked to, many of them loved him. I'll never understand it. But he was a.
It's the same scumbags. It's the same scumbags. It's the same scumbags that talk about Epstein is a Mossad. The same scumbags who are like, I saw 4K IMAX Dolby Digital sound video of Tyler Robinson doing it. I could see his nose hairs breathing. It was that clear. And the same people are like, Lindsey Graham was a patriot. It's like, F you. No. My favorite part of Twitter was people trying to guesstimate how many pineapples are being shoved up his ass right now in hell.
Jeez.
Right now the number is at 43. I think you can take it. I think you can get on Kelshi.
He's now they have approved his wife being
no, is it his sister or his not his daughter, but his sister.
No, his sister. Yes, sorry. Darlene.
His wife. Johnny, you are so funny, dude.
Well, hold on, let me see.
That might be the cutest thing I've ever heard.
Her name is Darlene. Hold on, which is just so perfect. Yeah, here it is. Okay, Darlene Graham Nordome has been chosen to fulfill as his next of kin the remainder of his term. Interesting that don't you think it's kind of absurd that they just are okay with giving it someone's next of kin who has had no vetting whatsoever?
Yeah, someone just said, "What are we, North Korea now?"
It's it's happened many times before.
If I was in South Carolina, it's like, don't I get a choice on who represents me, Power Bottom or his fucking Cruella's sister?
No, I mean, and it's happened in many other and Republicans and Democrats have done the same things in the past when people have died in office. Now there is, speaking of died in office, this Mitch McConnell, he put out since we recorded, put out a proof of life photo. He put out a photo with his old lady and holding the day that it was taken, the sports section. Did you see this? But people have a lot of questions about the image. It seems as though the image could be fake. Because the sports page doesn't exactly match the formatting of the layout of I'll show you what we're talking about here. If you're listening, just Google this. It's everywhere. It's on Reddit, conspiracy Reddit. So on the left at the top here, you see the layout of the Washington Post sports page.
Right.
And then you see him on the right. He's holding a sports page, and you can see that the text blocks don't line up. There's text above that line right there.
We are getting deep on this shit.
Yes, but it suggests that it was inserted by some kind of artificial intelligence and not.
Of course it is, dude. I am fine. I mean, this is Weekend at Bernie's.
He also is as alert and what would you say, just lucid looking as
he's been in years.
Years.
Yeah. I love how she has her hand behind him, almost like he's a puppet.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
That is
I'm
funny.
so excited.
She's just got her hand on his off switch back there, getting ready to pull.
Dude, this guy, he's like Chuck E. Cheese animatronics right now. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all.
That's Disney.
It's stupid. Yeah. Okay, Johnny. I'm just trying to spit right now, dude. Okay. Just trying to spit, dude. Please.
What do you think? It's more likely that Lindsey Graham died, as they said, or Mitch McConnell is alive? Which of those is more likely, would you say?
What's that?
Which was more likely, that Mitch McConnell was alive or that Lindsey Graham died exactly as we're told he died? No foul play, or Mitch McConnell is alive. Which of those is more likely?
Mitch McConnell is alive. But
so?
Like he's a vegetable. But he's a vegetable.
Okay. I think he's
like his brain's still going, but everything else, he's just shitting and pissing.
I suspect you're right there. I think that's probably because as long as, legally speaking, if he's alive, that you just say he's alive. So what if you fudge a photo or whatever? It's obviously designed to keep Massey out of that seat and anybody else that they don't want. Now, did you see Ben Shapiro did this guy who can do no right now, and for a couple of years now, did an entire episode parodying Candace Owens on Eric. Did you see any of this?
I've watched parts of it. It just makes me laugh how stupid he is. I mean,
he's just such a nasty, cynical guy.
Dude, who has worse presentation and content, Ben Shapiro or the WNBA? Like, who's worse at not reading the room? Just when you don't have to worry about views or viewership, you can just put out hot dog shit all the time. Who's worse?
It's a half hour of just a shitty parody of Candace Owens. It's like an SNL sketch because it has no ending and it just goes on forever.
Folks, today is a highly important show. Today, we are going to uncover the real murderer of Charlie Kirk. It's time. We've been working for months on a deep and detailed investigation. It's not who you think. Today, we are going to discuss who was really behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. Candace Owens. This is The Ben Shapiro Show.
I mean, is there anything that they can do that's at all?
So we didn't want to talk about
what creative. I mean, is there anything?
He's trying here.
I mean, it's so bad. How about this, Ben? Match your eyebrows to your fucking beard. Can we do that? Can we match our eyebrows to our fucking beard? I mean, are you that out of staff that they're letting you go up there with dark brown eyebrows and light brown fucking beard?
Yeah, his beard is almost red, dude. His mustache. Look up there next to his nose. His mustache is almost rust colored.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the whole presentation is hot dog shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just play just a bit of this. He kind of goes into this mild ebonics thing, like Candace can't pronounce words occasionally, like architecture. She has trouble with that, and so he says that a few times to make fun of her. But it's just not funny in general. And he goes on for half an hour
about this. We didn't, but we've been digging, we have been investigating, we've been tugging on every thread, tracing.
Yeah, everyone in the room is laughing. That's why they're like, "Oh, dude, that crushed, bro, crush."
Yeah, of course,
crush, dude. You just crushed, dude. It's gonna hit so hard.
Tears rolling down their faces. Yeah,
crush, bro.
And again, this is a guy who's gotten into Candace for her disrespect to the widow and for not being properly reverent to the proceedings surrounding the trial.
Yeah, I can't believe that you didn't respect the widow who got yoga pants as soon as she found out her husband died. It's like, hey, he's what? Dead? Oh my God, I need some Lulus right now. I need Lulus right now.
This guy says he absolutely cooked Candace Owens here for 30 minutes.
This guy, yeah, where is this dude? He absolutely cooked her, dude.
He pulled a minute.
Why are you here?
Let's see what he said. This is a minute where he says that he absolutely cooks her. Let's see.
This would require a cover-up, like a big cover-up, right? I mean, like, that's what everyone says when you theorize this. Who would cover it up? Like, who would help cover it up? Here's the thing. We know that Candace is skilled in the art of the cover-up. For example, public accusations and document trails have emerged directly naming her husband, George Farmer, in a high-stakes hit-and-run cover-up in August of 2023 involving a victim named Tracy Robinson. Wait, Robinson. Does that name sound familiar? George Farmer hit somebody in his car, maybe named Robinson. How many Robinsons even are there in the world? How many Robinsons, like Tyler Robinson, have Candace and her husband had contact with? Statistically, something like 1 in every 600 Americans is named Robinson. But you're trying to tell me that Candace and George are involved in 2 separate scandals with people named Robinson? That's like the odds of a lightning strike twice while you're standing on top of a volcano.
Stop. What is going on with his beard?
It's weird, dude. Yeah.
His mustache is just like changing colors as he goes.
And the whole thing is 30 minutes of that, where he just goes on. He goes into her, that now admittedly very weird story of how she met that guy, that House of Lords guy. That
Smell my eyebrows.
Oh. Disgusting.
Oh.
Yeah, it is weird. Now, remember the story of how she met her husband and like they had no romantic.
Yeah, I mean that's weird. They're all weird, Johnny.
He brings that up. It is
the only person who's not weird is me. I'm the only normal person. When will you guys realize that?
That's so funny that you would even dare say that.
I'm normal by being completely weird.
Yeah. Well, what's that saying about how No, that's the one-eyed man is king. No, what's the? I guess in the land of total weirdos, the true weirdo is.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
So the guy who lost a bet and had to jerk off to gay porn for how long was it? That's the guy who's not weird anymore.
Yeah, the guy who lost the bet and had to do ecstasy and watch gay porn for an hour is the most normal dude.
Yeah, you're the most normal guy. Yeah.
And when you guys just decided to make it compilation porn, so it was just bang, bang. It was just Vegas fountains, bang, bang, bang. That was my life.
The guy who invented an entire segment on his podcast so that he could cruise and look at trannies on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, dude, that was my favorite thing, dude. Oh, I got some story about that, Johnny.
Oh, really? Do you?
Yeah.
Well, let's hear it. Is this the Sam Phillips Hollywood Safari?
Yeah, so I'm driving to the store, and I like to drive down Hollywood Boulevard. I do a big loop before I get back just to see all the weirdos.
Oh, we know. Yeah.
I was driving by in the vicinity of the old studio, which is where all the trannies walk. And it was trannies, and there was a bunch of coyotes hanging out with the trannies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's like they formed like a team of tranny hookers and coyotes.
I wonder if they could smell the open wounds of the post ops. That's what it is. What do you think?
I wonder if that's what brought them, the smell of blood.
The blood.
I wonder if they were using the coyotes to warn them when the cops are coming. Oh, cops, pigs everywhere, dude, running off, dude.
They're everywhere though. The trannies and the trans folks and the coyotes are everywhere.
The coyotes.
They're everywhere. Like they're all over.
Dude, it's crazy how out in the open coyotes are now.
The day after the 4th, they came and got somebody left a trash bag out on where we were hanging out, and I got it on a security camera. Came and just shredded the trash bag for like an hour. We didn't even notice it until the next day. They don't miss anything. You can't leave anything out up here.
I've driven down roads where packs, and I'm like, if I just run over all these fucking coyotes, I will save so many pets.
You would save so many cats, yeah.
So many cats would be alive.
Another thing I want to show you. So remember, we talked about James Franco? He's kind of come out of hiding. He's been on social media. And remember, we played that clip a couple of weeks ago of him with his friends, and he's talking about how he's been selected for disclosure.
Yeah.
Well, we finally got a peek at
save the pussy, Sam. Go on.
But we finally got a peek at what he claims he was assigned to disclose, and it is. I am baffled how some people think he's serious. When you see this video, I think you'll understand how not serious he is. But like, here's a tweet from someone, and I read that this person is being genuine. This is Good Morning UFO.
You don't think Good Morning UFO that has a furry like Hello Kitty alien doesn't know the difference between something fake and real?
In their comments, you can tell they're being genuine when it says James Franco drops his alien footage, crystal clear alien in 4K, James Franco poker face. Either the footage is real or James Franco lost his mind.
I mean, I think he lost his mind.
No, there's a third option. He's bullshitting us.
Yeah, I mean that's it. But he's lost his mind bullshitting us.
Yeah, because wait till you see it.
The day is here, 7/13. That's July 13th.
Thank you.
I promised you I was going to reveal something because I found something. It was thrust upon me. I didn't ask for this.
I know, dude.
I've been through a lot.
You grabbed a couple tits, suddenly you're a bad guy.
Went on social media, and I started talking about it. I didn't want to do that. Okay, I didn't choose this.
I mean, you literally set up the camera.
I saw something, and I thought, you know what? I can't keep this quiet. People said I'm crazy. People said I'm trying to. I don't know whatever it is.
You're trying to get your career going again.
My account got hacked,
which is fine. I think you got fucked.
People trying to shut me down.
He literally got in trouble, Johnny, for banging his students in class. Like, this is where we've got now, where a bunch of young actresses meet his A-list.
Not like school or something, acting class.
Acting class. And they're like, oh my God. It's like this thing I'm working on stage about how like grooming is a thing now. You'll have like 30-year-old women going, he groomed me. You're like, you're fucking 30. Back when I was a kid, we didn't call grooming. We called trying to get your girlfriend to do kinky shit. Like, he's not grooming you. He's trying to have a threesome with you and your hot cousin. Okay? That's not grooming. That's trying to get weird. But everything now is something. Everything. It can't just be like, I just like to get weird.
Oh, that word grooming is thrown around constantly now.
They just all throw it around. Like, they're all acting like they're 14. You're like, you're 30. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you're 30, dude. Anybody who's had a failed relationship now is like, he was just grooming me the whole time. Oh my God. Gaslighting. It used to be gaslighting, and now it's moved on to grooming, which has a more insidious.
Yeah, there's always, like, men are great at coming up for jokes about women, and women are great for coming up with psyops against men. Like, you've never heard a woman go, hey, dude, ladies, you ever have the reverse unicorn, right? That's where you peg your husband in the butt. A woman's never done that, ever.
But
girls can come up with different things that guys do that piss them off.
Yes.
All the time.
And
grooming, mansplaining, right? Gaslighting. Like, these are all terms that women came up with.
The male gaze.
The male gaze. Like,
not like Lindsey Graham, but like the.
No, not Lindsey Graham looking if you want to get blown in a Minneapolis airport.
No, not like the gaze. But
imagine being in the Minneapolis airport when that was a hot gay bar action. You're like, guys, my flight's about to leave in 15 minutes. I need to use the stall.
Yeah, that guy lost his whole career for his wide stance. Remember that? He said he had a wide stance. What was that guy's name?
Yeah, I mean, like, let the guy listen. My rule: as long as you're not hurting kids, I don't give a shit what you do. With consenting adults, get weird.
Larry Craig, that was the guy. Anyway, okay, so this UFO video of here we go. Back to James Franco here briefly.
I need to get this out. For that very reason that people are trying to stop me, for that very reason, I fought to get the account back.
You're brave, James Franco.
I felt like I owed it to you, to the people that are following me
Pound that fist.
and are, you know, trusting that I in fact am, you know, I have material behind what I'm saying.
Stop, Johnny. I don't care. People could be like, let him talk. I don't care. Listen, I love that there was a time that we looked at people, adult people who play make-believe as brave people. Like, dude, he's such a brave actor. He plays make-believe.
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, I think there maybe was a time like during the Red Scare, possibly, where there was some truth to that, and it hasn't been the case for 50.
A long time, dude. It should never have been, like, it can be seen as a skill. Okay, he's got great skill. It should never be revered, like, as they're actually doing something really important. It should be like, that's fucking cool. You can make believe really good. I stopped doing that when I hit 18 and I had to grow up and get a job. But the fact that you're allowed to continue to do make believe is so amazing.
They're like athletes. Yeah.
But athletes are different. Athletes are different, though. It actually takes a skill to get to that level.
Well, I think there is some acting that is that impressive. I do believe that.
Right. But hitting a ball is 1,000 times harder than playing the best make believe.
Sure. Yeah. I agree with you.
That's my opinion.
Did you see there's this video from Casino?
Can we watch the rest of this? Sorry, Johnny, I keep going.
Well, there's this video from Casino with Don Rickles where he's talking about this very thing. I just saw it yesterday is what made me think of it with De Niro. He's like, De Niro is like a method guy. So he kind of works himself up and he couldn't remember his lines in a scene with Don Rickles. So Rickles just lays into him for a few seconds here. Rickles was so quick, man. Here it is. So this is De Niro and Rickles on the set of Casino. And listen to Rickles here. It's so funny.
I say something wrong? You're supposed to say I should have known better. I'm saying. For the kind of money you're making, read the card. Learn the thing. You gotta pop out breath. Sit in here and study. With your method acting with the breathing and bullshit. Read the lines and let's get at it.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, it's fucking great, dude. Robert De Niro.
And dude, anybody else other than Don Rickles comes at him like that on the set of a film. And it's like, hey, you got your own trailer. You can't learn lines. Like you just can't sit in your trailer and learn your lines.
I mean, dude, is anyone turned out to be a bigger fraud than Robert De Niro? Like anyone more opposite of the roles that we fell in love with him for, like playing like tough guys, crazy guys, and you find out he's just a bitch.
Well, that's true bravery, is when you can be so different.
I mean, just dude, my favorite movie of all time, Taxi Driver, is just like he's so great. And yeah, somebody the other day said Everything Everywhere All at Once is the worst movie ever. You are the dumbest human being on planet Earth if you think that's the dumbest movie ever. That's the greatest. That's in the discussion. It's one of the greatest movies ever to be made.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, well, some people just aren't ready for anything that requires an extra layer of thought or consideration. Do you know what I mean? Like if it's not obvious what's happening at all times.
Brett B. Crumbs thinks I don't like De Niro because he doesn't like Trump. I couldn't give a shit.
What?
I couldn't give a shit. Like it's just like the guy's a bitch. He's been connected to these freaking shady ass shit. Dude, he's connected to Polanski and what he did to that girl. I mean, like get the fuck out of here, dude. It's just like everything has to be like, oh, you're not like us. It's like, no, dude, the guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, nothing to do with
politics. You can't be famous that long. Like there should be a time limit because it fucks your head up. When you're famous that long, you're not in reality. And it's like these people, it's like on the Bonfire, I forget the name of the actor, he's on Fallout. He's a really good guy. He's talking about how comic, he's a comic on Fallout.
He's a comedian in Fallout, or he's Johnny Pemberton.
Yes, he's great, dude. But he had a really great point about Johnny Depp doesn't have any personality now. He's just taken Pirates of the Caribbean, and that's his personality now.
Yeah, that's what
you've been famous too long, dude.
Well, they
touch grass.
The method guys train themselves to kind of become empty vessels, and then they fill themselves up with character. And when you delete your personality periodically during films, you lose it, man. You have to kind of eventually find something, and I think that's what he's found to hold on to is that weird.
Yeah. I mean, like Harrison Ford. Have you ever seen him not acting?
He's the driest. Yeah.
He's the weirdest dude ever.
And he can't fly a plane either.
Yeah, learn to fly a fucking plane.
Is there anything more stereotypical, by the way?
Oh, we never saw. Did he reveal the video?
Right here. Yeah, that's what I'm about to pull up. Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, enough. Here we go. 7:13. You wanted it. Here it is. I delivered.
Look at this, dude.
Hold on. So the big reveal is some dude, a two-armed, two-leg person.
It doesn't make, I mean, how dumb does he think we are? By the way, look at these. All these are different angles, but they all say cam 2. Oh, no, that one actually doesn't. But these two both seem to say cam 2, even though see, this says cam 2 right here, even though it's the same view as that one.
I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at the idiots who think in any way this is real.
Oh, yeah, you have to be as...
someone brought up, great, that the alien just threw a Heil Hitler.
You have to be so credulous.
And the alien is using the door.
I mean, it's just ridiculous, bro.
Dude, it's so obvious he's joking here.
Yeah, it's like something a 12-year-old would make.
And dude, what is this fucking Twitter account? It can't be real. Click on its thing so we can see like.
Oh, look, I mean, they're in their own mentions. Like look at some of this. It says, where where this guy says, "Ain't no way, bro. This has got to be Franco trying to revive his dead acting career." And then they respond, "Possibly." I don't know.
Go up to Good Morning. Click on its fucking channel.
They have a bunch of replies here. That kind of. This guy says James Franco is acting. He said it. Where's one that he might be acting? Is what he says here. He admits. But one of them is like, "I hope he's not." I mean, he might have deleted it. Where he was like, I hope he's not faking it." Look at this, dude. These people are like, "Oh my god," he goes, "My feelings too."
Oh my god! Just somebody shoot me in my head.
Look, there's a poll here. What do you think of James Franco's alien footage?
Click it. It's a joke.
Yeah, look at that. 75% of people think it's a joke. It's
Good Morning UFO has to be joking, right?
Look at this. Dude.
Okay, that's what you think.
He's literally wrapped in tinfoil.
And then throwing up a Heil Hitler right there. I mean, what are we doing here?
It's so stupid. I'm annoyed at James Franco now for wasting.
Like, dude, you've literally wasted everybody's time.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Should we invite him on Broken Sim to
tell me he has to pay us
to discuss this footage and to make reparations for the time that we lost.
Yeah, tell him that we'll never get this 10 minutes back. I'm not mad at James Franco. Shoot your shot, dude. Have fun, be funny. You were in some great comedy movies. To UFO Good Morning, you can go fuck yourself.
Dude, he was also in that TV show where they did that Stephen King TV show. What's it called? Let me hold on. 11/22/63. It's based on a Stephen King novel. It came out in 2011. I think it was on Hulu or something like that. And he's this guy.
2011 Hulu was something. 2011.
It was on one of the streams. Yeah, it was on Hulu. Yeah, no, 2016.
Hulu's been around that long?
2016. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And it's an 8-episode like miniseries based on a Stephen King thing where this guy he's like a history teacher or something, and he stumbles into this passage, like this doorway that can send him back in time to right before Kennedy is assassinated, like a couple of years before. And so he dedicates his life now to going back in the past and trying to prevent Kennedy from being assassinated. And it's just fabulous. It's in all the ways Stephen King, because it's got a kind of the spooky element of like fate, where every time it's kind of like Final Destination style, you know, like even if you do save Kennedy, something else is going to happen to him. And then when you start to kind of change history,
yeah, it gets weird.
Yeah, things get weird, right?
Yeah, but don't you think history would be different if they did invent a time machine at some point and someone tried to do something good? We would be living in a different dimension.
Well, that's the question: is how would that I think in the thought experiments and even possibly in reality, they think now that if you went back to time, you wouldn't change your own future or the future you had already experienced. You would create a branch, like a new timeline.
Yeah. So like, what if I go back and I stop the Kennedy assassination? My dad doesn't try to hook up with my mom. Now I'm not even here.
Well, but that's the grandfather paradox. Yeah, it's not. You would create a branch timeline. You know what I'm saying? Your timeline would still exist, and then by changing the past, you would create a new timeline that you would now inhabit. That
seems like somebody just trying to find a way so we don't have to ask that question. Like, no, new branch, new timeline. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, it's partly because of the grandfather paradox, I think. But yeah, no, I think I think it's generally thought that time travel is probably not possible anyway. Because you think about time travel, if the universe is how we think of it, with the sun and the Earth orbiting the sun, not only would you have to travel in time, but you'd also have to travel in space. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You would have to travel back to where the Earth was at the exact moment.
Oh, Johnny, that's crazy.
Because if you
you shoot back, all of a sudden you're just floating in space.
Yeah, you're where the Earth is at that moment.
So you have to research where the Earth was at this exact moment
with great precision, or you could just generate appear in the Earth's mantle or on the moon or in the middle of Jupiter. You know what I mean?
Dude, if someone told me, I'd be like, fuck it.
Yeah.
He's dead. It's over, dude. I'm not going back. Fuck that noise.
I think more interesting is the possibility that once AI has consumed all the variables, that it could recreate in a realistic way past. You know what I mean?
This is what would happen if that didn't happen. This is what the world would look like. And then we find out it would be a better place if Kennedy didn't die. We're like, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, but think about it, like if AI and we have enough compute power eventually to account for every variable in the world, then yeah, you could reconstruct with some accuracy, with less accuracy the farther you went back, but with some accuracy, the past. And then yeah, you could explore, through your brain chip in a realistic way, VR or whatever, the past. Yeah, that's like time travel. It's not actual time travel, but it's possible. You could go back and, meet your girlfriend again or whatever you want, whatever.
Go back for one more butt stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Go off and jerk off to yourself.
Baby, what's up? But you look like you do now, not when you were young.
Yeah.
She's like, why? What happened to you? What do you mean? You look like you're 50. Oh, had a hard day at work, honey. Just let me hit it one time.
You know what you should do before you go back in the past like that? You should probably try hymns.
I would love that full head of hair, please, yeah. God.
That's please. Go back only after
please, God.
A few months with our friends at Hymns. Bringing up their website right here. Hide that, please. Check this guy out. Look at him. You can get your labs at Hymns. Check them out. Find your baseline. You can test some biomarkers. Look at that dude. Full head of hair right there, bro. Full head of hair.
Look at that, dude. I mean, actually, went from crop circles to like it hasn't rained for a couple days, but we're still good. I mean, he looks good.
Yeah,
He looks great.
Catching yourself in the mirror and doing the normal mental.
I mean, dude, I'm blown away by how much hair he's grown. It's unbelievable.
It is crazy, yeah. And doing, you ever catch yourself in the mirror though and do the mental math on your
all
hair?
the time?
Most
all
guys
the time.
have that moment, yeah. And Hims makes it simple to actually do something about it. Hims offers convenient access to a range of prescription hair loss treatments with ingredients that work, including chews, oral medications, serums, and sprays. They have prescription strength, doctor-trusted ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil that can help prevent further hair loss and regrow your hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. It worked on
wow, dude.
Wow.
Wow.
For XG,
I love the colors too. Look at that. That looks like fun.
You shouldn't have to go out of your way to feel like yourself. Hims brings expert care straight to you with 100% online access to personalized treatment plans that put your goals first. You can find the right hair regrowth options for you with flexible subscription options, access to 24/7 provider support, and once-a-day treatment options that fit your daily routine. It's straightforward, transparent, and designed to make getting care feel easy. For simple online access to personalized.
Look at that hair, dude. Look at that full head of hair that guy's got.
Yeah, boy, that's tremendous.
Look at the guy who already has a lot of hair getting more hair.
Yeah, that almost seems kind of greedy, doesn't it? Look at that beautiful head of hair. Now he's got even more beautiful head of hair. He's probably been on it for 6 months. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, so big, dude. So big.
I'm going to read the call to action now.
Johnny, read the call to action.
For simple online access to personalized and affordable care for hair loss, ED, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/brokensim. That's hims.com/brokensim for your free online visit. Hims.com/brokensim. Featured products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Individual results may vary. See website for full details, restrictions, and important safety information.
And we thank them for sponsoring this show.
Yes, we do. And they didn't even write that. We just
thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for
Thank you.
Thank you, Hims.
Thank you, Hims.
So we were on Cash Daddies today when you read from TMZ that Tom and Christina are splitting.
Oh my God, are you trying to break my heart, dude?
Kind of a bolt out of the blue, huh?
It's kind of sad.
Yeah, it is sad. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, because like when Bobby Lee and what's her face split up, they kind of still work together, right? How do you do
but
that?
that's not the same thing. Like dating and being married and having kids is a whole different thing, dude.
They have a real, I mean, their business. You got to assume that was really.
Bro, that's the craziest thing. Like, how do you not do your mom's house? It's a cash register.
How do you
cha-ching, 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 cha-ching.
Someone, did you see this? Someone said we should have seen it coming, and it was a video of him opening the show with a sex doll in the chair where Christina's supposed to be.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to another episode of Your Mom's House. As always, I'm Tom Segura, and with me is my lovely co-host, Christina P. Good to see you.
Big bucks, dude. You got to keep it going, dude.
Yeah,
so, I texted Tom, I love him. And then I texted Christina that I hope she gets the biggest, blackest black man and gets dog farted, and I said, you're the queen. I hope she just gets shredded, lit up.
Did she reply to this?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say what she said, but she was like, that's the funniest shit ever. Right?
Oh boy, that's funny.
It is funny, dude. This is what's gonna happen, dude. Tom's gonna get some smoke show 24-year-old, and fucking Christina's gonna have the most dignified boyfriend ever, like some guy who's achieved fucking greatness.
Oh yeah, like somebody works in the State Department or something.
Yeah,
like
she's gonna date like some fucking well-to-do 50-year-old.
Yeah.
Or she's just gonna go Kathy Griffin and just hang out with 22-year-olds and just get rocked.
God, they've been together a long time, huh? Look at this.
That's
photo.
a long time, dude.
Look at how young they were there. Isn't that crazy?
Look at that, dude. Nobody hides their cans better than Christina Pajinski, by the way.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
oh yeah, dude.
She's got sneaky.
She had sneaky ones for a while. I know she had, unfortunately, the big C. So, but back in the day, fat cans.
Oh, that's good. Good for her. Oh, I'm glad we didn't scroll down because there was the big dick scene from Bad Thoughts that I almost scrolled down to.
Dude, Bad Thoughts is absolutely insane.
Yes, it is.
Tom Segura is the fucking man.
He's the man. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they continue their business.
I mean, dude, that is straight money, dude.
Sorry, still got the cold. Yeah, no, totally. It's. I mean, you kind of have to, right? You got to figure out a way, even if it's like, remember when
everyone's Christina's so pretty. Yeah, she is, and Tom is fucking great too. It's like, what are you gonna do, dude? I love them.
Yeah, Christina's lovely. Yeah. It's kind of like with Stern, like where you just figure out, even if you don't come in the studio, you figure out a way to keep doing it because you
got to, dude. Maybe you're not in the same room. They're both podcasting from their mansions.
Yeah, you can totally do it. Stern style. I mean, they love Stern, so they're greatly influenced by him, like so many of us were. Back when Stern used to not suck. So yeah, that's Godspeed to them. I hope their futures are filled with
Tom, I love you. Be safe out there. It's fucking crazy.
Lots of boning. We got a couple.
No, but it's crazy, dude. It's like he's walking into chaos.
Oh, things have changed for sure.
The dating world is nuts, and now you're a rich guy.
Oh, you got to be careful not to get Trevor Bauer. Yeah,
100%, dude. But I'll say this again about Tom Segura, the smartest guy I've ever met in comedy. There's nobody smarter. Anyone can what's it called? Wave the water. What's you know what I'm saying, dude. If anyone can go through the waves of dating, and figure out who the crazies are, it's Tom Segura.
You think he can navigate the treacherous waters of
Hey, Johnny, navigate the treacherous waters, dude.
Okay. I think you're probably right about that. We got some animals going wild here. This story is crazy. Are you ready for a crazy story, dude? This is going to be a movie. He has a long memory. a notorious rogue Nepalese elephant has stalked a resident called Shanichara Boti for years, killing 4 of his family members 14 years apart, including 2 even after they all moved miles away to escape the homicidal elephant. Boti's nightmare began in December of 2012 when Durbe, an infamous killer elephant, this is from the New York Post, by the way, an infamous killer elephant whose human death toll is now up to 25, fatally trampled the man's parents in the Nepalese town of Madi, near some damn national park. The grief-stricken son packed up and moved himself and the rest of his family to safety, setting up his new homestead 9 miles away across a giant river and to a different town. It wasn't far enough. Earlier this month, Durbe, the elephant, tracked down the family and burst into their home, killing Boti's daughter-in-law, who's 25, and his 4-year-old grandson.
Oh my God, this is so sad. Fuck that elephant, dude.
Why is it kill the elephant? Obviously.
Yeah, I just watched Dumbo with my daughter. I was like, oh, elephants. Now I'm like, fuck elephants, dude.
He's killed 25 people. Why is he alive?
Why is he alive?
Earlier this month, Durbe tracked down the family and did what I just said. This is a quote from the Kathmandu Post. "We believe that moving across the major rivers would keep us safe," Boti told them. But after all these years, the exact same elephant found us again, raided our home, and took my daughter-in-law and my little grandson. This left us nowhere else to run. The elephant, as I said, has a long history of fatal misdeeds. He has reportedly killed more than 2,000 people since 2010, park officials told the outlet. Prior to this tragic incident, Durbe had officially claimed 23 human lives, as I said. He's now up to 25. We've been utilizing...
Dude, he's the John Wayne Gacy of elephants, dude.
If this was a human, we'd put him to sleep. We can't put the elephant...
shit, dude.
We have been utilizing a satellite tracking collar to monitor the movements of this highly aggressive male elephant. Why don't you use it to kill him? Our data logs show that this location coordinates... Okay, yeah, they're saying that he was on the site when the incident happened. According to Vice, 93 soldiers set out to kill Durbe after the fatal 2012 attack and shot the beast twice, and he still got away. They sent 93 dudes out to kill this elephant in 2012.
This guy's the fucking John Wick of fucking elephants.
The Baba Yaga of elephants. Baba Yaga. That's crazy. The elephant resurfaced in 2016 and was fitted with a new tracking collar in 2020. Why didn't they kill him? I don't understand. When they put the tracking collar, they put a collar on him, but they couldn't kill him? What? That doesn't make any sense, right?
Dude, this guy's gonna kill. Dude, this guy is. Do not piss off. What, they kill his dog? Like, what is going on? Why is this elephant so pissed?
But I don't understand. Why would you? Who are the people putting the collars on him? They did it twice.
Yeah, how come they're still alive?
They must sedate it, right? They sedate it. Why don't you just?
Why don't they keep it sedated?
Just fully sedate it, like
be like, dude, let's get this thing hooked on drugs.
You just sedate it until it's, sedated, fully dead. That's the craziest story, isn't it? That's got to be a movie, Killer Elephant. I mean, you wouldn't believe it, but
it will be a killer elephant, but the elephant will be a good guy in the movie.
We need it. Yeah, you're right. The liberals that make it, it'll be like, oh, they cut its tusk off or something, or kill its son, elephant, or something, and now it goes on a rampage. That's crazy, bro. I mean, they do say an elephant never forgets, so I guess we
100%, dude. This elephant is just John Wicking everybody, dude. What is this? What is this guy? Liam Neeson?
It's unreal, man. It's unreal. Now that I shared that, and I mentioned that we have another animal running wild. It's a buffalo this time. Did you see
Oh
this?
my God, dude.
This is in Yellowstone.
I would get the dude. Dude, there's a buffalo right there. Get in a fucking. There's cars driving all over the place. Like, let me jump in your trunk, dude.
Yeah, I totally. We'll show it first so people know what you're talking about. Yeah, this guy has a chance to get in a car like 5 times. He's fine, by the way. He has said that he's okay. So if you're watching this and don't want to see something bad happen, he's totally fine. It's just crazy.
Let's go down to that story out of Yellowstone National Park this weekend, where a 65-year-old man on a walk with his grandson ended up on the wrong end of a charging bison. Here's CBS's Tom Hansen with what we now know.
Get in the truck!
5-year-old grandfather was tossed violently in the air by a bison at Yellowstone National Park.
Everyone's bison! Look out, bison!
The incident was captured by photographer Mike McLeod.
Get in the car!
With his wife.
I was just trying to get some dramatic footage of this bison rolling around behind a picnic table.
Carl Isom McDaniel was visiting the park with his grandson. Witnesses say they were about 100 yards away from the 2,000-pound animal. When
I bet you what happened was this bison got molested by Santa Claus and wanted revenge.
We're out of here. Let's go.
Got felt up by Santa Claus, delivering gifts, and he's like, I get my revenge now. Animals are just enough of this bullshit.
Yeah, watch. You can see the moment he sees Santa Claus right here. He's like, oh boy, I'm gonna get you, bro. Santa Claus in his what is that? Is that a Tua jersey? What is this? What jersey?
Yeah, dude, this guy hates the Dolphins. This guy's he's a Buffalo's literally a Bills fan, sees a fucking Dolphins jersey and just loses his mind.
Santa Claus and his elf there with the long red hair.
100 yards away from the 2,000-pound animal when it suddenly started chasing the pair.
And as soon as the bison stands up, the grandfather, he's like, we're out of here. Let's go.
After this white pickup passes by, the pair quickly raced for cover behind some trees. The bison suddenly charged the pair, the grandfather making a run for it, luring the bison away from his grandson.
After the second loop
It doesn't look like he's luring him away. He's trying to survive.
No, it doesn't at all, yeah. It makes me remember Dances with Wolves. Oh, Tatanka. That's why they warn you about the Tatanka, man. You gotta be careful.
Is that bison Israeli?
8 feet in the air before landing hard right next to his attacker.
Look at that, bro.
8 feet in the air before landing hard right next to his attacker.
that ground came fast, dude.
What are you thinking, like right here? What is going through your mind when you're right there, bro?
And that's when he knew he'd fucked up.
Yeah, it's like one of those 80s movies. You might be asking, how did I get here? Well,
Oh my God. But it would have been cool if he had jumped that by himself. Like the thing was, like, have you seen that video? It looks like the Jordan logo.
What are you saying?
Oh, did you see the video where the guy's in the ring with the bull and the bull charges him and he back flips
He charges
over the
him?
bull?
What does charge mean?
Charges him.
Oh, I thought you say charges him.
Johnny! You
No,
know I'm retarded.
I haven't seen that.
He flips around him, over him, and the bull just stares at him going, what the fuck?
That's funny. I'll see if I can find it.
He was an attacker, and I was afraid that he was going to gore the guy on the ground. At that point, it stopped being fun to video, and I knew I had to get that bison away from the victim because the bison was very, very agitated.
That victim, still reeling from the encounter, is on the mend after surgery, posting this message to well-wishers. Thank you, everyone. I am okay.
You know, he
The
posted
outcome
that
of
to
the incident happened at a
Facebook.
time when bulls can be especially aggressive.
It's the beginning of the breeding season, the rut, so they're
Oh, yeah, he just wanted to hit it. He just wanted to hit it. Johnny, I put it in the DMs. Click the DMs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you remember? You never really watched bull riding, huh? Because like when I was,
I like it. I like it.
When I was really little, there was this guy that got killed like that. He was a bull rider. Do you remember Lane Frost? Do you remember that guy?
No.
Yeah, he got killed at bull rider. Like famously, he got. There's a movie about it actually. He got like gored, and he died. He died right there.
How about the guys who are bullfighters and they get the fucking horn right through their mouth?
Oh yeah, no, that's that famous video. Yeah, that's horrible. That's horrific.
Play dumb games, win dumb prizes.
This is not bad violence, right? Because we can't show that on YouTube.
No, dude, there's literally no violence.
Okay. All right. Cool. You hear that, YouTube? No violence.
Watch this. And
that's amazing.
Dude, he just flipped it, and the bull's like, "What the fuck?"
Is that real, dude? Like, yeah, I mean, it has no views.
Dude.
How does this have 52 views?
Because it's probably just one of the many things that posted it.
That's crazy, bro.
Watch this. Watch this. I mean, bro.
Remarkable. Oh, here we go. Here's the original.
Wouldn't Uber be easier?
That's crazy, dude. Good for him, man.
That bull was like, respect, dude. Respect.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, it's funny. All the comments are on. I found the original. All the comments are like memeing the bull. Like, dude.
Johnny, I put up a picture. Go to I put a picture up. Hold on.
Where?
I want to show you this. Look at this.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Who did that? Did you do that?
No, somebody else did that.
That's. If you're listening, someone has AI'd the guy who got tossed in the air by the bison onto a skateboard on a ramp, and he's
Johnny, is that what they call a vert?
What is that's like a I guess so, right? Like, I don't know. I rode bicycles. I don't know shit about skateboarding, unfortunately. Okay, what else going on? You know, what I was thinking we should do is you know how they have have you ever seen those videos where people rank things in like tiers, like S tier, A, B, C?
Yeah.
We're gonna start. That's gonna become a regular segment for us. We're gonna start ranking things. We're not gonna do it this week because I haven't prepared it, but that would be good for us to clip. We're gonna
Johnny, can we? You want to rank something? Look at this, dude.
Okay.
Look at this real quick.
Oh, show me your dick again, bro. It's fine.
No.
It's not
How cool is this? 3
It's fun.
podcasts in the top 200 of comedy.
Oh, I saw that. Yes, I saw that, bro. Congratulations. And they said you couldn't do it.
You know what's so funny, Johnny? I remember back during, I probably told a story. So during COVID, I just had so much time on my hands. So I just started doing goals list, and I did them in the numbers of Tesla 3, 6, 9. I did 9.
9, damn, fine. Oh, we moved up to 119, by the way. Yes.
Nice. So I did 9 gratitude lists, 9 things I'm thankful for, 9 goals for the day. Then I did 27 life goals. Johnny, you don't know how many of those fucking things came true, including I wanted 3 podcasts in the top 200 of comedy at the same time.
Your dick is still 6 inches, huh, bro? You'll never get that.
Well, dude, it's actually less now because I'm getting fatter.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, I'm losing prime real estate, dude.
I'm sorry. That's like a great motivation, by the way. Women will never understand that, but for a guy to lose weight is...
No, I just don't care, dude. Just go. Guys, if your dick isn't that big, just find a chick with a tiny pussy. Like, find some chick with a fucking small set vagina. The chicks who complain are size queens is because they have fucking tunnels for a pussy, dude. They have a 405 highway down there.
The
It's
problem
just
is
true.
You can't put that in your dating profile, really, can you?
No, it's like, you should say, do you have a wide set or a small set vagina?
Oh boy, I was about to do an ad, but I need to put a little buffer in between on the transcript there between clavicular. So clavicular is a streaming douchebag, and he's one of these looks maxing guys. Do you know the story, Sam? He went to Israel and hung out with that girl who is like the IDF influencer, hot chick that runs their social and is everywhere. And she let this woman right here, Shira Brown, she let him run their social for a little bit, I guess, and had him on there. Here's a Al Jazeera recap of it.
So good, yeah.
Now faces disciplinary action after appearing with clavicular.
Oh, this guy is just dead. Anything he touches.
Well, the problem comes from him hanging out with Nick Fuentes and Sneeko. They were all with, I think they were with Kanye actually doing.
No, Kanye wasn't there, but they were in the club singing a song.
I saw a very Kanye-looking guy.
That was Myron Gaines.
Oh, was it? Okay, sorry.
Johnny, Jesus, your North Carolina came out. They all blacks look alike.
Sorry, I haven't seen a good quality video, but yes, so sorry to all the blacks out there. So they were all singing what I think, Sam, you and I both agree is the greatest melody of the current century, Kanye's Heil Hitler song. Footage of them all on a party bus, it looks like. Nothing gayer than a party bus, by the way.
Are you self-funding this? Like, who paid for your flights?
Now, this is someone, I'm not sure who, maybe a journalist asking who is paying for him to be in Israel.
Those are questions you don't want to ask.
He's not even smart enough. I'd be like, you don't think I make money, you dumb bitch?
Yeah. He began posting videos from Israel on Thursday.
I love that any chick that hangs out with him is his girlfriend now. Like any chick that's willing to stick around.
Yeah, he holds hands with...
like if you hang out with Clavicular for more than 30 minutes, you're his girlfriend.
Welcome to Israel. You've been here for like 14 hours. How's it so far?
Dude, I'm having a blast.
Why does everyone in fucking Israel look like they're fucking Green Bay Packer fans?
They didn't give you a gun? Too short for a gun?
Wait, I run this with video.
Don't Israeli chicks all look like they bleach their assholes?
Of course they do. It's because they do, by the way. The Israeli military is investigating, and she's gotten in big trouble for having clavicular on her. I mean, just walking around holding hands with the guy, which is weird. Now,
she is so hot, but she's an IDF killer. And dude, if you had kids with her, you'd have midget kids. Dude, if you want big ass kids, you got to have a big ass woman.
Now,
find yourself an Amazon if you want a chance for the NBA, or like, dude, like. Brock Lesnar's daughter is like marrying a offensive lineman in the NFL. Do you understand the juggernaut that they're going to put out?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we might see the first 8-foot tall fucking lineman ever of all time.
It does make you wonder what is the true genetic like maximum, because people are getting bigger. Just generally.
I mean, dude, the NBA, I'm telling you, in 10 years is just going to be nothing but Wembies.
I think you're right. Those guys used to all be, I mean, with a few, like Ralph Sampson and a few exceptions, used to kind of be like traditional fives centers, and now they can all move. Or not all of them, but there are way more guys that can move and shoot and stuff. Speaking of moving and shooting, you want to have comfortable clothes on when you're doing that.
Oh, I love it, dude.
Yeah, and
I love it.
And you also want to have comfortable bedding. And that's where Quince comes in, my friend. There is something about a summer night that makes you appreciate really good bedding. You want lightweight, breathable, and easy to sleep in bedding, no matter how warm it gets. Because you don't want to sleep hot and get all sweaty and stuff. That's the worst. We're going to talk to you about our friends at Quince. Quince has everything you need.
I love Quince, man. I do. I wear Quince all the time on stage.
Yeah, I know. You mentioned it last time, right? You got a shirt that you wear literally every time, right? That Dana packs for you.
All the time. That's how you know I'm on stage. I'm killing it.
Quince has everything you need to make your bed feel cooler, lighter, and more comfortable for summer. From breathable sheets to airy linen shams and duvet covers, their bedding comes in soft, seasonal colors, relaxed stripes, and timeless neutrals. Their 100% European linen bedding is woven from premium flax that gets softer with every wash. If you prefer something more classic, they also have organic cotton sheets that are soft, breathable, and perfect for warm summer nights. And I can attest to that because I have those exact sheets. And for an easy upgrade, they also have mulberry silk pillowcases and eye masks that help keep your hair smooth and your skin feeling hydrated. Boy, doesn't that sound fancy, Sam? Mulberry silk. Wow. Mulberry. Everything at Quince is priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. Quince works directly with ethical factories and cuts out the middlemen. So you're paying for quality, not brand markup. Again, I've had their sheets and their clothes for years now, and I swear by everything, it's just great value. It's a really good deal. And if you're trying to impress a woman with, you want to show her that you're like mature, got your stuff together, Quince is the place to go for sure. It's not just bedding. As we mentioned, they have that same approach of cutting out the middlemen to clothing, to cookware, to furniture. They make it easy to have a more elevated feel in your everyday life. Make your summer bedding feel better. Go to quince.com/brokensim for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. It's now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/brokensim for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/brokensim. Thank you, Quince.
Thank you, Quince.
So we also, in this clavicular thing, got a little peek into how TMZ has been doing. You know how XG was always live streaming and recording us with his glasses? Well, TMZ has been doing that to themselves. Basically, they've had people with those streaming glasses on, and it's caught them a few times now.
Being gay?
Being a little too honest. And this is, you can hear Harvey Levin here trying to make sure that they really push the anti-Semitic angle on the clavicular thing.
Oh my! I can't believe can't believe that Jeffrey Epstein's PR department wants to push. Yeah, here we go.
It's crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So he was out partying with those people.
Can we see do you have the Nazi salute? Does it exist? Okay.
Like a pizzeria employee.
Well, if we're doing it, it's kind of relevant. I mean, that's the whole point of this, right?
Happy birthday to Lawrence Leff.
Well, the point is he's anti-Semitic, right?
What did she get? What did she get in trouble?
Rocket fuel.
That's why we got to show you. Right, but the anti-Semitism is.
I don't know who Boozy. It looks like you could read a
The
book
Nazi
with
salute was
chapters.
in the club that
A book with chapters. They look good.
Now, see, what you're hearing is two separate. The actual focus of this stream is on these girls goofing around and talking, but someone is enhancing the audio in the background of Harvey Levin and his co-host, and Harvey Levin is just really pushing this angle.
Johnny,
hard.
you can't have anti-Semitism laws if you don't have anti-Semitism.
Yeah, no, that's the truth.
And it goes into this thing that they've been paying for the anti-Semitism, right? And it's kind of crazy because I'm watching these people who made their bones on being anti-Semitic suddenly defending TPUSA along with the Zionists. It's very weird to me.
What do you think that is? Who are you talking about, by the way?
I'm not talking about anybody, Johnny.
I'm curious.
Okay? I'm not talking about anybody. Okay, I'll give you one person, Nick Fuentes, right? Like the shit coming out of that guy's mouth, Luke Cage, shit coming out of those guys' mouth is fucking crazy to me.
He just sat down with Hunter Biden. And now I've heard that they maybe almost got into fisticuffs.
I would love. Who do you got in that fight?
Oh, it's Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden all fucking day, dude. Catboy getting his ass beat.
Look at this. From Happy Gilmore. Somebody tweeted a picture of Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, and then Chubb's alligator from Happy Gilmore. All in heaven.
Somebody make a video in a fucking anonymous mask going, they're moving the chessboards on the global market piece. They're moving it. Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell were very strong proponents of the fiat currency. By taking them out, they can now move forward with bringing in the crypto. I'm like, dude, come on, bro. I mean, come on, dude.
No.
It's a little too much.
Now, here's a photo.
But Johnny, let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's just say that Mitch McConnell and we're in another dimension.
Okay.
Right. And they weren't pieces of shit. Let's just say they did it right. And then go to heaven. Do they get to do weird stuff up there? It's like, oh yeah, now you can do it. You had to just play the game to get in, and now you're in. You can just stick your dick wherever you want.
I don't think there's. No, I don't think so, Sam. No, I don't think.
You don't think it's a giant swingers club up there and nobody gets pregnant?
No, no, I think you got better stuff to do. You know, those are all like base desires when you're in like low energy states, and I don't.
Okay. So if I go to heaven, I'm gonna start thinking about hitting that ass.
You're gonna have higher pursuits in mind.
Okay.
I believe so. I don't know that.
Oh, so you're saying in hell I'm gonna want to hit that ass?
You're gonna wish you could.
Someone's gonna be hitting my ass, and I ain't gonna be happy with that.
Yeah, probably something closer to that, I would guess. Here's an image, by the way. They did that Channel 5 thing, which that guy's everywhere. That guy's everywhere.
We're all Ken doll, somebody said in it. So this guy, Channel 5, I actually like him.
I do too. Yeah.
But he tried to embarrass G. Edward Griffin, which is a sin that is unforgivable.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, and Jason Burmis showed up and just put his foot in his ass to stop it because Jason knew what he's doing. And Jason is a great guy, like literally a fucking wonderful human being. I'm not even kidding. Like, there's a lot of crazy people in the conspiracy world. Jason is one of the fucking good ones.
Wait,
you know?
And it's making fun of it.
Yeah, you see Channel 5 G. Edward Griffin, see if you can find it. And Jason Burmis walks up and curb stomps this motherfucker. So this motherfucker is cooking with gas. And then he gets so big that HBO hires him. And this is how you know that January 6th is PSYOP, because they sent this guy in to cover it. You're like, how'd you know I was going to go? Why would you send a fucking camera guy in there? So they send him in there. And right after that, he gets Me Too'd. And you think he would learn. It's like, and I love Louis C.K., but it's like when Louis C.K. got canceled and he tried to send Biden money and Biden sent it back to him. You're like, dude, what are you doing? They canceled you. Why are you still playing the game? But anyways, this guy is the king. He's made great edits. So anyways, he's getting sued right now supposedly by somebody for what he says is absolute insanity. His words, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's if you watch it, it's a very interesting. If you can find his like Instagram where he talks about it, he's had to spend $800,000 defending himself so far.
I'm still trying to find the original video. I can't find. You said Jason Burmis came in?
Yeah, go Channel 5 G. Edward Griffin.
Is it the Red Pill Expo? Is that it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I got it here.
Now, if you know this guy's style, his whole thing is to like make people fucking look stupid, and you shouldn't do it to an absolute national treasure, like one of the greatest to ever do it, G. Edward Griffin, who is a fucking national treasure. You shouldn't try to embarrass an old man with your stupid ass questions to make him look stupid.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to. Now, was Jason actually? Okay, here we go. I think this is it right here. Let me just kill that share. I believe this is it. Jason, a multi-time guest on Tinfoil Hat.
His trailer for This Place Rules.
No.
Let's bring that up in the background.
No, I don't think this is it.
Go farther down it. He might be farther into it because he brings it up.
Oh, no, there it is.
There it is. So this is Jason. He's fucking great, Burmis. Yeah. And like, look, he's interviewing him, and we all know that he sets these people up to look stupid.
The Channel 5 guy does. Yeah, this is a long tradition of it's a format that I've never cared for much. I know you like it more than I do.
Yeah,
but
well, if you want to go get drunk college kids to look like retards, that's one thing.
Well, no, but it comes from like Eric Andre and Zach Galifianakis and Colbert, Stephen Colbert from before, where to varying degrees the people were playing along. But he's, you could say Tom Green, but Tom Green wasn't humiliating people intellectually. You know what I mean? It was more about how absurd Tom Green was. This guy is trying to like embarrass people oftentimes and makes it look much worse in the edit. Anyway, so this is the guy from Channel 5 whose name I can never remember. And
let's call him Channel 5 guy.
Yeah. The audio is really poor here.
Yeah. If you fast forward, you'll see Jason shows up. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, they got rid of it. Go. There it is. There it is.
Put him in a negative light.
Yeah, there it is.
So this is going to be on. This isn't a documentary thing. For YouTube. Okay. Yeah, so it's YouTube, but you're not channel whatever.
I am channel 5.
Are you?
Yeah, 100% on YouTube.
Channel 5 on YouTube. Okay. Well, I'm just saying I don't like the deception, man. I watch your stuff. Some of your stuff's okay, but you know you're coming here to punk these people.
Okay.
Yes, you are. 100% you are. Come on.
Yeah.
What's your most important thing in life? Probably being independent, not selling out.
I mean, this is the guy. That's why I highly respect you, Griff, and I would hate to have you put him in a negative light.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's nice. I'm Jason Purvis.
Okay.
I know you are.
Yeah, but now you can't make him look bad. But you were gonna make him look bad. You're disingenuous.
You're not gonna take the 10 grand?
I'll take the 10 grand. No, I'm just saying, I actually care about this.
Do you really?
Yeah, you're not trying to make him look stupid because I watch your shit and you make people look stupid. Yeah, that's why you're getting the fuck out of here.
He does get up.
Yeah, get the fuck out. Like, I like you, dude, but you don't go after OGs like that. You know, like that dude's a G.
And you know, he's old now.
Like, yeah, you're making some old guy who's fucking put his whole life on the line for this shit, and you're trying to make him look fucking stupid. And that's why Jason is a fucking G. No matter what dumb fuck in the comment section keeps saying. I'm sorry, dude. It's like, listen, you can make fun of fucking young people saying stupid shit, but you go after elderly people. We're lucky this guy's still fucking around.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, shout out to Jason Purvis. Hey, can you bring up your dates while I clear up my video here? I gotta.
Yeah. Hey guys, Miami tickets are moving. I think there's only a couple left. Hold on, dude. Let's
go.
Fuck.
You share it with me.
There it is.
There we go.
Miami, Florida, Joke World, St. Petersburg, Lawrence, Kansas. I gotta get those fucking tickets up. Tulsa, TruthorCon. I gotta change that. Dallas, Skankfest in New Orleans, then closing out in Austin. And then of course the great Word War debate will be coming. Hold on, Word War debate will be coming, and I'm very excited about it.
It'll be coming so hard, bro. You have no idea.
Coming so hard, dude. Word War debate is coming soon, dude. World War II. We've got feelers out. Hopefully we can get the people we want, and it's gonna be fucking huge, dude.
I'm excited.
I am too, dude. If this goes the way we want to, it's gonna blow everything out of the water, dude. It's gonna be huge.
I'm for sure gonna go. I really want to go to that.
Yeah.
You good with that? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm not looking forward to is
are we gonna watch the thing about Hunter Biden and shit?
Well, there's no video of it yet. It's not been released. It's just we've heard that they've had an encounter during one of his. You know,
I'm taking Hunter Biden to that with his fucking crack strength. He still got it. It stays with you. I still look tweaky.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
He still got that. And like Catboy ain't gonna fight shit.
There was Hunter Biden did go, and I'm not sure about the timeline here, but he went and talked to let me see. Well, okay, this is the original clip. Yeah, this is from RT. This is the latest. I haven't. If someone has seen video, please let me know. But I'm not seeing it on Twitter yet. This is earlier when an immaculately lit Gavin Newsom had Hunter Biden on to talk about, in part, Nick Fuentes, and he said that he wanted to talk to him.
We don't hate each other. We're being told to hate each other. And so that's why I want to go to Candace Owens. I want to go talk to Tucker. I even want to go to talk to people that I mean, my first question to me was, why are you such a Nazi to Nick Fuentes? You know what I mean? I want to talk, because look, you know this.
The guy literally armed Nazis. Him and his dad armed Nazis in the Ukraine. This is the shit I can't stand.
Yeah.
It's like Catboy saying mean shit about Israel, Nazis. Us fucking literally giving money and guns to literal Nazis in the Ukraine. I mean, it's just stupid.
Which Trump is also now doing, to be clear. No. If anybody tries to say that we're not calling it for both sides, yes, Trump has continued that policy.
Job as a Biden.
He's so awkward, isn't he? Man, what a robot.
Dude, listen, the only reason he's talked about being a candidate for the Democrats is because he funds everything with all his fucking money fraud.
Well, he also looks like a Hollywood actor.
Yeah, but so what, dude? It's the same reason.
There's no so what to that, bro. Women care. That got Clinton.
Yeah, but dude, he got so much shit. What he's done in this that the only reason anyone even allows him to be in discussion is because he's funding the entire thing.
And women.
Okay, Johnny. I get it. You're right.
I'm just telling you.
Okay, good. I got you.
Dude, Clinton was an error.
I got you.
He was an SA guy in Arkansas.
I got you. I agree with you.
No,
I agree with you.
And if
you said you wanted to only go an hour and a half.
Yeah, okay, we'll wrap up here in just a second with the super chat. If you doubt his ability to win a national election at your own peril, sir, he absolutely can.
Well, yeah, again, I don't believe in any of these fucking.
No.
I don't believe in any of these elections. I'm an anarchist.
Yeah, with the magic mail-in vote that always goes for Democrats. Yeah, kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, I agree.
It sounds like Europe now has these driver-facing cameras that they've mandated. European regulators have quietly crossed the line that can. This is from Forbes. European regulators have quietly crossed the line that completely reshapes how drivers and occupants interact with their vehicles. As of July 7th, every new car and van registered in the EU must have an interior driver-facing camera as part of their advanced driver distraction warning system. The vehicle will be carefully watching the driver's every move now. The stated goal is this: reduce crashes caused by distraction and drowsiness, yet the implications reach a lot further. The mandate, part of the EU's broader general safety regulation framework, eliminates more than 125 years of privacy. Up to this point, a vehicle owner could assume that their actions within their vehicle were private, but not anymore. All new vehicles will be equipped with a camera-based driver monitoring system. A driver monitoring system. That means all the European cars shipped to the United States will now have these cameras that can easily be hacked, can be pulled as evidence for, in trials, or if they want to see, if the CIA wants to spy on you for whatever reason. It's eventually it's going to get to where, like, hey, like my mom's car, she's got a Volvo. When you are a little sleepy, maybe, you cross a line or something, it's like it will start beeping at you like you left the seatbelt unbuckled, and it's like, hey, you need to stop. And it has a little coffee flash on the screen. It's like,
I've seen that in the rent cars I've had.
Are you tired? Are you sleepy? You might need a little break. Now think about it when they're self-driving and you don't want to do self-driving, so it forces you to either switch into self-driving mode or pull over. That's what we're heading to, especially in Europe, dude. It's gonna be like, you can either switch to self-driving or pull over now, but you're too sleepy to continue driving. And I mean, it's just a loss of privacy, and it's far worse, obviously.
Yep.
Trump is there's a speech on Thursday, something to do with Iran, I'm afraid. They've restarted dropping bombs there. This latest peace deal was a total mirage. I sent you guys a story. Did you see that they were so concerned about him being taken out that they didn't use the gifted Air Force One that he received from the Emiratis?
Yeah.
They went back to the old Air Force One because they couldn't trust the new one. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I mean,
Is it crazy? No, dude. He knows that they know that the only way to get us into war with Iran is if they can fake that Iran. The problem with Israel is that they play their hand, dude. Anything bad that happens. I mean, even the Lindsey Graham thing, they were like, dude, it's Israel. You're like, what, dude? What?
And now we know that Ahmadinejad, the guy who was set up as the most evil man on the planet by Israel in the past, Israel, and this is from the Times of Israel, Israel engaged in a multi-year effort to recruit and reinstall as leader Iran's former hardline president, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. The New York Times reported Monday, citing U.S. officials and sources with knowledge of the failed Israeli plot. The campaign, which culminated in a strike on Ahmadinejad's bodyguards to free him from house arrest on the first day of the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran in February, included a meeting with then Mossad chief David Barnea on the sidelines of an academic conference in Hungary, the report said. So they were part of this plan was to take out his house arrest guards and install him as the leader in Iran. That's this guy that was set up as...
Isn't it crazy, dude? It just goes back to that. They control both the fucking control, the people that are pro and the people that are anti. I mean, dude, you're fucked if you're in Iran and they find out you're working with Israel. You're done, dude. Stick a fucking fork in you.
One final thing that I can't believe this went unreported, really. I mean, I didn't hear about this anywhere, dude. So remember after 9/11, when all of these firefighters, of course you remember, but when they were getting ill because of the contaminants they breathed in around the site of the attack? Well, this just came out this week. And this is from the Daily News. A New York City Freedom of Information law official deposed over long-sought documents about toxins swirling over Ground Zero admitted a city attorney told him to deny an appeal for the pivotal information from 9/11 survivors. So this guy, whose name is Russell Pecunis, he was the guy who would make decisions on these when people would make appeals for documents after they had been rejected. And he was told on the advice of counsel to deny the request for documents by these firefighters and all these people who were coming up ill. I'm going to read the transcript here. Did you, and this is Andrew Carboy, weird name, an attorney for 9/11 Health Watch.
Dude, imagine if your attorney was called Carboy.
Carboy, yeah.
Hey, you're up for capital murder. We've gotten you an attorney. His name is Carboy. Oh, well, just throw me in the electric chair right now. Just kill me.
He's an attorney for a good cause. He works with 9/11 Health Watch. Here's his question to this guy Pecunis, who was denying requests for information. He said, "Did you interview any of the people who did the search to find out whether, in your estimation or conclusion, that there was a diligent and thorough and adequate search?" That was what Carboy added. Pecunis said no, and then Carboy follows up. So basically, what you're telling me is a lawyer told you to do something, and you adopted what the lawyer told you, and that's what ended up in your appeal. Basically, somebody told you to deny these requests. You didn't even look for the information, and you told them no. And Pecunis admitted that Musa Ali, one of the attorneys... Oh, okay, so Pecunis' response to that was interrupted.
What case is this again?
It's kind of like FOIA, and it's an oversight.
For what, again?
They want the information on the toxins at 9/11.
Oh, okay.
At Ground Zero.
I saw this. Yeah,
All these
okay.
people.
Like, what are we talking about here?
So, yeah, I explained it earlier.
I know you did, Johnny. I zone out once in a while.
Carboy asked the question, like, hey, you're telling me that this attorney just told you to not give us anything and you didn't give us anything. And as the guy's about to respond, his attorney, who's sitting next to him at the deposition, interrupts and says the question would violate attorney-client privilege. And then Pecunis, the guy being asked the question, reveals that the guy sitting next to him, this guy Musa Ali, one of the attorneys representing him at the deposition was the city attorney who told him to deny the appeal. So
oh my God, he's right there.
Yeah, he's the one saying that it would violate attorney-client privilege, and he's sitting right next to the guy telling him not to answer the question. And then Carboy follows up. He says, "Is this the only FOIA appeal in your tenure as a FOIA appeals officer where you've had your conclusion or the conclusion essentially dictated to you by another person? Like, is this the only other time that you've been told by somebody higher up not to grant or not to look into it?" And he said that not to my recollection. And then he follows up. So this is one of the only cases in 18 years during your tenure as a FOIA appeals officer that this has happened. And Picuni said, "As far as I can remember, yes." So somebody was telling them not to give out any of this information about the toxins that were swirling in the air and that made all these guys so sick.
I mean, these people are scumbags.
Carboy said,
people are scumbags.
Scumbags. Dude, this is not the end of this. Carboy said at one point, "This is outrageous. What do you think? We're a bunch of morons. This is ridiculous." Then one of the other side's attorneys says, "You're screaming. I just want to state on the record, yes, I am screaming." Carboy countered, "I am angry." And then the guy's like, "I want it on the record. Counselor is screaming, pointing at attorneys and banging the table. This is well beyond professional behavior." And then Carboy replied, "This isn't professional behavior. You're violating a court order and you lied to us. You said there were no records and you didn't even look," is what he's saying. So yeah, they've been, this is, just more evidence of a massive cover up in the wake of 9/11. We got 3,000 people joining us live right now.
3,000 people. What's our record, by the way?
It's something like that. Yeah, it's not much more than that. I would say 3,000 is pretty good for us. Oh, did you? Okay, we'll just end on something funny. Did you see Dana White get pissed off after? So Paramount just sucks at identifying celebrities.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's so funny, dude. So they're supposed to be highlighting Shakur Stevenson, who they've added they mistook Shakur Stevenson for NBA player Jalen Williams. Now Shakur Stevenson signed this big deal with UFC, and instead they show Jalen Williams there, which is funny. Here, we'll just play this clip.
2025, Shakur Stevenson. That is not Jalen Williams. What is that? Stop trying to get me in trouble on this, but let's again. I know that.
And so this is Dana White's response to that after the event.
Apparently, we just need to stop showing fucking celebrities on because we can't figure that out after 25 years. We just can't fucking do it. It's unbelievable. We can't do it. I tell you all the time, my production team, we just did the White House. We built a fucking arena on the south lawn of the White House, and it was the greatest fucking thing in the world to be there live and to watch it on TV. I just paid Shakur Stevenson a shitload of money, and for some reason, we can't figure this celebrity shit out. They put him up as a fucking OKC NBA player. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, it's absolutely crazy, but we are the absolute worst to ever do this. We are the worst. I just had this fucking debate in the back with my guys while I was screaming at everybody back there, and they said, "No, soccer's worse. Soccer shows the people, and they don't put up any." We put up fucking graphics and put the wrong guy's name on it. We win. We're the worst.
Dude, that is the funniest thing I've ever heard. They're like, "We're not the worst. Soccer's worse." You're like, "You dumb fuck, shut up."
Somebody got in real trouble for that.
Dude, they probably lost their job. You're basically like, "Look, black people all look alike."
So I'm sad to say, Sam, that somebody is now contending with Frankie Valli for the nearest to death to perform on stage. And it's Mike Love of the Beach Boys, famously.
Let's go.
Kind of a malevolent force in rock and roll, I would say. A guy who has just pushed that band to tour, even though it has almost none of the original members left. He has videos that have been coming out left and right of this guy just mumbling on stage. He sounds terrible. The original videos.
Why would you tour at that age?
Yeah, money, I guess. I don't know. And again,
but who you make? Dude, you have all the money in the world. You're the fucking Beach Boys.
There are a lot of Beach Boys, though. And he didn't write many of the songs, so I assume it's not a lot. He's not getting like publishing and stuff. So here he is. This is Surfing Safari, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, but what's so crazy, dude, is like musicians see the Beach Boys along the lines of like the Beatles.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, I mean, but if you think about their styles, are two different things, dude.
Yeah, still rock and roll, but no, I got you. Yeah, it's much. Yeah, it's different. It's surf rock for sure. Yeah. Here's another clip.
They got securities there.
Yeah, you don't want those old ladies.
Grandmas.
Yeah, those old ladies will go crazy on you if you don't have big.
Dude, I once saw Neil Diamond, the woman next to me, God bless, was had fucking an air mask, oxygen mask on.
Like Rod Stewart, yeah. The people in the crowd and the people on stage have oxygen masks on now.
Like, why are we doing this?
All right, we'll do the super chats now. Oh, did you see that announcer for the Spurs got fired for? And I don't know how you get fired for this. The San Antonio Spurs fired their play-by-play announcer after the guy who he lost his gig amid cheating allegations involving a player's sister. Did you hear about this? So he was cheating on his wife with a player's sister, and he got fired. How do you fire somebody for that? What is that?
Well, I mean, it's San Antonio. It's like a conservative town. There's like you can't cheat on your wife with someone at work.
I think the thing that got him was
listen. I don't give a shit. That's what I gotta say. I don't know what's happening in their house.
His wife
is his wife slinging pee everywhere, and he's like, "No, I'm good."
Well, here's his wife hacked his or got into his Instagram and posted, "This is my girlfriend of 6 years, but I cheated on her with," and he names the woman. And he says, "So feel free to continue following me if you really think I'm a good guy, because I'm not." Obviously, his old lady got him. She got him, bro. Got him fired.
She's just mad he won't marry her.
Probably, yeah. Sorry, one last thing. Epstein chess set has been. Did you see the photos of the Epstein chess set?
No.
This is evidence from when they went through Epstein's possessions, and he had this chess set. Now they've blurred a lot of the faces because they are obviously famous people. Of course, the king is Epstein himself. This is a custom chess set. Look at some of these ladies. Who does that look like on the left? Boy, it looks like Ivanka Trump, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lot like Ivanka Trump on the left.
Yeah.
That looks like his girl there. What's her name?
Really? You think that's a chick? I think that's a guy.
Oh no, I think it's no,
Could be like one of Donnie Trump's or something.
Oh no, I was thinking it was what's her name who's in jail. What's Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine?
Yeah, and Ghislaine Maxwell. And more ladies here.
Yeah, these are obviously those sisters.
Yes.
The Hada sisters.
More of them here.
This is Caitlin Clark. Dude, this is a crazy ass collection.
It's very realistic. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
That looks like Melania Trump right there. Second over.
Yeah, no, totally. Is this Obama? Obviously.
Yeah, that's got to be Obama, dude.
Clearly Obama.
I love that they have four of them. What does that mean? He's a pawn?
I think that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, it must be pawns, right? Those have to be pawns. The white pawns are Obama, and is that the black pawns too are Obama? That's fine. All
yeah,
the
that's
pawns
more
are Obama.
Obamas.
Yeah, the black and white pawns are Obamas.
That is so fucking funny, dude.
Isn't that crazy? You can see it set up here from a distance. They blurred
That
out.
is so fucking funny, dude.
All right, now we'll do the super chats.
Johnny.
By the way, please leave a 5-star review. We'll read them next week. And if you tweet your 5-star review to help us fight the algorithm, wherever you're listening to this, comment for the algo. Really helps us right now. Genuinely, it helps us. We're asking your favor here. Please do this. Leave a 5-star review. If you tweet it at Broken Sin will follow you back. And you can subject us to all of your thoughts. Dylan Greeter says, why don't you come to Colorado, Sam? What's your deal? Why don't you come to Colorado, Sam?
I'm trying, dude. I want to play this one club, but nope.
They don't love the trips. What's the deal?
Yep.
Okay. This guy whose name is Mant Brew says he just gifted a Sam Tripoli membership, which will get you stickers. I believe it gets you like custom. You get a little thing next
I don't
to
even know what it gets. I gotta start uploading my stuff to fucking YouTube.
Well, it gets you. I set it up years ago for you, Sam. It allows people to get a little thing next to their name that says Ronan, and then they get a few custom emojis that I made years ago for you. So
you still do it?
Yeah. A few people signed up. Yeah, it's nothing great, but Sam, check this out. This is from Bad Habit. Zach Baggins' Haunted Museum in Vegas is a house that Jenna Jameson lived in. Her parents used to do devil worship in the basement. It's also right next door to a Freemason.
I can't believe that, dude. I can't believe she turned into a porn star.
It's funny. This is the guy.
I gotta be devastated.
People are always saying I look like this guy, the Zach Baggins guy, because we both have glasses.
Johnny, you're such a Zach Baggins.
Rogan went over there, I think, to that place. That I remember him taking a picture over there with that. That stuff scares me. Anywhere there's like
Johnny, look at this guy. Show Sam some love, guys. He gives us so much. I feel like a piece of shit. I wish I could show. Dude, you're fine. It's great. I love you guys. But sometimes people just show up and say retarded shit in the chat, and you got to push back.
Yes, I agree. Yes. Yeah, we don't, as you say, it is free entertainment at the end of the day. Steve Knievel says, good morning. He's talking to someone else here. Good morning, UFO. The Twitter person is just making a dry joke. She's cool for real. Okay, I don't know. She was defending it awfully hard in the comments there.
Yeah, I don't think it's a dry joke. I think these people are retards. She's like, it could be. I don't know. It's like they just want anything.
I think it's in their interest to keep all the possibilities open, and so that's what sells, that's what gets clicks. Sorry, it's late, folks. Dr. East something, I don't know. What I miss came on during an ad, and you still have me cracking up. Thank you. Oh well, God bless you. God bless you.
God bless you.
Sticky Icky Liberty said, why did Lance Twiggs' mouth move like Terrence and Phillip? I didn't. What video is that? Is there some video of Twiggs?
Yeah, I don't even. Well, dude, that is a great poll, dude. That is hilarious because he does look like that Terrence.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Well played, dude. Give it up for
right?
Sticky Licky Liberty.
Sticky Icky Liberty.
Yeah.
First, I'm going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And
I'd fuck me.
Yeah, 100%, dude. The entire case is on this it.
Yeah.
I love that, like in his life, he's a cat lady, and then all of a sudden he's serious.
Yeah, it's a lot deeper voice than I expected.
Yeah, I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me. Yeah.
And
then did you see the thing? Did you see the thing about him saying Tyler Robinson's name is Matt?
Lance Twiggs said that?
So they started off, right? And they're like, okay, we have to re-swear you in, acting like there's a glitch. And then they swear him in. And then he goes, how long you been a roommate with Matt? Which is supposed to be Tyler Robinson. This is what I'm telling you guys. There's too many deviations from the norm for you to take this serious.
I'll play it.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset, which is fine. You're on the phone. Again, I place you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met, you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that weird?
At some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Yeah, we used to fuck.
Okay.
Yeah. Something different than roommates for sure.
Yeah, he used to top you off and you walked funny for a week.
X-Rod, 5 AAA memberships. Wow.
Thank you, dude.
And then Tricky Hickey. Boy, people are really getting a Sticky Icky Liberty and then Tricky Hickey.
I love it.
How did I miss the show? I was waiting since 3 p.m. Alaska time. Damn. Come to Alaska. Get Ronan doses the guy every week, bro. He asked for Ronan.
I know. I need stickers. I don't fucking know. I'm
you could
busy.
and I don't even want to say, I shouldn't say this. It's not in our interest, but for as much as you give in super chats requesting stickers, you could easily have printed your own
I know. I suck.
No, you don't suck.
I do suck.
You got a lot on your plate. I know that.
I got so much on my plate.
You have a big plate, bro.
My plate runneth over.
Your cup runneth over, and your plate runneth over. Both of them. All right. Yeah, Sam Neill, the star of Jurassic Park, has passed. Also, rest in peace to Sam Neill. Great actor, I think. He was very good in Jurassic Park. Adios, happy trails. You got a word for us, Sam, as we get out of here?
Tricky Icky.
Nice. All right. Bye, everybody. See you
Bye,
later.
guys. Love you. Have a great night. Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Young Christian warriors, they're gonna fight. They fight for love.
We all have that one part of our job that we don't like. No matter what line of work you're in, there is always that one thing that is so tedious that it's better to hire a private contractor to do it for you. Many self-employed people hire accountants to do their finances for them, while governments hire private contractors to do pretty much everything because governments are just glorified middlemen that are allowed to steal. No matter what it is, if there is demand for something, then supply will pop up to meet it. Such is the way of the market, and believe it or not, this was also true for organised crime. In that line of work, it is very easy to make more enemies than you can handle by yourself. There was a market demand for neutral, third-party contractors who could take care of people who were becoming a problem. And they pretty much operated just like a company. And by God, were they good at what they did. Murder Incorporated. Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get into the Mad Lad, today's video was brought to you by War Robots. War Robots is a game that gives you the chance to become a pilot of a huge war mech and fight in teams of 6v6 where you can dominate in epic battles. War Robots is currently celebrating its 8th anniversary with more than 200 million players, and over the past 8 years the game has improved and become even cooler. Fill your hangar with unique mechs, which shouldn't be difficult since there are over 90 of them in the game, each with their own unique abilities. Some can jump, fly, use stealth mode and heal, but on top of that you can also customise your robot's loadout with more than 120 weapon types. I personally love the amount of customization you can do to a robot to make it unique to you and your playstyle. In the last year, War Robots has significantly improved the graphics quality compared to the original, which has been dubbed War Robots Remastered. The developers have added new, more realistic graphics, textures, improved environments and lighting to the game. Also in the anniversary update, tons of new items will become available. And you can check out the Anniversary Expo event in honour of the 8th anniversary, where you can get some cool prizes. At the start of this event, you will get 150 silver coins and additionally 100 bronze coins for each year your account has spent in the game. Join the celebration and check out the new robot Skyros, a turtle bot that can roll into a ball for greater mobility and extra protection. So download War Robots for free on your mobile device or your PC, and you can do this by scanning the QR code on the screen or clicking my promo link down in the description. New players will get an armoured robot, 2 gecko weapons, 100 gold and 50,000 silver, and returning players with an account level 15 or higher will get a free Sheriff Demeter as well as a ton of other gifts. To understand how Murder Incorporated came to be, we have to go back to 1919, when a 17-year-old upstart stepped off a freight ship onto the banks of New York City, ready to chase his American dream. To achieve this, he would go on to join a collective that pulled the strings from behind the shadows. Its famously large-nosed members were involved in pretty much every problem that you could think of. The collective's influence and corruption was so strong that it had almost all of the major institutions in its pocket. That's right, the Italian Mafia. The upstart's name was Umberto Anastasia, and He was one twisted bastard. Anastasia wasted no time in taking over New York's waterfront and the dock workers' unions through sheer ruthlessness, intimidation, and his signature weapon, an ice pick. However, despite his sheer potential, Anastasia was still young and had a lot to learn, including how to cover his tracks. In March of 1921, at the age of only 19, Anastasia was handed a death sentence for the murder of his biggest rival. While in Sing Sing prison, Anastasia managed to make a name for himself by doing what he did best: being a violent maniac. Fortunately for Anastasia, but maybe not for the rest of the world, his ruthlessness caught the attention of a mobster named Lucky Luciano, who saw the young convict's potential and managed to get him a new trial. But how would this have helped Anastasia? He was a murderer, he did it, he got caught. All of the evidence was there to send Anastasia straight to the chair. However, in a strange turn of events, all of the witnesses that condemned Anastasia during his first trial suddenly changed their stories, or they simply vanished. And without their testimony, the murder charge just went away. Man, that's really strange. I wonder what happened. Anastasia was now a free man, and he repaid Luciano for saving his life by working for him as a hitman. From this point onwards, Anastasia would go out with his trusty ice pick and do what he did best. Anastasia's brutality while working for Luciano led to him becoming more feared than ever. But his reputation still didn't make him immune from getting caught. Anastasia still kept getting hit with murder charges. However, he now had friends in high places, so none of the charges stuck. Thanks to Luciano, witnesses kept refusing to testify, or they simply disappeared. The bastard was practically untouchable, and as Luciano worked his way up in the mafia's ranks, Anastasia was climbing right up there along with him. Until the time eventually came for Anastasia to really prove his worth. As you know, organised crime was extremely profitable during the Prohibition era. So much so that in 1930, a mob boss named Salvatore Maranzano decided he wanted a bigger piece of the pie. So he started a war against Luciano's boss, Joe Masiria. The conflict became known as the Castellammares War, and it quickly got